1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello and welcome to DBN's coverage of Carnage 2020. Thanks to those of you who are choosing to join us at this particular moment. I have a feeling our viewership may be a little bit low in the early parts of this broadcast because of certain current events that have just happened. But we're glad that you're with us. If you have us on split screen, that's just fine. And we are here today to give you coverage of the Carnage tournament from 2020. This year it's taking place virtually due to the pandemic, but typically it is one that happens in the state of New Hampshire or Vermont, I think. When you and I went, Brian, it was in New Hampshire. It is part of a larger gaming conference called Carnage on the Mountain, I think, where there's lots of stuff, including live role-playing and live action role-playing, I should say. And lots of other gaming, and diplomacies are one of the things that happens there. And it's at a ski resort in early November, so before snow, but still, not the big tourism around. And it's a lot of fun. I know we went there. We went out with a few other people from Chicago. It's always Vermont, I'm being told. I just flew into New Hampshire. That's what it was. We flew into New Hampshire.
Fly into New Hampshire, and it's always in Vermont. Yes.
And we rented I think a 2-story condo thing, and had a good time with Jim O'Kelly, Kevin O'Kelly, the two O'Kellys, and we managed to come out alive. So this year it is taking place virtually and internationally. There are 2 time zones being accommodated here. One is the North American zone, which has games taking place at 10 a.m. both yesterday and today. So those games are ongoing right now. They started 2 hours ago. That's 10 a.m. Eastern time. And then there was a second set of games, rounds 2 and 4, which were scheduled to start at 10 p.m. Eastern time, which was designed to be convenient for the Asian Pacific time zone. So it's in the morning over there. I think the 10 a.m. Eastern time is in the middle of the night for those guys. So those people. So I don't think that I don't think any of them played in round 1. But there will be another round tonight. So we've had 2 rounds of that took place yesterday, totaling 8 boards. We have 5 boards being played right now. And then we're not sure how many tonight, but given the sort of ferocity of the competition, it will probably be quite a few. Tomorrow, we will have a second round of coverage in which we will cover the top board for Carnage. So after 4 rounds of play, the top 7 will qualify for the top board. And we will bring coverage of that live tomorrow here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. So I'm Brandon Fogel, and I'm one of the co-founders of DBN. I'm joined by Brian Pravel, also one of the co-founders of DBN. I'm going to stop talking and give Brian a chance to say hello.
Hey, Brandon. And first, I will apologize for any noise outside. I have people literally dancing in the streets outside. So people are just excited, and we'll let them celebrate outside. So as far as Carnage goes, Brendan, this is absolutely one of the most popular events to travel to. I think one of the unique things about Carnage is it really is geared for travelers. It's not built around a local hobby like we have in Chicago or the Pit Kissers have in DC, or even Badass in the West Coast and the Bay Area. But it tends to be a designation that people come to play diplomacy. And so what ends up happening is you get some of the best players that all kind of congregate together and focus on diplomacy for an entire weekend. And Shout out to Dave Miletsky, tournament director, and Robert Roos, who's one of the longtime Carnage organizers, who's really supported diplomacy to be a part of this more so than a lot of other multi-game conventions. They really work to create a good, relaxed, fun, enjoyable feel for all of the participants. One of the highlights for me is it's one of the few tournaments where there is a hot tub and pool and spa. And I think one thing that's very important to note about this event is it was scheduled to be the 2020 World Diplomacy Championship this year. But unfortunately, due to COVID, that was postponed, and we are doing this virtually instead. But in 2021, it will be the host of the WDC. So anyone watching this stream, this is a really good event to travel to. If you're interested in playing with some of the world's best, that's the place to do it. So recommend you check it out. As I think you mentioned already, but there's 4 qualifying rounds in total, 2 Friday, 2 on Saturday, 1 ongoing now and 1 tonight, and then the top board tomorrow. And we will have coverage of that top board and the Saturday night games tomorrow on our broadcast here on DBN.
All right. And
yeah.
So we've been a little cagey about the news that's coming out now. I think we should just go ahead and say people are dancing in the streets in Chicago, where Brian Pravel is right now, because Joe Biden was just announced as the winner of the presidential election by most of the major news outlets after a protracted set of election ballot counting this week. And Chicago is a heavily Democratic area. I am in Florida currently. There is no in a fairly Republican area. There is no dancing in the streets outside, just a tropical storm, which maybe is appropriate. So let's congratulate Joe Biden for an apparent victory and congratulate his supporters. Let's also express some well wishes for people who supported his opponent. People on both sides of the spectrum know how difficult and painful it is to lose an election, especially one that seems important and that you have your hopes up for. And one of the things that this country has done well for quite a while now is to accept the results of elections. And both sides have done that despite bitter disappointment for my entire life and definitely for decades before that. And so I will express a hope that we're able to see a peaceful transition of power and for the country to come together and hopefully try to cross some of the seemingly uncrossable divide that has developed.
Yeah, well said. On the topic of counting things, I do think it's worth mentioning that this tournament is unique in the fact that we have 2 separate scoring systems going on. Brandon, can you talk to us a little bit about that setup?
Yeah, sure. And by the way, we should also give a shout out to Lee. I meant to find out how to pronounce this person's name, Leigh Sarlinen. Do you have a better pronunciation than that?
I don't. I'm sorry.
All right. Commitment to our viewers. We will find out how to pronounce Leigh's name properly by tomorrow's broadcast, and we will get to that. Leigh is currently the tournament director, the general manager. I'm sorry, the game manager and co-tournament director, covering rounds 2 and 4. So the Asia Pacific time zone rounds. Leigh, I know, is typically stationed in Vietnam, but is currently in France and stuck there for the entirety of the pandemic period. So Leigh went there earlier this year for family reasons and has not been able to get back. So covering the Asia Pacific time zone from Europe, which can't be easy. Leigh was definitely up late last night. Okay, so the 2 different scoring systems. So the North American time zone, the 10 a.m. Eastern time zone games are being played under the Carnage scoring system, which is a proportional system rewarding rank finish. So first place does better than second place, which does better than third place, which does better than fourth place in a linear way. First place gets about 25% of the points. Second place gets about 21%, and so on, about 3.5 points difference between each one. There are some very small tiebreakers thanks to center count, so centers do matter, but your place in the ranking is what matters the most. The second and fourth rounds are being played under something called Bangkok scoring, which was unfamiliar to me and will probably be unfamiliar to most of our typical viewers who have been largely North American and used to sort of what are the standard set of scoring systems in North America. Bangkok is not one of those. Unsurprisingly, that comes out of Thailand and is played in the Asia Pacific region, currently being used for a virtual diplomacy league that has recently started in the Asia Pacific region. Bangkok is sort of hybrid scoring system. It gives you some points for center count, some small points for surviving, and some bonus for topping the board. You also get to share some of that bonus if you finish within 1 or 2 centers of the board topper. So it's not a large topping bonus, so there is not a strong topping incentive, and not as strong as there is in other systems like C Diplo or Tribute or some squares. But there is some topping incentive. It's a bit stronger than there is in Carnage, but somewhat comparable, which is why I think combining the two is not going to be too much of a distortion. But it is possible to score a higher percentage of the points in Bangkok scoring than it is under Carnage. Carnage, the most you can get is about 25%, unless you solo, in which case you get 100% of the scoring. And that will also be true in Bangkok. Bangkok is interesting in that it's not fixed total scoring. The number of points in the game depends on how many people survive. So fewer people surviving means the total score is lower. And what they are doing for this in order to make these games comparable between the two systems is they are normalizing each game under Bangkok scoring individually against a 100-point scale. So the points that we will show are going to be for all the games, Carnage and Bangkok scoring, are normalized against a 100-point scale. So it'll be a little bit opaque, I think, to the viewers exactly where the points are coming from. It'll be incumbent upon us to point out how that's working when it's relevant. Otherwise, we can just focus on the moves.
All right. So I think the important thing is in any scoring system, it tends to reward getting lots of dots and surviving, and both systems will encourage that. And I know I've played a lot in Carnage. It's one of my favorite scoring systems to play in. And it definitely, every center counts. Usually at the end of the tournament, the top 7 are separated just by a few points, even though the place that you end in gives you the most points. That tiebreaker is really, really important. So
it can be. I think what's interesting here is that there's a top board. So in the tournaments we've covered so far this year, we've had one tournament with a top board, and that was Weaselmoot, which you and I both helped run. And Weaselmoot was played under Tribute scoring, brand new scoring system that you and I were instrumental in developing. And Tribute was something that rewards board topping significantly, especially larger board tops. And one of the surprising things we found at Weaselmoot was that there were a lot of shared board tops. There were very clearly arranged sharings of board tops for a large number of games, I think over 50%. And we speculated at the time that this had to do with the fact that there was a top board and that people were angling they knew they only needed to get a certain, they knew they didn't need to blow the field out in order to make the top board and thereby win the tournament. So they were very cagey, especially in the first round, trying not to get too big of a score to make themselves a target in the second round, but trying to just ensure that they were in the running for the top board come the second round. With Carnage and Bangkok are both systems that don't heavily reward board topping, so there is less incentive to break an alliance and go for it at some point. But the question is, what is going to be the influence of the existence of the top board? Are we going to see a similar dynamic with lots of shared board tops, or are people going to be fine playing second fiddle in an alliance? And in Bangkok, if you finish just one center behind your ally, you still get a pretty decent share of the points, pretty close to the board top.
Yep. I think the other thing that's important for these games is there are 4 games, which is more than we've had for any other event, and it's happening nonstop over a 48-hour period. I think there are a few very hardcore players that have signed up for every single round. So I think the exhaustion factor will be a factor for some of this. That'll be something else to watch out for. So speaking of things to watch out for, let's go ahead and bring up our top 10 players by DBNI ranking that are participating in Carnage. Brandon, you want to tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, sure. So Andrei Gerbikov is the most recent tournament winner. He won the tournament that just took place in October, just a few weeks ago, which was Tempest in a Teapot. And he's relatively new to the face-to-face scene. He had a really strong tournament. It was fun to watch, and I'm excited to see what he can do here today. Bill Hackenbracht is well known to the face-to-face community. He's also a sometime contributor here on DBN broadcasts. And he, coming into this tournament, he was lower in the rankings than he is now at 12th. We recently added some face-to-face tournaments that took place earlier in the year. They were smaller, and we did not grant them automatic qualification status. But Bill won one of those tournaments, I think GoodCon. I'm not sure what the pronunciation is, but it took place out of Georgetown University, and it was run by George Zhang. And that was enough to boost Bill up into the top 15 here, up to number 12 in the DBNI rankings, which, barring a set of bizarre results, will probably be good enough to warrant an invite. The Invitational is going to probably have a field of 28 people. That's going to take place in February. We're going to end up, I think, with 12 or 13 automatic invitations. And so another 16 or 15 people are going to get invited based on their standings. And so if you're in the top 28, you should get an invite. It's possible that somebody could get an automatic invite and not finish in the top 28. It seems unlikely given how those rankings work. But Bill was hungry to make the Invitational, and he talked to me about it. And instead of commentating, he really wanted to play so that he can make that Invitational. And his place now seems a little bit more secure. So it'd be curious to see how that affects his play here. Maxim Popov is a young kid out of Iowa. And Maxim has done really well in tournaments. He's won a bunch of Best Country awards. I think 2 Best Russias and the Best Germany, if memory serves. Has not won one yet, though. And so I think he's going to be looking for a win to sort of cement his place among the top performers this season. Elsewhere, looking down the list here, these are all strong players. Nicolas jumps out. He's a former world champion. Jason Massbaum, always in the conversation in some way. So looking down here at 25, 26, 27, 28, these are players that are on the bubble. They could very easily get passed by players behind them. And so these are players who are going to be looking to get a decent result here, if not a really good result, and try to cement their place in that Invitational. And then you've got Jackson Roberts, who's definitely outside, but still on the bubble. He's a young kid as well. I think he's played with his father a couple times, Dave Roberts. So be interesting to see if they end up on a board together here as well.
Yeah, what I love about this list is from the top players. Look how many of them are in the 20s. What that's telling me is that these players are hungry, they're motivated, and they're trying to do everything they can to cement their place. We are running out of opportunities for people to qualify. We have Carnage. We have the World Diplomacy Classic that's coming up in December. We have the Virtual Diplomacy League in January. They're going to have their championship game, and whoever wins that will auto-qualify. And then the Virtual Cascadia. So basically 4 more opportunities to win an auto qualification. And so the players that are here on the bubble, I'm really excited to see if they try and get these points up and go for the win.
And we know that the Invitational is on players' minds. I've heard them talk about it, and it'll be interesting to see how that affects their play here. Very, very curious and excited.
All right. Well, Brandon, we have an interesting first for us in that we have 48 hours of coverage, and we only really have one broadcast team. We are unable to stay up 24 hours, so we have a new segment. You want to tell us a little bit about that segment, and then we'll kick it off?
Yeah, we're calling it On the Clock, and this is a way of covering more games in less time. And we have 8 games from yesterday to cover, plus 5 that are going on right now. And so we're going to try to cover the 8 games yesterday in less time than we typically do. And the method we have devised for that is to have 2 analysts plus the host. And one of the analysts is going to be the primary analyst, who's going to have 3 minutes to tell us the main storyline of the game. And then the secondary analyst is going to fill in the gaps. And then And then the three of them will have a chat about what exactly happened there. And then for the 5 games in round 3, we'll go back to our ordinary coverage.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and bring Siobhan Nolan onto the stream. Siobhan, how are you doing?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Good. Well, welcome to the stream and welcome to On the Clock. For this segment, you are going to be our primary analyst. Brandon is going to fill in the gaps as secondary analyst. I'm going to be the host, and I'm going to give you 3 minutes to try and cover an entire game of diplomacy. Then at the end of it, we'll kind of talk about what happened, give our thoughts, and move on. We should just warn our viewers, this is not intended to be in-depth analysis. We're trying to give the highlights of the show, and everyone should buckle up because this is going to go quickly. So with that, let's go ahead and pull up our first game and bring that on our screen. All right, so on our screen right now for Carnage, round 1, board 1. In Austria, we have JJ Raymond. In England, Liam Stokes. France, we have Jason Massbaum. Germany, Maxim Popov. Italy, we have Karl Ronberg. Russia, we have Nicolas Sahuge. And in Turkey, we have Ed Sullivan, also known as Go Horns Go. We are going to go ahead and get right into our analysis. We're going to go ahead and bring up the clock. And Siobhan, you are on the clock.
All right, let's do this. Good morning, everyone. So before we actually start moving through this game, I want to say that the big theme of the game for me is that little powers make all the difference. So it doesn't matter how many centers you have, you can decide a game either way. So let's start clicking through this. In the early game, we've got a couple of interesting things happening. I mean, you've got Jason Massbaum in the channel, as well as going to Piedmont, as always, trying to irritate everyone as quickly as he possibly can. Moving on, you see a little bit of shuffling around. Jason takes Belgium, no bounce in Sweden, fine, fine, fine. We move on, and, there's some tension between E and F early on. Jason, I believe, here moves to the Irish. Yep. And so as that happens, it looks like Russia and Turkey start to solidify their alliance. We've got the juggernaut coming from the east. So very quickly in the next couple of seasons, you will see England and France get their stuff together and start working together. And they do so really, really well. One of the problems for Jason moving through these turns, though, is that he's got an Italian fleet in Spain that's going to irritate him. And very soon a German army will come into his home centers. So these smaller powers who aren't in the big alliances on either side of the board start to make a difference as to who is going to benefit the most from the EF. As we move forward, however, Italy decides that he's more irritated at Turkey than he was at Jason in France. And this is where the tide really starts to turn and England and France start to get a really solid handle on this board. So as we move through here, Jason kicks Germany out of his homeland. That starts to solidify. And as Italy turns on Turkey, Jason is able to move further and further into the Med. But what happens is the German, who I believe was sitting on only one center here, makes the decision to start helping the English player. So England gets St. Pete, he gets the stronghold, and he winds up in the next couple of seasons one center over his ally, Jason Massbaum. And this is the question about alliance play, is you play the EF and the RT, and it's really just a matter of time before someone gets the opportunity to get a center or two over one another. And so here we go. Liam Stokes gets the jump on Jason Massbaum. Thank you very much. I did not want to have to congratulate Jason at the end of this game. And that's my story for it. And I'm, less than 3 minutes.
Well done, Siobhan.
Well done.
Brandon.
Well done.
Anything to add?
Yeah, there's a couple things here. So quickly go back to fall of 08 here. I'm sorry, spring of 08 is what I want. Yep. So here, Liam, it's just a really brief thing here. If you're going to fight France here, and it kind of appears that you are, although you could argue that the move to the Mid-Atlantic is just a defensive bounce. Go to English Channel here and take Brest. You guarantee yourself the board top in that case. And it wasn't entirely guaranteed, right? Because Jason could have gone for Ruhr, could have tried to make a play for Holland. But just go ahead and do that and cement things. There's really the only thing you risk here is having to ask for forgiveness if you want to, but then you have the option and it's entirely yours. Small point though, he ended up getting the board top, and in Carnage, getting the board top by 1 or 2 doesn't matter a whole lot. It could just matter in that tiebreaker that Brian mentioned is a big deal. But let's go back to the beginning of the game, because I think Carl Ronenberg, since I'm in the mood dispensing advice here, I'm just going to keep going. Flip forward here a couple seasons. So what happens here? Carl takes a flyer. He sends the Tunis army out to mess with France. He ends up getting Spain. So you might think that that's a success. He got a dot, but there's nothing to follow it up with. If you're going to make a move and imbalance the board in this way, then really make it. Send units out there, consolidate a position, and grow it. What that did, not only did it imbalance the West, but it also caused him to take units away from the East, which allowed the RT to really get going, especially for Ed to break out of the box. And now suddenly Ed is in Ionian. So this is something that you often see small powers do sometimes, like Siobhan was saying. They can make a big difference, because this had a huge impact on the game. It caused Jason to get distracted. Jason might have topped this board otherwise, but Carl certainly wasn't going to, because took his eye off of the East and ended up wasting energy in the West.
Nice. And I think a couple things that stood out to me. One, I think Liam did a really good job of managing the lead. It looks like he took it early and managed to stay in that position. I imagine there was some good play here in Germany to help him maintain that lead. And then for Jason, whenever he lost Spain, that's sometimes a difficult position for France to get into. It can be a little demoralizing, and for him to come back and turn that into a second place, well done to both of them. All right. Well, for that, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Brandon. Brandon, you're going to rotate around. We're going to keep moving quickly, and we're going to add Adam back on, or welcome Adam to the stream. How are you doing, Adam?
Good morning. Doing very well this morning.
Good. So, Adam, you are going to be the primary, so I'm going to switch you around here. Siobhan, you'll be our secondary, and we will go ahead and bring up the player list for our next game. We are looking at, sorry, let me move this out of the way. There we go. This is round 1, board 2. In Austria, we have Karthik Konath. England, we have Evan Swihart. France, we have Morgante Pell. Germany, Jackson Roberts. Italy, Nick Arment. I did this last time. Armantello. Russia, we have Andrei Gribakov. And in Turkey, we have Craig Mayer. We will get right to it, and let's get started. Adam, lead us off.
All right. Do I have a clock?
Yes. Let's bring up the clock.
All right. Well, I'll do my best. Siobhan's a tough act to follow. This was a fascinating game with some really interesting alliance structures, particularly in the north. So let's look at the opening moves, which really set the tone for this game, where we see a French move to the English Channel, I think.
Oh, hang on a second. Trying to
Technical difficulties.
apologize. Technical difficulties.
Okay, right. I want my 20 seconds back. Now, okay, so we see a French move to the English Channel, and a lot of standard stuff in the East. And if we go into the fall, we see a classic sea lion with the Germans dislodging the North Sea, and France taking Belgium. So as we move on to here, what certainly looks like a FG against England. But if we kind of push ahead, this continues in through spring of 1902. But if we push ahead into fall of 1902...
I apologize real quick. I've lost my connectivity to this. Brandon, are you able to take over here?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll go ahead and drop.
No problem. Thanks, Brian. Okay, so let's go into 1902 here, if we can.
All right. Just spring.
Yeah, so spring we continue to see the French advance, but the English do manage to kick the Germans out of the North Sea. But in the fall we see kind of a change of direction. sorry here, where. Sorry, we don't see the change of direction yet. Sorry, but the important thing here is the Italians moving into Marseille. Sorry, we do. I can't really actually tell what's going on in Belgium, but the Germans and the French are still trying here. We have the French getting Liverpool, but we have the Italians now making an aggressive move against the French, which is really going to change the dynamics here. Noticing in the East also that we have what looks to be a AT against Russia. Advancing on, these kind of alliance structures don't change a great deal, but as we pull into 1904, we see Italy has left their homeland wide open, and the Austrians decide to take advantage of that, continuing to make their progress against Russia using Turkish help, but really walking into a wide open Italy. So this trend continues in the East, while the French continue to take out the English, but the Germans start to make their move on France here, which is definitely changing things. Really, there's just a whole lot of shuffling. The French are now dealing with the Italians. The Germans see that opening against France. As we move ahead from here, the Turkish-Austrian alliance eventually shows some instability in around the end of 1905, where we can see Turkey pushing into Greece and Austria making some moves against Austria making some moves to defend against Turkey. It's hard to tell whether this is arranged or not. But ultimately, things sort of settle in pretty rapidly to this kind of structure. I think the other thing that's really interesting is to watch what the Germans and the Russians are doing in the north. They're really completely leaving themselves alone, and you can see that all of Scandinavia is completely empty as we advance through this part of the game. Moving forward into 1907, Turkey is holding out against an Austrian stab. Germany is now making progress against France. Still, Germany and Russia continuing to, for the most part, leave each other alone. We have Germany in the North Sea with a free Edinburgh, a free Norway, but I don't believe he takes it. He takes it. They continue working together, and we really just push ahead with this alliance structure. Austria and Turkey not making progress with one another, and eventually just calling the draw in 1910.
Okay, and Siobhan, so this is where the game ends. So it gets all the way through 1910, which was the year limit for these Carnage games. So Siobhan, all right, so this is where the game ends. We've got Jackson in Germany and Andre in Russia tying for the board top at 10. So despite Germany playing second fiddle for a while, ends up with a split board top. So Siobhan.
I mean, I think Adam hit all the major points. I got to tell you guys, this is the kind of game that I really, really love to watch. We wound up with a Russian fleet in Portugal. Let's just point that out for a moment because it's beautiful. Yeah. Everyone played a fantastic game here. I really thought Craig had it for a minute when again, you said, Adam, we don't know if it was arranged or not, but that stab on Austria, when Turkey made that stab, I kind of thought that he would wind up with the board top. But with a game as fluid as this, with players willing to make shifts and alliances to benefit themselves, you never know what's going to happen. And this game went all the way to the time limit. I think that it probably would have had a couple more years of play, and I really would have been interested to see that. And I really want to congratulate Andre in Russia here. I think he took advantage of some really interesting dynamics on this board as things were shifting to his own advantage. And, you wound up with a shared board top for it. So congratulations.
I kind of breezed through it, but I really do want to highlight the German-Russian cooperation through a lot of this game. And there really was a lot of opportunity for people to do shenanigans. And, there were some various bounces that it was hard to tell if those were arranged or not. But it really, you can look at this final position and say they can both do all kinds of stuff, but you sort of wonder, was there any appetite for it at all, because it was working.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the story of this game is RG versus AT, right? But I'm sorry, you have two alliances, one of which held and the other one which didn't, and where RG held, AT did not. The question I have for you guys is, do you think that either Russia or Germany should have stabbed the other and taken this board top alone?
I mean, in my personal opinion, in Carnage scoring, I'd rather never share a board top. I don't know what was happening in their negotiations. I've heard a lot of players say to me in the interviews we do after games that they would rather share the board top and keep the good relationship with the player rather than stab for it. But I've been going to tournaments for many, many, many years, and I don't like sharing the top if I can avoid it.
I sort of wonder if this game plays another year, if Germany doesn't just say, hey, look, I can take Portugal. I'm just going to do that. And, if you want to try to get one dot off of me, go for it. I mean, maybe Russia can squeeze Belgium or something, but Germany looks to be in a pretty defensible position. What I always worry in these kinds of situations is if they stab each other, say in 1909, 1910, is it really more to their benefit, or is it really going to just get the AT back on track and one of them is going to come out of the box? And I think that was really the risk in this game and probably what kept them together.
And you're talking about in an untimed game where it's,
I'm talking about an untimed game.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Carnage scoring is that it's there is just not that big of a difference between first and second in terms of points. It's about 3.5% of the available points. 25 versus 21.5, something like that. But it's so hard to distinguish yourself from other players. It's so hard to get points that it increases the importance of those 3.5 points. But so if you're sharing the board top, you're going down from 25 to about 23.2 or something like that. So maybe not that big of a difference in the grand scheme of things, especially with a different scoring system being played in alternate rounds. But in any case, we see a shared board top, right? Which was a question coming in. Would we see a more shared board tops than normal because of the existence of the top board? At the moment, we're one of two. So. All right, shall we keep the carousel turning and move on? I believe this bids adieu to Siobhan for the moment. We'll see you in a few games. And we bring on to the stream Doug Moore. Doug Moore, welcome to the stream.
Thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
And I am not supposed to be host. I believe our host has worked out his technical difficulties, so let's get him back on instead of me. Welcome back, Brian, and adios.
All right, let's get started here. This is fun. This is going really well, guys. Thank you. Let's bring up our player list for round 1, board 3. And let me go ahead and move that clock out of the way. All right, on round 1, board 3 in Austria, we have Miles Holcomb. In England, Bill Hackenbrack. France, we have Debian's own Zach Moore. Germany, we have Brad Blitzstein. Italy, we have Farron Jane. Russia, we have Richard Lowenberg. And in Turkey, we have Ben Kelman. And let's go on the clock. Let's see if I can pull this timer over. No, I cannot. Brandon, I'm going to need you to move the clock. There we go.
Well, awesome. I'll just take a couple extra seconds here. And the theme for this game, because it's really influenced by a couple of moves, was revenge is not always a good dish, cold or otherwise. So starting in Spring 01 with the moves, I think things are pretty normal. We start off, once we get that up there, we'll reveal. We start off with a bounce in the Black Sea. Italy goes to Trieste. Is this planned? Don't know. I thought that was interesting. And I really want to flag we go back to Spring 01, excuse me. The support to Burgundy, because I think this is a really good move. And the reason is, if you are unsure of your neighbors, if you support yourself to Burgundy, you have both play in Belgium, you can defend Marseille, and you can guarantee yourself a build, even if 3 powers attack you. So it's a very defensible move. But we don't have a good sense of the alliance structure. So let's skip ahead to fall of 02. The thing here that's really interesting, if you show the moves, you've got England supporting this support to Belgium, and you can really see the development here of an EF and an RT. And here's where things get interesting. So Turkey supported Austria back into Venice, and Italy retreated. Now let's go to Spring 02 real fast. We had Italy pull that fleet in Venice. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong season here. So it's Spring of 03. Sorry, my apologies here. My notes are sloppy. So Italy pulls that fleet in Venice, and this is the no good, bad, awful, seriously not good turn for Italy, because France comes south. Austria decides I've had enough of your shenanigans and I am taking you out of the game. So we have a pretty strong RT. We have a pretty strong EF. And Austria decides to take out Italy in the process while France moves west. So we can actually skip ahead because there's a lot of tactical maneuvering, and we can go to winner of 05. So in winter of 05, we have what looks to be a pretty strong line, Austria, Russia, and Turkey, and a strong EF. And from here on out, it looks like it's a strong line, but really Turkey doesn't necessarily help Austria the way that Turkey potentially could have to hold this line, because I think Turkey is like, well, hey, I've got a chance here. Let's see if I can get on, out of this. The North is pretty locked down, and England and France have done a good job working together. So we can skip ahead to winter of 07. And in winter of 07, we have what looks to be the opportunity for England to take an extra dot. And instead, we end up with, if we go into spring here, we end up with a 10-10 draw. But look at St. Petersburg. Bill had the opportunity to take that and elected to take the draw. So I think that was kind of interesting. But the real story of this game is Austria, I think, by going after Italy, really demolished their chances in the face of a very strong EF with a really shaky alliance behind him.
Adam, anything to add?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Doug brings up a great point in how that really sort of set the tone for the game. And, it wasn't clear to me that Italy actually was doing much in the way of shenanigans, right? I mean, the move to Trieste may not have been agreed upon, but she did go ahead and build 2 fleets, which is certainly very pro AI alliance, even with that perhaps sneak attack into Trieste. And I think that Austria probably made a significant mistake here, going back with Turkish help after Turkey had just kicked them out of Serbia, rather than finding a way to work with the Italian, with this RT behind them. So I agree with that, and I think that really did cement the RT and probably nullified any chances of this game going much any other way.
Yeah, I know that we've touched on this on a couple of our broadcasts now. It's no secret to anyone that I love the AI alliance. I think it is not just a solid alliance, but it's a necessary one for Austria. I think Italy can get away with attacking Austria early, but in my experience, and I'm not the world's best Austrian player, I'm sure there are others who could tell me otherwise, but in my experience, Austria turning this early to go and attack Italy, even if they're upset, really only in the long run helps their other Eastern neighbors more than their own. So
I think certainly in the positions where you already have a nascent RT, I mean, you can't do this. I mean, there's times when as Austria you can get away with sneaking onto Italy early in the game, but you've got to have a lot of confidence that one of the RT side are going to be fighting, or at least not actively collaborating against you. And you really have to have a lot of confidence in your neighbors through both diplomacy and through position on the board.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that was like what really turned it. I would be interested if we were interviewing Bill on why he took the draw there. I do think he had the opportunity for potentially another dot, but by the same token, he had a great game-long alliance with Zach, and maybe he felt like Siobhan was just talking about, that their relationship was more valuable. And the extra dot and what could happen. I had a good game. We played well together. Let's just see it through.
All right. Well, thank you both. We will go ahead and say farewell to Adam. And we're going to bring back Brandon, I believe. Brandon, welcome back.
It is I. Thank you.
And Brandon, would you help me out in bringing up the next round games?
Yeah, you know what? We need to. Yeah, I know. We need to go to this view for a second and jibber jabber for a minute.
So that was 3 rounds, 21 players, and I didn't notice anybody making a big move this round. This feels a lot like the early round at Weaselmoot, where I think everybody's expecting, hey, we've got a top board. I'm going to build some relationships. I will have other opportunities coming up in future rounds. I know several of these players are registered for some of the later rounds, and I think maybe it's about managing reputation and not making the stab until it's necessary or something like that. What do you think, Doug?
In Carnage scoring system, you are so strongly rewarded for topping the board that if you have an opportunity to top the board, I really think that you should strive to take advantage of that. I mean, look, diplomacy is a game, it's a tournament, right? And there are benefits to the long haul of not doing that. But if your goal is to win the tournament or to make the top board, in Carnage, getting a board top is so much more valuable than a split. It's just outside of sort of the realm of justification that I would have for not taking a swing for that. I know that, people want to do that, but I do not want to share a board top in that instance. And I am really trying to figure out how I can get that extra dot to split the 10-10 so that, I've got the top.
It's hard not to smile at this moment because I've only played in one Carnage, and it was in 2017, and I came in second by 500 points, which under Carnage is a split board top. So I split a board top in my second round game, and it was, I have to say, it was a sort of miraculous split board top. I really had, it was one of the better games I've ever played. I should not have gotten into that split board top at all, but I could have done something really nefarious and gotten that extra 500 points. And then I would have won on center count, the tiebreaker. I would have won it was a DipCon that year too, so I would have been a DipCon champion. And instead, I was beaten by one of the most dastardly players that has ever played the game of diplomacy. And he's below me on this podcast, Doug.
I remember that tournament well. And I remember us discussing that, afterwards. And I also did something in that tournament that nobody thought was possible. I was able to persuade Kevin O'Kelly to turn on somebody after he'd been in a strong alliance, and everyone was shocked that happened. And
wait. I have to just from personal. I have to correct that a little bit because the person that he turned on was Brian Sheldon, and the only miracle I think in that storyline is that they had allied in the first place.
Yeah, that it did not happen sooner. So
all
right.
But I do want to add one thing though, really quickly about Carnage scoring here. Is that I think Doug, you'd agree with me that it's not that that topping is so valuable. It's that not topping is so unvaluable. Topping is not, the board top doesn't get that many more points than second. It's just that if you don't top, it's so hard to make up ground. In fact, you can't make up ground. If the person that is ahead of you keeps topping, you have no chance of making up ground, whereas you can in other scoring systems.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. So if you have a solos up here, in order to catch a solo in Carnage, you need to solo. If you have a board top here, in order to catch somebody that has a board top, you need a board top unless they fall. And the only thing that you can control, I mean, there's so much you can't control in diplomacy, but when you have the opportunity to get a board top, it elevates your potential score so much more that you just need to go for it.
Yeah.
Brian, I think we should have a quick peek at the standings and then look at the top participants, because this player group is a little bit different from round
absolutely.
one.
So we'll bring up our current standings. So Carnage.
No. Bad. This is what we want.
Sorry.
This is the top 10 going into round one, or after round one here. And so Liam Stokes is he's the only one who topped his board alone, and so he has a slight edge over Andre, Bill, Jackson, and Zach. And this is exactly what we were talking about. That if all the rounds were just Carnage, Andre, Bill, and Jackson and Zach couldn't catch up if Liam keeps topping.
Do you think that the fact that there's 2 scoring systems for different rounds is impacting people's play potentially?
I will see in round 2 and 3. That will be really interesting. I don't think I wouldn't think that it impacted their play here, just because it has to be so far off the radar for these players at this point. They're just trying to get a good result in round 1. But maybe after seeing how the round 2 results play out and seeing how some players, might get significantly more than 25 points, that could conceivably affect how the round 3 games go, which is Carnage scoring still.
It's going to be fun to watch. That is for sure. So, all right, we will go ahead and show our top 10 participants for round 2 of Carnage. We have a different group of players playing. We are joined by the DBNI leader, John Anderson. Anyone who has been watching our streams know that John has not just been succeeding, but dominating the league and the DBNI games this year. His performance has been impressive, and to me, what is most impressive about it is he's done it in such an unassuming way that people are still wanting to work with him despite the constant winning, which is a huge achievement. I've seen a lot of players have success that then get that yellow jersey, they get that target on their back, and they are not able to play from the lead. And John has just done a great job. He got the lead a couple weeks ago, and he has just been chugging right along, and people are still working with him. So be curious to see if that lasts.
It's crazy. I mean, look at his stats here. He's played 10 boards. This encompasses only the tournaments that we've covered so far this year. So of the 10 boards he's played in those tournaments, he's topped 5 of them, at least shared the top in 5 of them. That's great. That's really, really good. And his performance in the VDL games is even better. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrei Gribikov, we saw him earlier. He continues to have success. Bill Hackenbreck, we saw earlier. Maxim Popov, we saw earlier. Peter McNamara. Peter came in second at Weaselmoot. He was first going into the top board, widely regarded as one of the best players in the hobby right now, one of the lead players out of Australia. Happy to see him playing tonight. Karthik Konath, Nicholas Sahuge, Jason Massbaum, Brad Blistein, and Craig Mayer. It's interesting to note, I know Brad has won Carnage at least once. I think he may have won twice. This is a tournament he tends to do very well at, so I'm curious to see if that continues at this event. So great group of players, and let's go watch some games. For round 2, board 1 in Austria, we have Farron Jane, England, Peter McNamara, France, Craig Mayer, Germany, Stephen Hogue, Italy, JJ Raymond, Russia, Tim Jones, and in Turkey, we have Chris Campbell. Lots of players that are... Peter's probably safe for his DBNI ranking, barring something unexpected. Craig and Stephen, they're definitely going to be hungry for some points to make sure they're securing their position. So, Brandon, we will bring this up, and if you can help bring that clock over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for some reason, it does not let me switch screens. And Brandon, you are on the clock.
All right, this game is relatively straightforward as it works out. I'm going to give away the punchline right here and tell you that Farron is the one who comes out of this ocean of sharks. She does a magnificent job of working the East. So, well, I'll tell you how things shake out here initially. It looks like, first of all, she gets the jump on Tim Jones and Galicia. Tim Jones, by the way, is a longtime player out of Australia. He's one of the web dips and mods and developers for WebDip. And I met him. He came to Chicago in 2016. I'm losing time by talking about anecdotes. Tim is a very good player. That's all I meant to say. Anyway, Farron gets the jump on him. They apparently agreed to DMZ Galicia. She gets in anyway, but then backtracks. And this is, I think, one moment in which Farron demonstrates a strategic flexibility that serves her really, really well this game. So move ahead into fall of 1902, and you'll see another dose of strategic flexibility here. Farron apparently doesn't do what Tim expected her to do and gets both Romania and Warsaw here. So this is a moment where Farron gets the upper hand on an ally, and this will serve her well as she goes on. What's remarkable here, and really quickly on the West, in the West shakes out into a fairly straightforward alliance. Peter and Craig work together against Stephen, and they eliminate him in short order. So you can move ahead here. Fall of 1904 is the next moment to look at. So one of the things that's remarkable here, as we see 1903 pass, is that Tim does not react really badly to Farron's stab of him. This is, I think, one of the key aspects of this game, that Farron manages to keep Tim on side and gets him to convoy her into Constantinople to help take out Turkey. This is the crucial thing as far as the relationship in the East goes. The second part of this is that Farron keeps Italy on side. And as Craig moves into the Mediterranean, Italy is forced to fight Craig instead of holding back Farron. So you can move ahead now. What you see, and you can just keep moving ahead with the turns here. What you see here is that the West, the EF, works out in such a way that they force Russia to stay pinned down. Excuse me, stop right here. Russia stays alive in 1905 in Belgium, which is truly delightful. Germany stays alive in London. I'm going to run out of time while I'm coughing. Excuse me. Let's skip to the end of the game here. Fall of 1907. This is where Farron wins this game. Coming into this moment, she is behind. So Peter and Craig in England and France are both on 9. Farron is on 8. But what they and then there's a mad scramble. So we should say that the games end in 1907. There's a mad scramble for dots in the end, and Craig and Peter in England and France turn on each other while Farron mops up, picking up 4 dots in 1907 to go from 8 to 12. Peter ends up getting 1, netting 1 off of Craig to go to 10, which gets him a little bit of the share of the points in Bangkok. But what has happened here is that first of all, Farron has navigated she's made several tactical guesses that worked out really well. Navigated the strategic situation in the East by keeping both her allies and her opponents on her side, while E and F in the West keep any possibility of holding her back at bay by fighting the people who could be helping them against her. So I think they did not realize how strong her position had become as the game was going on, maybe distracted by the center count.
Doug, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I thought that was a great summary, Brandon. That early move where she gets Romania and Warsaw was so important for the long-term game. And the other thing that you touched on that I thought was really decisive against Peter and Craig was losing Belgium and London in a time-limited game to the powers that they're trying to eliminate to top this board. Just put them so far behind the curve. And Farron's play was so strong in the East, and the flexibility that was displayed and the opportunity at the end was really strong. And I also want to single out a really smart tactical play here, which was propping Italy up, giving Trieste over, knowing that, you could retake that again. I think that this was a really, really well-played game here by Farron.
Yeah, and I think the thing that surprised me, Farron is a relative unknown. I think Farron played in Tempest, but we're still learning about their abilities here. And apart from the really strong play on that side of the board, I was just surprised that Peter and Craig sort of kept in the same direction, which was clearly going to help Austria. That 2 players of their caliber didn't recognize that and shift directions in some way.
It may have been that they were just kind of keeping an eye on each other, and they know that they're both good players. They both had a presence in these tournaments online, and maybe they just felt like, well, we got to keep this between us here, and you never know how that works out sometimes.
Yeah, it could be a situation where they both think that if they fight each other, Austria wins, even if it's the case that if they don't fight each other, Austria wins, right?
Right.
Just the particular balance on the board.
Yeah, Brandon, 1907 is a kind of an awkward year to end games of diplomacy, but we've got a lot of experience with that. In the Chicago hobby, we play monthly games that are time limited and usually go around 1907. And yeah, that last second grab that we saw at the end is very typical, but it does create an interesting dynamic where you're always questioning, like, does it make more sense for me to go against my ally and knowing that the opposite theater may grow as a result of that? And it's a tough choice that's created by the time limit. And I think if Farron doesn't make some good guesses here at the end, it might have paid off for the West. So.
Yeah, fall of 1907. In fact, she makes a good guess against Italy here. It wasn't guaranteed that she would pick one up off of Italy, but does.
Sometimes that's what happens, and I do want to flag for future rounds here, for future boards. Europeans play a lot of C Diplo, or this kind of time limited game where you end at a certain year. And most of the American hobby does not play this well. So I'll be curious to see if that impacts people's play as well.
Yeah, I'll add one thing. So Brian and I do have a lot of experience with time-limited games where you have a rough idea going into 1905 whether you're going to get to 1907 or not, but it's not guaranteed. The thing that we learned that I think players who don't normally play time or year limited games may not realize is that it's not just about the last year. You have to set yourself up for the grab in the last year. So you have to be thinking at least 2 years ahead of time.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Doug, thank you. We're going to go ahead and bid you farewell for now, and we will bring on, I believe, Siobhan. Siobhan, welcome back.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
All
Siobhan.
right. You ready to do this again?
Yes, I love this game, so I'm excited to get into it.
All right.
Maybe you'll observe the timer better than I did.
I've got a lot to talk about with this one, so we'll see.
Okay, great.
Carnage 2020, round 2, board 2. In Austria, we have Brad Blitzstein, England, Karthik Konath, France, Mario Huis, Germany, Liam Stokes, Italy, Michael Lotfi, Russia, Ed Sullivan, and Turkey, Morgante Pell. Oh my God, I love this board already.
It's so much fun, you guys.
All right, well, let's get right to it. I say that as I miss my click.
We're having battles over the. Here we go.
There we go.
All right, it's all yours.
Okay, so Siobhan, you are almost. There we go. You are on the clock.
Alrighty, so as we move through 1901, there's not a ton to talk about. A lot of sort of expected things happen. We see the Sunstorm opening from Turkey. As we move into fall, though, if I'm in the West, I'm looking at those Turkish moves and I'm getting a little concerned. And as we push into what is possibly my favorite season of the game, spring of '02, you see a lot of stuff happening. And that's really where we see the RT form up. And meanwhile, the West is in absolute chaos. France is going to the MAO, England is going to the Channel, Germany is going to the Helgoland Bight, Italy has decided that, oh, I took a dot off Austria and Trieste, but I'm losing it, let me push west. And the RT's got to be looking at this moment and just salivating. So as we push forward through the game, fall of '02, the RT just chugs along, continues, nothing really in their way. I might take us all the way forward into spring of '04. And this is a thing where when you start an alliance very, very early and you decide we are going to do this, there are moments that a lot of players get really nervous about, but are very, very important for alliances. So you see where the Russian fleet moves to Bulgaria. Turkey's looking at that. He let it happen. It's absolutely happening. And Brandon, can you tell me why before we see the move?
I'm sorry. Why? What is happening?
Oh, why Romania went to Bulgaria. I'm on the clock. Because they want to piff that fleet. That fleet is useless to them. So we move forward. This is just a fantastic alliance, and the West is still in chaos. They never really get their act together. And, there's a lot of moments where I can go back and look at specific moves and give advice, but I'm not going to dig too far into that today. So as we push, fall of '05, what starts to happen is you see Germany start to help the RT. in small ways at first. But as we continue through, Germany is having so many problems. I think England and France are trying to work together. But, at this point, it's too late. The juggernaut is coming, and it's just a matter of which one of them has the chance between Russia and Turkey to take the board top from the other, and if they even need to fight to do it. Again, here you see Serbia went into Budapest. Absolutely, that was planned so that Turkey didn't have to pull a unit here. Russia could afford to give him that dot. And as we push forward, Turkey has bigger problems than Russia does. And, the game ends in 07, and Russia was able to take the board top at what I believe was a 10-8. And Germany lives. Turkey didn't even bother to take Vienna off of him. And so, well done, everyone. Liam, you had a terrible choice to make, but I like what you did here.
I just want to say how delightful it is for Germany to survive on one dot, which is for which the unit is a fleet in where it ends up in Irish, right? I reveal this. I think they pull. They pulled north. Okay.
Sea.
Right. So it's the dot is Vienna. It's not even one of their home dots. And the unit is a fleet on the other side of the board. That's just really fun.
It's beautiful, really.
There's a couple things about this game. First of all, it's just that Ed Sullivan tops board on his own, right? Like, so Ed is an unapologetic, simple alliance player. He has said the quote, "I don't have the killer instinct of a champion." And he said it with pride, right? So I'm just really happy for him that he actually topped this board alone. 12-10, I think is a really nice it's a really nice score for Bangkok. At the minute we can flip to the end and see what it is. What's impressive here for Ed's point of view, maybe not necessarily from ours, is that he managed this without stabbing his ally. In fact, he did the nicest thing he could do, which is allow his fleet to be disbanded. So he left himself open.
Disbanded. He gave away Budapest later in the game.
Yeah.
He was through and through an alliance player from the very beginning. So this does not mess with his reputation or what he said about himself. It's just that the board tipped in his favor.
Yeah. There's a couple of things that are weird on the last turn. Like, if we can just go there and have a look, fall of 1907. And I don't know how much this has to do with Bangkok scoring or not. But so first of all, Turkey has an option here with Budapest, whether to take Vienna or whether to take Romania. If they take Vienna, then Liam is likely eliminated. And Liam, there is a small survival bonus. It's about 3 points before the normalization. And I think that works out to just like 4 or 5 points post-elimination. But the post normalization. But the thing about Bangkok is that it's not fixed total. So there's no Morgante and Turkey wouldn't gain anything by eliminating Liam. It would just hurt Liam. Mm-hmm. So I presume that's why Morgante decides to take Romania here. Also gets Morgante a few more of the sharing points because Morgante ends up within 2 of the board topper, whereas 3 behind would not. It would have been 4 because Ed would have been at the 13. The other thing that's weird about this turn, though, is that Michael Lotfi in Italy, after all of this we just said about, go back to fall of 1907. After all this we just said about how survival matters, he just walks out of Tunis and gives up his survival bonus. Didn't need to. I
actually missed that entirely. Yeah.
Yeah. Morgante, another quick tip here, a little tactical error. You definitely should have had Naples here. And maybe that was part of an alliance agreement. I don't know, but there's no reason to hold Ionian. Use it in some way to get yourself a dot. I think you could have guaranteed either Rome or Naples here. So I don't know. It's a little confusing. We don't know about the behind the scenes negotiation, but those are the things that the gaps that I wanted to
imagine that was an alliance agreement that they said to themselves, look at the scoring system. You mentioned the 2-point spread between them. But the game's about to end. You all know it is. I don't see myself not taking Naples here.
They would have shared the board top if they had done it. It's as simple as that.
I think the one thing that I really enjoyed is it's good to see an old school juggernaut. Don't see that very often. In fact, I was listening to the diplomacy briefing podcast today, and they were talking about the Juggernaut, how it's an effective alliance, but it's an easy one to see, which allows the rest of the board to kind of react to it and stop it. The West did not react in this game. And then I also really liked, hey, we had our You Made Chicago Proud with the Sunstrom opening, which then turned into a Juggernaut. And that is something in Chicago we have seen fairly frequently. I wouldn't say commonly, but good, I don't know, quarter of the time, Russia and Turkey are able to pull this position into something useful. But a lot of it just depends. You need some chaos in the West to make that work. So.
Yeah, I like to make this point every time this comes up, because it's seen as such a nuclear option outside of Chicago. But for us, it's not necessarily anti-Russian.
Yeah, and it may not be the most efficient way to do it, but if you're going to Juggernaut, it's not a horrible way to go about doing it. Okay, so next we will bring up our round 2 board 3, and Brandon, we're going to say goodbye to you, and we are going to welcome Adam. Adam, welcome back to the stream.
Good to be here, and very excited to cover this board, which is the kind of board when it's announced in person, everybody laughs and cheers and screams and thanks goodness they weren't on it, unless they, except for those who are.
I cannot wait to watch this board. In Austria, we have Evan Swihart. England, Randy Lawrence Hurt, frequent DBN commentator. France, we have Chris Brand, world champion and frequent DBN commentator. Germany, we have Jason Massbaum. Italy, Jackson Roberts. Russia, we have Adam Siegel. And in Turkey, we have Bill Hackenbrack, who runs the Liberty Cup and has also been a commentator on DBN a few times.
And I'll just point out, since we haven't seen him much on these broadcasts, Adam Siegel is really a world-class player. I don't think he has a world championship under his belt, but he's played on a lot of world top boards. He is just an outstanding player, and always a pleasure to play with and to have participate in these things.
Absolutely. I've been playing with Adam for years, and interesting tidbit, both Adam Siegel and Bill Hackenbracht were on the top board in 2018 together.
Nice. I did not know that one. All right. So we'll go ahead and get to it.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best to get through this one in 3 minutes. In a game with such high caliber players as this one, we're gonna find that it's incredibly dynamic, and there's a constant shifting of momentum and of power. Unlike most of the other games we've seen. So let's just start from the top. And the really interesting thing at the beginning of this game is that German move to Tyrolia, really unusual. And he actually ends up there, which is also sort of fascinating and an interesting dilemma for the player. And so as we go into the fall, what's really interesting is that Italy forgoes Tunis in order to get that momentum moving into the Aegean. So clearly an agreed upon move to Trieste, what's a sort of a pseudo self bounce in Vienna to make sure that Germany doesn't take it. Based on the move back to Munich, maybe Germany didn't expect to go there, or was just covering themselves from France. So as we move forward into 1902 and into the fall, we see what's very clearly an AIR versus Turkey. And so Bill is going to get the short end of this and be played for an early exit, just under insurmountable efforts by the other players around him. In the West, it's really interesting because we're seeing, again, the beginnings of some dynamics with the French start making a move against Italy, while the Germans really are not, the French making a move against England, while the Germans are really more focused up against the Russians in the north, but not really making progress there. As this continues in spring 1903, this really turns into what looked like France attacking England into what is actually a pile-on against Germany. We can see that the English are going down into Denmark and Skag. Even the Austrians are trying for a piece of this by going into Bohemia and making a pot shot on Munich in the fall. But what's really meaningful in this fall 1903 is that we actually, can we go back? Go back to fall 1903. I think what's really meaningful here is that we actually see what looks like an Italian stab on the Austrian, and this is really going to have an impact on this game. And in fact, this may be developing into what is an Italian-Russian alliance against Austria. So pushing ahead through 1904 into early 1905. That's in fact what appears to be playing out here, while the French are continuing to make a press against Germany with English help. In 1905, we see the continuing Italy making their move against Russia, with the help of the remaining Austrian unit. And we see France now actually making their move against England, probably knowing that the English army is getting convoyed away, so a free walk into Liverpool come the fall. This basically continues through the fall. As we get into 1906, we're continuing to see Russians continuing to fight Italy. But Italy is starting to make a move west and really doesn't make that commitment against Russia, really pushing their fleets in the opposite direction to get some play against France. This is going to let Adam and Russia really get some more play, and work with the Austrians to knock the Italians down. Really making this a more dynamic game. And if you look at the center count at this point in the game, we had Italy up at 10, and we're really playing a game to knock Italy down so that other players have a chance in this. And so we can see Italy going from 10 down to 9. Now we're sort of seeing France and Russia both trying to make their play in this last game year, to top the board. France really doesn't have any momentum or doesn't have the position to be successful against the English. In fact, the English are going to take Kiel off of France. Russia is continuing to try to make some inroads against Italy in 1907. And then finally, the game is going to end by forced draw at the end of 1907. And I think that the final count, can you go forward for me, Brian? The final count does put Adam and Russia on top, eking it out against the Italians, and England, who was making a late push as well. So just a hugely dynamic game, and I think that this is a typical type of game for what I've seen from many games played with Adam Siegel, where he's really able to drive the momentum in his direction as the game goes on. A really out of the gate strong start for Italy, and actually a reasonably strong finish for Italy as well, but unable to keep that momentum going as the tide sort of, getting ahead in a game where there's a lot of balance, really about forcing that late game momentum was critical, and Adam was really able to do that very effectively here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you hit most of the main points here. Adam Siegel is a top-notch player. We haven't seen his name around a lot lately, because he's just been too busy with other things in life. And it's so great to see him back. Welcome back, Siegel. Still hate playing on boards with you. We've been playing this game together since I was 14 years old, and there's a lot of animosity over those years. But the moment that I really want to stick on is in 1906, when Italy makes that stab. And Adam, you touched on this, is the lack of the commitment to it. And I don't know if that was...
The first stab was spring 1905, actually.
Was it 1905? Okay.
Let's see 1905 really quick. I think that's what I have in my notes. Let's take a quick...
okay. Actually, you're right. It is 1905.
Yeah.
So this moment where you stab, and sometimes players pull back because they make the stab and then they get nervous because someone is upset with them or whatever the situation is happening. But Adam Siegel is masterful at coming to you and saying, hey, okay, you did this, but really there's more in the West for you. You should take that. You should go there. And I don't know if that's what happened here, but I really think that for Italy, if they had committed to it, they probably would have wound up with the board top.
Yeah, and I'll also point out, look at the degree of equivocating. We have Rome to Naples and Tunis holds, right?
Mm-hmm.
So actually, nothing is following up into the Ionian Sea. So you don't even have that option to be sending another fleet over to the Eastern Med to really shore up that position in Turkey right here, right? You're really not giving yourself a lot of optionality for what to do. This is really saying, well, maybe I'm going to send something against France, or maybe I'm going to continue going to the east. And I think that really hurts Jackson here. And I actually think that the decision to commit fleets west may have also been a mistake, because it was not really going to be very productive. And Chris really was not a terrible threat. And I can understand maybe not wanting to leave everything empty here, but a move for Rome to Tyrrhenian, Tunis to Ionian here, even if Chris does drop into some of those nomads lands, well, you're not in any worse position to defend than you are from this in Naples and Tunis, is the reality.
I think you're in a better position to defend and you commit to the attack in the east, and Jackson, we're saying a lot of this here. You were in a really, really difficult position here, definitely between a rock and a hard place, with Chris Brand on one side and Adam Siegel on the other. And you're looking at that saying, I have to make a choice to attack one of these players. I don't like making that decision, and I've played with these players for a long time.
Yeah. And I think the other option here would have been to just say, you know what, I'm just going to go west against Chris. And actually, that may not have been a terrible choice either. If you look at Adam's moves, he was not particularly setting up to immediately do anything aggressive against Italy. I think in the long run, if Italy's sitting there with just some units hanging out in Trieste and Serbia, it's going to be hard for Adam not to take the temptation to take those. But in the short term, I mean, that would have been an okay decision. But the equivocating, I think, is really what hurt Jackson here.
Exactly.
Absolutely love this game. This is the exact style that's my favorite to play. Lots of back and forth, very dynamic. I think this is a good representation of what Brandon was speaking to early about you kind of need in a time limited game to have a good understanding of where you're going to end the game, how you're going to end it. And Evan could have pushed this way or that way, France or Russia, but by not committing to either, ended up with this result. And shout out to Evan, where he's at one center here, and at the end of the game, we see him at I believe 4.
Hands up to that. That's right. Yep.
That was a fantastic result, and I was happy to see it. And, a small shout out to Jason Massbaum, who had so many problems throughout so much of this game and managed to survive against Chris Brand and Randy Lawrence hurt. So I'll give you credit for that. I think the real winner of this game may have been Bill Hackenbracht in Turkey, just getting killed early and getting to go to sleep.
Or all of us for getting to watch a really fun game. All right, Siobhan, thank you. We will say farewell, and we will add Doug Moore back to the stream. Doug, welcome back. Doug, you are on mute.
I was indeed.
Let's go ahead and look at round 2, board 3. Round 2, board 4. We have in Austria, Ben Kellman. In England, John Anderson. France, Matthew Krull. Germany, we have Michael Desmichel. Italy, we have Dave Roberts. Russia, we have Kirk Vaughn. And in Turkey, we have Nicola Sahugay. Another really fun board. Good group of players. Let's go ahead and get quickly to the moves. We went a little long on the last segment. And let's start in spring of 1901. Doug, you are on the clock.
All right. So my theme in this game and I'll flag this when it gets here, is if you're Germany, you got to commit, especially in a time limited game. And I think that has a lot of impact on what happens over the course of this game. That said, there's a lot of really interesting stuff. This was an exciting game to watch. So for me in 01, the instant flag is there's no bounce in the Black Sea. We're going to Smyrna. Turkey's going after Russia. That's kind of, that's always good to see. We've got the England going to the Channel. But I can just give you guys some cliff notes. We don't even need to go to follow 2. He instead, sends support to get to Belgium instead. So I kind of want to just quickly go, here into 02. We've got no love in the West. If you kind of leave the moves up for a second here in the spring of 02, we got no real love in the West. France is moving north. They did not enjoy the fact that England went to the Channel. That's pretty clear from that. Germany is doing some maneuvering. Maybe we have an FG here. It's hard to see. And then let's skip ahead to winter of 02. And for me, when I'm looking at what's kind of happening here with this poll, I'm looking at, we've got an air. We've got Austria, Italy, and Russia coming in to take down Turkey. So that's, the taking of Trieste and all of that seems like it may very well have been planned here. Now, this is the big reveal here in into spring and fall of 03 for me, which is we've got France continuing to push up north, Russia swinging down south. But take a look at what Italy is doing here. You know, you've got going to the Tyrrhenian Sea. That's interesting. We've got a bounce in Tyrolia. Let's look at the fall. France completely switches direction here and moves south. And, you know, that's, I don't know if Matthew sniffed this out from Dave or where this came from, but this was a really critical moment in this game. So, you know, EFG made nice, which is important. Let's go ahead and skip ahead to fall of 04. This is the next big break point in this game. Trying to summarize this game in 3 minutes is really hard because there was a lot of stuff happening here. You know, this is where England stabs Germany for Denmark, and Austria just executes a mammoth stab here on Russia. So, I mean, that was like, wow, that was huge. So simultaneously taking down Turkey. And that's really, at this point, the next interesting thing is after this stab by England, Germany helps Austria for the rest of the game. So England and France have to work together, and we could skip ahead to fall of 06 to see that. You know, that one dot stab was really costly for EF because now Austria has like tons and tons of room to grow. Italy and Austria, as we go forward into spring of 08, there's not much to see here other than Austria just continuing to boom, boom, boom. But in spring of 08, we've got some dot swapping between Italy and Austria. There's a lot of good tactical play, both by Dave and Matthew in the south over taking Marseille and going back and forth. A valiant defense by England and France. And finally, you know, it was called for Austria with just a mammoth result of 12 in a time-limited game of 07, just really driven forward by that mammoth stab. And if you want to rewind back to the turn, there's a turn in 03 or 04 where Germany just holds in place and rotates to make a move against, it's right here, spring of 03, because they're going to make a move against England. But like, you can't hold in place for an entire turn. So it's in there. I don't remember which season it was. But you can't just like rotate your units like that. You really need to just figure out how you're going to do that, because in a time limited game, that's just, it's too dangerous to do that. So yeah, that's my summary, but obviously the Austrian stab just was mammoth and drove this game forward in a big way. Nicely executed.
Can we go back to that? I don't remember which year it was, because I actually have some post-game comments from the Russian player about this.
Yeah, fall of 04 is when the stab is executed.
So this is really interesting because we actually heard a little bit from the Russian player on this turn that Russia was having some conversations with Italy and saying, "Hey, I'm a little bit worried about this," and the Italian said, "No, I've played with Ben many times before. He doesn't play like that. He's stuck with us. He's not going to stab you. Don't worry about it." And apparently Italy was also kind of surprised as Russia was when this actually happened. And the other interesting thing, Doug, that you pointed out at this turn was that England also stabbed Germany for Denmark here. And according to the Russian player, this also had a big impact on the rest of the game because this really put Germany in a mood for vengeance and led to Germany really working with the Austrian and helping the Austrian top the board and just throwing everything to hurt England for the rest of the game.
You know, we talked about John and his, abilities, and we've seen him in other tournaments. He's a great player. This is one time where his very smooth talking diplomacy did not work out for him, clearly, because he was not able to repair that relationship.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely think that's the best stab we've seen so far. Very, very impressive there. And another really fun game. All right, Adam, we will say farewell to you, and we will welcome back onto the stream Brandon.
Hey, guys.
Brandon, welcome back.
It's me.
All right, so let's go through what is our final game for On the Clock. We are looking at round 2, board 5. In Austria, we have Scott Richards, England, Lim Sindul France, we have Maxim Popov. Germany, Jonathan Frank. Italy, Andrei Gribakov. Russia, Andrei Janiko. Turkey, Richard Lauenberg. Another good group of players. A couple new ones. I'm really excited to see Scott and Lim, see how they play. And then good matchup between Andre Maxim, who we've seen a couple times, and Richard. It's good to see him back.
By the way, I talked to Andre Janeko from Portugal and tried to get his pronunciation of his last name, and that is definitely not correct.
Okay.
But I tried my best like 3 times. So we'll keep working on it, Andre.
Andre, we will get there. I do believe that pronunciation of names is important. All right, so we will bring up round 2, board 5, and reveal our first turn. And Brandon, you are on the clock.
All right, so the story of this game really is Andrei Gribakov to me, so I'll spoil this part. Andre does not top this board, but Andre has a big hand in determining how this game goes. So push forward here into the next into spring of 1902. What you see looks like a relatively it's a very friendly in the West. Everything gets DMZ'd that needs to get DMZ'd. Fall of 1902 is where and in the East seems relatively straightforward as well until the fall of 1902. And here you get, so push ahead to the fall of 1902, would you? Here you get a big turnabout. Italy moves into Trieste and supports Turkey into Greece. And in the West, you also have a turnabout. You have France moving into the Irish Sea and taking Belgium. So if there was supposed to be a Western triple, it was not after this turn. I believe Holland supports Burgundy into Belgium here. Can you show us? So it does. And so what you have here is suddenly a crystallization of the alliance structure. You've got FG in the West, and you've got an RIT in the East. So push forward, head now. What you have the problem here is that Turkey built a fleet, right? So Italy should be worried here, and you can just keep pushing ahead. You have Austria doing the thing that Austria should do in this case, which is to go full suicide and just try to screw over the Italy that stabbed you, and it works. And what you have here is an unsurprising RT that develops. In 1904, we get some strife between France and Germany all of a sudden. Turkey and Russia sort of make slow and steady progress. And so the question sort of becomes, and I'll tell you this, Russia and Turkey, neither of them top the board here. And the question sort of becomes, well, why not? And the answer is going to be Italy. France and Germany fight relatively to a stalemate. And in the final, at the beginning of the final year, so just skip ahead here. So at the start of 1907, which again is the final year, we have got Maxim in France at 9 and Russia and Turkey at 8. And Russia and Turkey both have a chance to top this board. So why don't they? And the answer is Italy. Fall of 1907, Italy makes sure that Turkey, who does get a jump on Russia, but only gets 1 dot out of it. Italy makes sure that Turkey doesn't benefit from it by losing Venice, while allowing France to get both Rome and Naples, which, despite the loss of Belgium to Germany, allows France to take the board top. So Maxim, this is a game of shifting alliances that Maxim that doesn't really get actually as messy as you would think, given that. But Maxim navigates it well, and ultimately gets the key kingmaker on his side, which is Andrei Gribakov in Italy.
I want to build on that and talk about Maxim's play here for a little while. If you were going through very rapidly, you're not seeing probably how tense Maxim's position was at certain points. If he does not play a strong, solid tactical game in France, he could be in real trouble in several different points. But, Maxim has the confidence here, and I thought played a really strong game, at least just from the external tactical, because he knows that it's clear that Andre has gone to him and say, hey, come south, and I am not letting Turkey out. You can come take my dots. And Maxim is willing to play at a disadvantage against a vengeful Germany and England to go get those Italian dots and play on the defensive. This was really, really good play. by Maxim over here as well.
Yeah, thanks. I may be shortchanging Maxim by focusing on Andre, but yeah, Maxim played a fantastic game here.
Yeah, I like this move in particular. I mean, just pushing into north. Once you get a North Sea as any power besides England, that gives you so much power. You can retreat to so many different centers and just can control things. I feel like that is what, from my perspective, gave him the freedom and flexibility to go play in the south. So smart play there.
The other thing, if you go back to follow 5 right there, look at the spring. I'm sorry, spring 06. Apologies. It's you've got this, like, look at all those like Russian and Turkish units just like concentrated right there. If I know that that Russia doesn't want to fight Germany because Germany's fighting France and all this stuff, but if you are Andre in this situation and you're trying to top this board, you're still in this game. You are leading. Who's your enemy and how are you growing? Because right now I think Andre is letting everyone else grow, not necessarily to Andre's benefit. And so I think in this situation, with Turkey going this way, you got to swing at Germany and you need to be popping up to Silesia and Bohemia and hoping and trusting that, your alliance with Turkey is going to stay strong. Or, you're probably not going to top this board because 8's not going to be enough when you're fighting in Sweden.
And let me just suggest an alternative here is slip into the Black Sea and get the jump on Turkey, right? So maybe give up some of your position in the West. Probably Vienna is going to go there, but solidify your position around the Black Sea and maybe pick up some dots there.
Could work as well. I mean, either way, I like the flexibility of the position, and you articulated that well.
Yeah, Andrei Janeko here in Russia did a great job of keeping the units behind here to sort of keep the option open of the stab. It is hard to stab a game-long ally. It really is. But, this game is set up for that to be, in some situations, an effective thing to do.
All right. Well, Brandon, would you mind bringing up our standings after round 2?
All right. We got a sneak preview of these earlier. Here is where they stand now. I'll let you call them out.
Okay. Yeah. Carnage 2020 top 10 after round 2 going into round 3. First place, we have Ben Kelman. Second place, Ed Sullivan. Third place, Farron Jane. Fourth place, Jackson Roberts. Fifth place, Maxim Popoff. Sixth place, Morgante Pell, and seventh place, Richard Lauenberg. That's our top 7. And if this tournament were to end right now, Richard would qualify for the top board. Craig, Liam, and Andre would be the odd people out. Any thoughts or comments on the game so far from either of you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are all 5 of those in the top from 1 through 5? Are they all board toppers from round 2?
I think Ben topped in round 1, I think.
Huh.
Have to go back. I don't remember.
Yeah,
I'd have to go back.
Yeah. So I'm going to bring Adam and Siobhan back on real quick, and we'll just talk through the games that we saw. And whoops, there we go. Welcome back, Adam and Siobhan. Let's just talk about what we've seen so far, and then we'll get set up for our traditional coverage of the games that are happening right now. Brandon, you want to lead us off? What are your thoughts of the tournament so far?
There has been sort of a mixture of alliance play and a simple alliance play, what I would call, and sort of strategically fluid play. And the strategically fluid play has been more interesting for us, potentially more effective as well. I think, we saw Ed Sullivan convert a sort of straightforward, simple alliance play into a nice board top. But just glancing at the scores, I actually do think that the Bangkok scoring gives an advantage for the people who've topped there. Those scores, I saw some scores in the 40s, and those are definitely going to give people an advantage. Now, that doesn't mean that the Carnage topping isn't valuable. It certainly is, but maybe as a second score rather than as a first score.
Yeah, I think that's probably right, Brandon. I think part of the reason is the differentiation between different results in Carnage is probably a little bit narrower than it is in the Bangkok system. And I just want to hit on your point about the games, some being very alliance centric and some being more dynamic in style. And I think that's absolutely right. I think that there's been a huge variation in the games we've seen. And in terms of how they've ended, I'm not sure we've seen a huge benefit one way or the other. Certainly we're seeing this in the games that were more alliance focused, because we've managed to get alliances, pushing together, and often hitting those double-digit dot counts. Now, a lot of those games did end in tied board tops or very close to tied board tops, so we can debate about whether that's a better result for those players. It probably depends on which system they were under and how that played out. But certainly in terms of getting to higher dot counts, the alliance play games certainly are achieving that better than the ones that are constantly shifting and more dynamic play.
The thing that I've seen that is really interesting is actually Carnage's scoring system is a little more forgiving of making mistakes. So if you misorder or if you're a turn slow, you've got more opportunity to recover from that. But in Bangkok, because you have a hard deadline time end, if you don't know what you're going to do and you're sort of like prevaricating or confused or you make a mistake, you're in real trouble. And so it's really going to reward aggressive play with a plan and, executing those plans effectively, but also like maintaining a certain level of flexibility so that if a better opportunity presents itself, that you're willing and able to take advantage.
Absolutely. I agree with everything that's been said here. The games have been really, really interesting. And both the games that I called, just the strong alliance play that came out of the gate that benefited the players who were in it, especially that round 2, board 2 with the Juggernaut. And I'm really excited to see what round 3 has to bring.
I think in the game, to go back to that point about timed games, I think it's really interesting, and we didn't have a chance to really talk about this through the very fast recap of those games. But if you're a mid-center power in a timed game where you're not topping the board, but you're sort of still feeling in play, you get to a point in that game, 1905 or so, where you're saying, I've got to change the dynamic. I need something to happen here, or I don't have a shot. And then you can often get to things happening that maybe wouldn't happen in an untimed game, where somebody's really trying to take a shot, change up the structure of the game a little bit in ways that, maybe are uncomfortable or maybe is not something you would do in a game that doesn't have a deadline. And we didn't get a chance to highlight that, but that's hopefully something we can do in future timed rounds.
Yeah, I wonder in the last game that Brandon and I were doing where Andre made the shift that he made, I wonder if it wasn't because, he wasn't getting really any progress with Austria. And so he's like, well, if you're not going to help me, then I got to try and make something happen. So here I go. And, I think anybody who's played that kind of a game has been in that situation where you're like, look, I want to work with you, but there's nothing here. So if you're not going to give me something positive, then I'm going to go make something else.
Okay, well, Brandon, I am going to drop. I'm going to let you take over as host. Thank you all for participating in On the Clock. That was a lot of fun, and look forward to doing that again for future events. Brandon, thank you, and I'll see you all shortly.
See you, Brian.
All right, thanks, Brian. We'll see you in a bit. All right, I of course was not ready to go with the next round, so give me 1 second if you guys would. Tell me a story while I'm handling this. That would be great.
Well, we can actually go back about, the scoring system. The other thing that we didn't really exactly have time to get into was I also think that the Carnage scoring system, because it's a little bit longer, is likely leading to those tied board tops because the longer you're in an alliance, the harder it is to break. Just sort of psychologically. And I wonder if that's not also having sort of an impact in the game.
I mean, because the games they're just allowed to go longer, which isn't intrinsic to the scoring system. It just so happens here they're allowed to go to 1910 rather than 1907.
Are they cut at the Carnage games cut at 1910 though?
These are, yeah. So rounds 1 and 3. So the round we're about to call is Carnage scoring, and max is 1910. So Bangkok scoring. So we haven't gotten into the details of it, but this is I think everyone here, their first exposure to it. Is it? Were you able to glean anything from the coverage of the last 5 games to make any comments about how it might be affecting play?
it feels a lot like C Diplo European style with the end of the game. Without really examining and having played it, I just think it's making people a little more flexible and aggressive and being. I haven't seen as much balance of power as I would have expected, but that would be one of the other things I would anticipate from that scoring system. But I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, especially with the 1907 end to these games. That balance of power that usually comes with C Diplo. We haven't seen a ton of that. I will say I'm not super familiar with the Bangkok scoring system, and I'm gonna reckon that most of the players who played in that round aren't either. And so I think they're all trying to learn how to maximize this benefit for themselves as well.
Yeah, in fact, the people who might have been most familiar were Peter McNamara and Tim Jones, and both of them fell victim to someone else on the board. So, oh well. Okay, we have got round 3 queued up and ready to go here. So starting off on the first game, I'm going to be hosting here with Doug and Adam. So Siobhan, you get to take a celebration break, and we'll see you in a little bit.
I'll pop the champagne.
All right, gentlemen, are we ready?
Let's do it.
All right, let's give ourselves a little bit of graphical interlude, shall we? And there's always the question here whether I did do it right. Yay. Okay. Round 3, board 1 in Austria. We have Chris Campbell coming to us from Montpelier, Vermont. And we saw him for the first time in, I think in the round that we just covered, round 2. In England, we have Adam Siegel coming to us from New York. As mentioned before, Adam is a longtime face-to-face player, well known to both of you. Adam was actually in the first game I ever played in a tournament that was outside of the local Chicago hobby. And it was an awesome game, and he and I ended up hanging out for like 2 hours after the game, just chatting about it. In France, Randy Lawrence Hurt out of Boston. Randy is a frequent contributor here on DBN. He's also the tournament director of the Boston Massacre, and definitely a big wig in the hobby. In Germany, we have John Anderson, who has that very conspicuous number 1 at the end of the row. John Anderson is lighting the circuit on fire this year, just to put it bluntly. In Italy, we have Ed Sullivan, fresh off of his first ever lone board top, as far as the games we've been covering. Really interested to see how Ed works. It follows that up. In Russia, we have Lei Sarlinen, whose name I'm going to figure out how to pronounce for tomorrow. Lei is one of the tournament directors here. In Turkey, we have Kirk Vaughn, or Lei may just be a game. I'll find out from Maletsky whether Lei is actually considered a tournament director here or not. In Turkey, we have Kirk Vaughn coming to us from Nashville, Tennessee. All right, gentlemen, anything specific jump out at you for this board, or anything you might be looking forward to? Doug, we'll start with you.
This is a great board. I'm excited to watch it and to do some commentary on it. I mean, you talked about Adam. Adam is a really strong player, and I think that he's been around for a long time as well. And, Adam has changed his game a lot over the years, from when he first started to as a middle player. He is very good as a defensive player. He's really strong, he's smart, and he's very tactical. And with Randy next to him, who they actually kind of can play sometimes a very similar game with John. That West, that's going to be fun.
Yeah. Adam.
I would reiterate that, and I think the East is going to be really interesting as well. Chris is a longtime gamer. He's not I've seen him at many face-to-face events. Definitely very experienced player. Ed, obviously, we've seen a lot and has done some great things on the DBN. And Kirk's a newer player, but Kirk has also shown some really a lot of promise in the games I've watched. So this is just a strong board. I'm not familiar with Lei, but this is a strong board. It's going to be fun.
And Kirk was the source of that inside dish you gave in your coverage of the previous game. So he's one who has his ear to the ground and is definitely paying attention to what's important here. One other note here: Adam Siegel has a 7-month-old, and he played in the previous round. So the question will be whether and when fatigue sets in for Adam.
Well,
Randy.
Let me say one thing about Adam is, he has really strong endurance. And so even though he's got a 7-month-old, I've played a lot of long games with Adam over the years. Okay. And, he's got a lot of energy, and I think that he's going to be able to power through that.
I recall a game at a face-to-face whipping tournament where I was a tournament director. This is probably definitely more than 10 years ago, where Adam kept a game, I think, that started around 6:30 going until about 4 a.m. as he ruthlessly pushed for a solo. And I honestly don't remember the outcome, but I do remember as the tournament director and falling asleep in the room before the draw was happening. So I do have very fond memories of that.
Yeah, as the tournament director, you're not supposed to get stabbed.
Yeah.
I think that's almost inevitable, though.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? All right, let's see what Adam has in store for us on this board. By bringing up the map here, we'll dive in here. So I think I'm gonna have to shut that door. I got some barkers. All right, I'm gonna get you guys on some analysis here. So Doug, I think you weren't with us last time when we switched up our method here. We're gonna go with a primary and a secondary analyst for each year. So the primary is going to tell us what's important, and the secondary is supposed to keep themselves to pointing out one other thing they think needs attention. So let's see if we can do that. So Doug, you're on top here. You will be the primary analyst in the odd numbered years, and Adam, you will be in the even numbered years. So Doug, that means that you are up for spring of 1901, and here are the orders. Tell us what you see.
So I'm going to start in the West, and we have a very decisive move by Adam Siegel going to Wales, going to the Channel, absolutely doing the commitment. So that's always exciting. Now, it could be going for Belgium, but with Paris also going to Belgium, I don't know. I also note that Piedmont, that Italy went to Piedmont, which looks like perhaps they were coordinating to go after France. So I've got my eye on what's happening here in the West. In the East, we've got Russia going north to St. Petersburg, which could really damage Adam's opportunity here potentially, because Norway is no longer guaranteed. So we've got a lot of interesting stuff to look at for the fall turn. And I would say over in the Southeast, we've got just more fun as Kirk goes to Armenia. Boy, this is great. This board started out with a bang. Nicely done, everybody, on this game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of games where there's been a lot of successful DMZs. Not here. Adam, tell us what else you want to point out.
Yeah, I would actually just highlight the Austrian moves. The Austrian holds in Trieste, a super conservative play there, and compound that with the move to Galicia and walking in there, really not necessarily what you want to see. I sort of wonder if that was an agreed upon DMZ and he's taking some advantage there, but that combined with the hold in Trieste really may be costly for him.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Austria and Turkey have something going on together, whether the hold in Trieste was actually negotiated or a concession to Turkey. So one quick point before we move on here, this opening to the English Channel like this, we saw this in a game at Tempest where George Zhang and Maxim Popov engineered it, and it ended up being the beginning of the strongest EF like any of us had seen in a long time. So much so that we...
Just to correct, in that case, it was France opening to the Channel and convoying the English army. So we had actually two fleets north and the army to Wales.
Thank you.
France convoyed that army. So it was not quite what we're seeing here.
Yeah, you're totally right. Thank you. That was completely inaccurate to me. Anyway, what I just wanted to say is maybe this will be an entree to an EF.
I would love to know, like, the player that has sort of like the least of all things to worry about right now is John Anderson.
I think Italy's set up okay too, though. Actually, I'd be happy with this opening as Italy, though. We'll see. Yeah.
All right, let's go into fall of 1901, and Doug, tell us what you see.
This is interesting. Lei and Russia didn't go to Sweden. There's a double hold there.
Wow.
Also didn't go to Norway. I'm shocked that this works out for Russia. I mean, it just drew my eye immediately. You had the opportunity there to potentially two builds in the north if Germany's happy with you. At the same time that, you're in a guessing game, you're probably not getting Romania. So Russia's not getting a build out of this. And, Austria and Turkey combined to take the Black Sea and to put Turkey into Romania. This is a dream start for Kirk here, down here in the southeast. Also, we have Ed wandering right into Marseille, ruthlessly annexing that back to the greater Roman Empire. And Adam convoys himself to Belgium to guarantee himself the build. Adam's well positioned here, even though it could look like it's very vulnerable and dicey. Now that Randy has Ed, or France has Italy and Marseille, this is going to be really, really tough for France to get off the mat. And I think that gives Adam a lot of pace and opportunity. And I've played enough with both of them. Adam is a very strong player, particularly when he has somebody wrong-footed. It's going to be very difficult to slow this down if Russia's not going to do anything in the north.
So you're expecting Fleet Liverpool here then, full on?
I don't see why not.
Adam, tell us what else you see.
If you're playing one of the witches, you gotta love it. I mean, how can you not be happy if you're England or Turkey in this position? I think Italy also would be a standout. You've walked into Marseille, you've angered nobody. Turkey's fully engaged with Russia. This is a nice position for Italy as well. So I think those three powers really came out of the early game very, very strong, and it's going to be hard for anybody else. It's going to have to get some change in the momentum early on, or things could go awry for them very quickly.
I think Italy's building an army in Venice, by the way. I think he's going to fling east.
Sorry, I spoiled it for you. But glad we got the prediction in before.
I thought he would do it. Well, that is actually very revealing, because that move to Tyrolean could very easily have been an indicator that they're not working together. But it looks like Ed and Chris in Italy and Austria respectively are working together here.
Yeah, so the build we have here from Ed is Fleet Rome, which is a nice strong signal to Kirk in Turkey that he wants a Kraken, I think is what we were deciding.
But he waived the other one.
Waived it.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Waived. So could have built multiple things. So we see here Ed being really true to himself, as being a super strong alliance player, just really doesn't want to scare anyone. Is this the condition under which an AIT is possible?
We also have the Turkish army build, right? And that's really sending a strong message as well, so that you don't see Fleet Naples, which you could have seen two fleets. We could have seen Rome and Naples, but we only see Rome, which is Italy saying, hey, I'm going to leave Ionian open if you're not coming this way. And Turkey's saying, nope, I'm not coming that way. I got an army. I got no interest in any of this. You stay out of Ionian, I stay out of Ionian, and it's all good. Now the question is, does Austria stay out of Ionian? But Austria doesn't own Greece, so you figure, why am I going to anger Italy by going Ionian when I don't even have Greece yet? So,
and Adam built a fleet in Edinburgh. And so, that doesn't necessarily mean that he can't continue against France, but, maybe he thinks that France is slowed down enough, and maybe it's time to execute a northern attack, because if these guys aren't going to take Sweden, and I can quickly get Norway, Sweden, St. Petersburg, and Denmark, that's a very powerful position if you can execute that as England. So, maybe Randy and Adam here can make something happen. So I'll be interested to see what happens in the spring. This game is really good. A lot of good play and a lot of interesting moves happening here. So, well done, folks, for being entertaining.
Yeah, what's interesting here is just how much was revealed by the builds in 1901 in surprising fashion. And it will be interesting to see if Randy losing Marseille is actually one of the important things that causes Adam to change direction. If losing Marseille ends up being a blessing for Randy. Okay, let us move forward here. Spring of 1902, we will have Adam now being the primary analyst. Tell us what you see, Adam.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what played out here. Adam takes advantage and moves out of the English Channel to make an aggressive move against the Germans here. while Randy is forced to try to get himself into position to retake Marseille. It's not clear that that's actually going to happen because the Germans walk into Burgundy with support of the Italians there. So now Germany is somewhat out of position because they're in Burgundy instead of Ruhr for protecting themselves against Adam. And and the French can't necessarily take back Marseille if Italy defends it. So that's going to be really problematic for everyone excepting Adam, probably. So again, well set up position by Mr. Siegel in the north. We do see Russia this time taking both Sweden and Norway. It will be interesting to see if that is able to stand. I think there's probably a good chance of it given how the other pieces have moved. Of course, in the south, Russia has some significant problems, losing Sev to an army and now having, what's a very clear AT against them. So some challenges there.
Doug?
Yeah, I completely agree. For me here, if I think that is Russia going and grabbing Sweden is great. Those aren't your dots, though, at this point. So you're not defending them. And I think that from a mental standpoint, you're like, well, I've got these dots that I can go grab. But you're losing Sev, and you had to know that you were losing Sev here. And you're in position potentially to lose Warsaw. Rather than like hang out in Finland, why am I not convoying myself to Livonia to defend my homeland here? And I think that, you want to grow, you want to get big, but you're getting crushed under a very interesting Austria, Italy, Turkey alliance, which is clearly in existence here. So, if you're on the outs of that, you need to defend yourself and make yourself useful to England or Germany and not antagonize them. And I think he just put himself in a position where he's, why would you not roll him up? You've got to in order to stop Turkey.
The bounce in Silesia catches my eye here. What is that a surprise to you guys? Adam, start with you.
Yeah, I think. Seeing Austria move there. It makes some sense. It's not entirely clear why Germany. Did Germany catch wind that this was going to happen and decide that they don't want to leave? Some risk at leaving Berlin open or something like that. But yeah, I would say it's a little bit surprising. You'd probably rather. You don't think so, Doug? I see it in your head.
I think that's the self-evident play for Germany right there. If you've got support into Burgundy from Marseille and you have a spare unit, like is Germany in this place, that is exactly the right play to do right there. You get yourself an opportunity to horn in on Russia. I guess that Austria was really trying to deploy to take Warsaw with a supported attack, and maybe they didn't communicate, but I think that's actually a good play for Germany.
I agree. I think it does play out well. It's good that they sniffed it out. Actually, the other thing I think we forgot to mention at the end of 1901 is when was the last time you saw Bulgaria unowned in 1901, right? Pretty unusual.
True. Yeah.
Actually, I could see some scenarios where it ends up being unowned in 1902. I don't think it's going to happen, but there's certainly certain movements where that might happen here.
It's not impossible.
I think it actually does happen relatively frequently when you have the Armenia open. So I guess in Chicago we're used to seeing it more like that. The Turkish army often gets sort of lured into the trap of Romania, and it sort of functions like Belgium does for England in the West. Mm-hmm. But that is not the case here because of a very high functioning AT that is part of what appears to be an AIT, a three-headed monster. Adam, tell us how that three-headed monster does this year.
Yeah, so we can start in the East, and they interestingly make the choice rather than to try to force both Moscow or take one of Moscow or Warsaw, which they could have done by moving Sev to Moscow, Galicia to Warsaw, and then even supporting something further up to Sev. They make the decision to play a little bit more for tempo and just force the Turks into Ukraine. Well, again, well, I guess they take the Bulgaria from the Black Sea, so I guess Bulgaria does get taken in this case. So both the Austrians and the Turks will build. Still a really beautiful position for Turkey. Italy entirely uninvolved in that front, trying to make progress against the French in the west, gets into Gulf of Lyon, holds Marseille. This is going to be a tough position for the French to deal with. What is notable, though, is that the Germans do kick England out of Belgium, which allows England a retreat into Picardy. And I think that is notable that the English do retreat to Picardy rather than pulling the unit and rebuilding it, because they do take Denmark from the Germans here. Russia does manage to hold Sweden and Norway, and they will actually build.
Yeah, in fact, we'll build 2, I believe, because
they removed Ukraine.
I'm sorry, they're going to put 3 units down here because they've had 2 pops and they
had 2
picked up
pops.
one. Yeah,
re-racking all 3 home centers. That's solid. That's solid.
Yeah, I like the retreat to Picardy here because it actually really cements the French defense. France is under a lot of pressure, only has 1 fleet. And so you've got to keep some pressure on Germany here, or France is going to fall. Or if you want, depending on the scenario, you could always back dive into Brest. I wouldn't, but you could. I like taking Denmark here because it really just sort of starts blocking Germany into position. Having a fleet in Kiel is a very weak position, and so that's quite nice.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the sort of like the evolution of that army in Picardy, how long it stays there. If it's there in 1907, if it's somewhere dancing around there, what does it do then? All right, let's pick up the pace here a little bit. I think we've been enjoying ourselves, but we do have some time commitments to keep to. For the winter of 1902, we do find Ley in Russia dropping down 3 units, opts not to put down any fleet in St. Petersburg. But instead 3 armies. And suddenly the defensive position actually does have a lot of weakness. Turkey keeps to whatever commitment they made to not build fleets, which, at some point has to worry one or the other, right? Turkey's builds should scare either Austria or Turkey at some point. Or Italy, I should say. So Austria and Italy, for their part, they both get a build. I believe that Italy still has 1 in pocket. Is that true?
Yeah.
No, they've got 5 total. This was the one
this is the pocket build.
This is the one they had in pocket. All right. Well, Fleet Naples, gives them certainly suggests that maybe they wanted to see what Turkey was gonna plop down. Austria puts down the forward army, so they're clearly all in with whatever Turkey has in mind. And that's it. No builds in the West. All right. Let's push ahead here. We go back to Doug as the primary analyst, and spring of 1903 moves. Tell us what you see.
This is interesting. Russia has thrown in here with Germany. That's I don't know about that, but it happened. So there it is. In the meantime, they blew up the German army in Belgium, which is again very important, I think, going forward. Austria slid into Munich. I think John's probably telling folks, well, I'm not defending against Austria. You guys are coming at me. Naples to Ionian. I want to keep an eye on that. That's interesting for the long term. Where's that going? And the rest, I kind of see what Turkey's doing here, and I like what's happening here. Instead of trying to push and grab the dot right now, the Austrians and the Turks are like, we're just going to go around Turkey and we're going to try and deploy our armies for maximal benefit. We know that Russia's not going anywhere. Let's get the jump into the middle of the board against Germany. And this is really important. I mean, they're in Munich, Tyrolia, and Silesia now. Austria is wide open to a stab, but really, really committed to it is Chris. Wow.
Austria's going to get slammed in the fall.
It's hard. It's hard not to.
Hard not to.
Come on. I mean,
It's hard not to.
Serbia guaranteed Budapest. I mean, it'd be a commanding position. Yeah. Suddenly Russia, so if you're Russia now, do you take a chance and support yourself back in Norway and try to ensure you hold on to it, or do you assume that England's going to put all three here onto Denmark?
I mean, I assume that Italy, that if I'm England, I'm annoyed. Like, okay, that was rude, but it's recoverable. It's not the end of the world. He can just cut keel and Skagerrak to Denmark, supported by North, and that's pretty decent. Do you put all three? Because theoretically it could go. England's got to guess.
Yeah, England. This is a crucial moment for Siegel. There are several points of attack. Also has to think about Belgium. Belgium could be gone here. Burgundy's got other stuff to do, and Germany could actually guarantee it if they want, but then there's guesses around Holland and Denmark.
Guesses with Holland and Denmark. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see.
Let's find out. And the answer is tell us about it, Doug Moore.
We got a dance going on down there, back to Picardy.
Yes. I really do. I really want that army to be there in 1906, just like ready to do.
Bunch of dipsy doodle, and at least one of the stabs happened. Yeah, but the stab happened. Ionian takes Greece, and they take Budapest. And look, hey, instead, it looks like Russia's going to replace Austria in this deal.
Little surprising to me if you're on Turkey's behalf. Do you like the supporting Italy into Greece here rather than taking Serbia yourself?
I would take Serbia myself. Well, I mean, why not? So if you take Serbia and instead of putting your fleet in the Black Sea, you convoy Constantinople to Sevastopol, you're in a really commanding position where you're sitting, then you don't have to worry about the backfill. Yeah, you've got a hole right there. So what? You're just in such a dominant position. Slap a fleet and an army down, you're just in great shape. I don't know. I'd probably take Serbia.
Adam, what about you?
It's obviously the alliance play, right? And Ed probably made a strong case of saying, hey, you want to do this? I'm game to do this, but I'm risking Venice here. I'm risking stuff in the backfield. So you got to give me a build so I have something to cover that. If I'm going to be involved in helping you for the long haul, I got to put an army down in Venice because he's going to be sitting with an army in Trieste. He could do anything with that. So I think probably Ed made that pitch, and I think it's a solid pitch. And, Kirk went for the alliance play. He can get Serbia next year, no problem. He doesn't necessarily need two builds while his ally gets none. So I think that, again, I don't dispute what Doug is saying. It's certainly the more aggressive play and really would set Turkey up nicely. I certainly much would have preferred the convoy of Khan to Sev than taking it with the fleet, though. I mean, holding Khan instead of doing that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's just, the fleet in Sev is very inflexible in the long run.
Yeah, as I look at the tactics, I think, Adam, you make a really strong case right there. For doing that move, and I think that's actually the superior move. You've persuaded me on that, but I also agree. Like we're both on the same page there about convoying to Sev. I do not like the fleet sitting in.
Well, I would think the logic there would be that it's also an alliance play with Ley and this comforts Ley that you're not going after. But with does knowing Ed's board reputation, does that impact your guys' thinking there? Like, is it more worth doing here because supposing that Ed is a really strong ally?
I mean, the reality is, Ed putting a fleet in Greece with no other fleets anywhere near me. He's locked up with France, and I know he's building an army in Venice. At least I'm assuming he's building an army in Venice. Maybe I'm wrong, but even if he's building a fleet in Rome, I mean, I don't, I'm okay with this. It's not a threat to me. So I'm good with it.
Yeah, Italy is completely locking down France right now. And, I gave him a dot, and, I assume he's building in Venice or he's going to lose Venice and then his position's going to fall. I want to help Italy get some builds because he's locking down France, and that's good for me.
Mm-hmm.
So, put that army down.
This is one of those moments that happens really often in diplomacy, where you have to make the calculation: is the alliance worth more to me in future dots than the extra unit? And at first, Doug, your first instinct was actually no, that the unit that I in my possession will generate more future dots than the alliance, and Adam convinced you otherwise.
Yeah, Adam made a good case, and I think he's right.
All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. We went 2 minutes overboard. Bad us. The thing though for Turkey though is that they had this forced a decision on the build. They had to make a clear indication they could not put down a fleet if they wanted to be genuine to that alliance. And that meant that they had, if they were not going to waive the build, then they had to put down an army. And it's not clear that army is particularly useful right now, especially given that they don't have the fleet in Black Sea right now. Elsewhere, we do see finally the army in Venice. And that's it. Once again, the West doesn't actually build. So at the end of 1903 here, we see that Ed Sullivan is, also in good position here. His dependable alliance play is paying dividends. We no longer have a three-way alliance. It's now dropped down to an IT, which I think is the Kraken. I think we have just released the Kraken. I wish David Hood were here to say that. But are you guys okay with the Kraken for the IT alliance?
Yeah, I mean, Italy's challenge in games is always, you have two strategic enemies on either side of you for the long term that are fleet powers in the Med. He goes and attacks France, and so he's eliminated France as a fleet power in the Med and their potential for it. And Turkey is committed to the armies. Yeah, it's a good play for Italy. It's a good play for Turkey. It's working out well for both of them. They're going to get Serbia, Trieste, and Vienna this year.
All right, let's push forward, see how it works out. All right, Adam, you are up first here, spring of 1904. Tell us about it.
Okay, so let's start in the East, because I think this is fairly simpler in terms of what happens. I think that this has got to be probably an agreed upon series of moves with the Turks kind of doing this sort of shuffle. So they must have expected that to work and known the Italians were going to go up to Albania. So that's either an agreed upon trade, or that unit in Greece is going to just move up to Serbia with support in the fall, one or the other, I would imagine. But this is really just putting them into position to make sure that they can force Trieste and Vienna come the fall, along with that move from Piedmont into Tyrolia. So it is interesting that Piedmont army leaves, and he decides to go a little bit slower playing against France in favor of finishing off the Austrians first. In the West, this is a little bit more complicated to figure out what's actually happening here. It does look like that Adam in England decides to drop into the Channel and is supporting the Germans from Denmark up into Sweden. So really some shifting alliances here. And I think that there's some level of desperation amongst Germany and perhaps more annoyance at Russia for some reason, though I don't know why that would necessarily be. I think it's probably also important to note that Turkey is not doing anything aggressive against Russia, and that's really allowing Russia to shift units north and shift units towards Germany. And I think this is all playing towards what Turkey wants to happen in this game. Those Russian dots could probably be Turkish later on, but right now, causing some havoc up in the north is actually really in their interest, and keeping England bottled up in the corner. Sort of, we always hear about Turkey getting bottled up in the corner, but it's sort of England in this particular game.
This is a strong play by Adam. I like what Adam just did here.
Oh, yeah?
This is canny. He is he knows that this IT alliance is a threat to the long-term part of the board for him, just not being able to do much. And Russia's up there in the north, and they're not putting pressure on. So he's like, the France thing, I got to shake this up. So I'm going to take Paris, and he's going to make a try to take Brest. He puts Germany into Sweden. I like what Adam's trying to do here. I feel the desperation, but you got to do what you got to do.
All right, let's keep pushing ahead here and see what fall of 1904 has in store for us. And Adam, you get to tell us about it. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, so Adam opts to support himself into Brest rather than trying to take both, which actually would have worked, but it's understandable tactically why he made that decision. He does lose Holland to the Germans, who make their play there, and he fails to take Norway with a whole string of supports that I can't really tell what's going on there up in the north. I'm not sure if Baltic is supporting Skagerrak.
Baltic supports Sweden to Denmark. So
Sweden to Denmark. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But a lot of, I want to say, people, I guess this ultimately wasn't very effective for really anybody who might have been trying to work together. It looks like Russia probably could have taken Sweden back, but they, I guess that would have been at the expense of Norway. So they hold Norway there. The Italians and Turks take out Austria as expected, and it gets a build for everybody. So Austria and Turkey are continuing to roll in this game. Good for them.
Doug?
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing here is probably losing Holland for Adam. That is not good. Now he can't cover Liverpool, and I think he was banking on Germany not taking that. So that's rough. Randy's position here is completely collapsing. Ed is got the opportunity to wrap around into the Mid-Atlantic, and he's in great shape. Nice job on the IT here. You don't see it very often, but it's going.
The Kraken has been released.
I almost wonder about like if Russia's now maybe part of this because they're working together.
Yeah, it's certainly a demilitarized agreement. I believe.
I imagine Russia's part of this until they're not going to be.
Yeah, I believe this turn. I believe this turn worked out as well for John Anderson as it could have. I think he gets a build out of this. Picks up Sweden and Holland, loses Berlin. So to the extent that it's good to only have one home center left.
And I apologize. I called Chris dead, and that is clearly not the case. Chris has found his home in Munich and Berlin, so I apologize. Austria is still in the
temporarily
devoid of home centers. Yeah,
this is an unfortunate turn for Ley, though. Could have ensured Berlin here, and instead offered a support to Germany that never came through. So it was clearly hoping for some help from Germany there. All right, so let's look at the builds here. We find a fleet finally from the Turk, signaling something interesting on the way, but two fleets from Italy signaling either hedging of bets or hope in the west, or some skepticism from the east. John Anderson does get that army down. All right, we're going to take a break from this game and move on to a couple other games, and then we'll come back to this one. But can you guys make an argument for anyone for wanting to be anyone on this board besides Turkey right now, Adam?
Well, I mean, you could make an argument for wanting to be Italy, but I think that the Turkish position is substantially stronger. So and there's some what I'll call pocket Italian centers, Trieste in Greece, that are probably will be available to the Turks if they want them, unless Italy turns around. And if Italy turns around, they're leaving their Western centers open. And so, I think that Turkey really has the clear dominant position.
Doug?
I do like the Italian position. You're not in an ideal spot for sure, because Trieste and Greece are vulnerable. But beyond that, you're not vulnerable, because Turkey has one fleet in the east. So if he really wants to mess with you because you have Portugal in the bag, yeah, he can take 2 dots and so what? It's not the end of the world. And I can send my fleets and I can, basically force him to use all those armies to defend myself. So if Turkey messes with me, I actually have the strategic initiative for the long term. Yeah, I don't get as much in the West, but I just tell, England, it's like, hey, I'm going to take Portugal and you can take Paris, and then we leave each other alone because you've got other things you got to deal with. And I think that gets you enough time to really put Turkey into a hard position.
All right, well, we will see what happens when we come back to this game. for now, we are going to switch hosts. I am off. Brian Pravel is coming back on. Hey, Brian, welcome back to the stream.
Thank you. Thank you. Looks
All right,
like really fun game so far.
All right, man, switching you into the host role. I'm going to duck out. I'll get you set up for the next game before I do. Voila. All right, see you guys in a bit.
Okay, let's get right to it. Whoops. I thought I was ready and I was not. So we are on round 3, board 2. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, so bring that player list up. Here we go. So round 3, board 2. In Austria, we have Craig Mayer from Montana, Bozeman, Montana. England, we have Michael De Michele from Seattle. France, we have Bill Hackenbrack from North Carolina. Germany, Nicolas Sahuke from Montreal, Canada. Italy, we have Karthik Konath from California. Russia, we have Pace Racer from Missouri. Turkey, we have Hal Schild from Alexandria, Virginia. Anything either of you would like to say about these players?
Another really strong board here. Craig is a very experienced player. I don't know Michael, but Bill obviously has been playing a lot on these and is a strong player. Nikolai, former world champion. Kartik, I think, is in second or third place on the DBN standings, has been really making some great plays in these games. Pace is new to me, excited to see some new faces. And Hal is a longtime pick kisser and I think has been, playing a lot of games. So this is a lot of experience on this board as well. Should be fun.
Great players on this board, really great players. This will be fun. I've played with everybody on this board except Pace Racer, so I'm rooting for him or her or them because they have the best name.
Nice. Yeah. Michael De Michele, we played a game online in a Nexus tournament recently. If anybody's looking for a extended deadline, asynchronous, traditional online game, the Nexus tournament is a really good event. Some good top-level player, a lot less misorders and NMRs and things like that. So a lot of fun in that event. So with that, we will go ahead and get right to it. For this, Adam, would you like to take the lead for 1901?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's do it. In spring of 1901, we see.
Okay, so we've got some action here. We have the French moving into the English Channel along with Picardy, so potentially setting up for a supported attack on Belgium or a convoy. We've got the Italians moving into Trieste, but also notably following up into Venice as opposed to going down to Apulia, so maybe slightly less directly favorable to Austria, some other openings we might see. Notably, Burgundy is left open, so the Germans have a pretty free trip there. Bounce in the Black Sea, Austrians slide into Galicia with that Warsaw hold, and that really unusual St. Petersburg to Finland move that we don't see too often, and I think there's a reason we don't see it too often. I think it can be a little bit of a trap move. I know diplomatically there's rationale for it, but it often plays itself out in a problematic way for the Russians if they end up getting stuck there.
Yeah, if Nicola decides to bounce, being in Finland rather than Bothnia leaves you very vulnerable for the long haul. I'm also intrigued by the hold in Warsaw and what that could potentially signify, because Craig also went to Galicia. Was there a miscommunication there? I've got my eye on that just to see how that resolves. But, I think that I think Pace is in a pretty good spot, not just because I like the name, but also because of the move to the Channel combined with the move Rome to Venice. There's just a lot of stuff going on elsewhere on the board that just doesn't seem like that's going to, be bad for Russia. It's going to be positive. So maybe not the strongest opening play. We don't know what they're talking about and why. Maybe this is a gesture to Nicola. So, I guess we'll just have to see how it plays out. But it definitely draws the attention.
Doug, do you think that move, this whole combination of openings would be encouraging or discouraging for Germany to bounce Sweden?
Well, I mean, that's hard for me to judge just because, unless you do something as Russia to irritate me, if I'm Germany, I'm going to give you Sweden under the idea that then we can work together or at least support each other. And if I really want Sweden, I'll go build a fleet and go take it. The next year. So, Nicola doesn't have any enemies. Nobody's even near him. Russia's way away from him. If I'm Nicola, this is a great start. And, and I've said this before, Nicola is an incredible diplomat. He's a strong player. I think he's one of my favorite players to play on a board with just because he's really witty and fun and strong player. This is a great start for him.
Absolutely. I love to see the play in the channel. We've noticed that a lot more this year than I've noticed in previous face-to-face events. I don't know if that's just a trend where people are doing it more frequently and therefore everyone else is also doing it more frequently, or if perhaps it's because we're merging some of the online and gunboat players into this face-to-face environment. But I think that's really healthy for the meta to shake those openings up. And I know David Hood would be proud of this opening. He has mentioned a couple of times that he really likes this for France. So well done, Bill, if your objective is to make David Hood happy. Next, Doug, why don't you lead us off in fall of 1901?
All right. No bounce in Sweden, as we spent a good amount of time talking about. Really, Sea Lion incoming. Because we've got support into the North Sea, so that's very revealing. Nicely done, guys. That's a really aggressive opening. Nicola doesn't end up getting Holland. That's a good defense by Michael, but I like the aggressive opening because boy, England is really, really pinned in. So yeah, I'm sorry, there was a bounce in Belgium, so my apologies, I misread that. So that was really interesting. Craig did, this could be really good or this could be a really big mistake. He could be sitting in Trieste and Vienna right now, but instead he went to the Aegean Sea and he went to Budapest. So it looks like we might have some kind of very bizarre AI. We came together, here we are. So that was interesting to see. So that's the key stuff for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think the move to Budapest and not being followed by Trieste does, and obviously move to Aegean certainly is highly suggestive that this is a coordinated AI. It's certainly unusual to see them agree to put the army into Budapest rather than it just sticking around in Trieste. Maybe the thinking is that it's further advanced, so it becomes less of a risk to the Austrian there. But it's definitely a strange, but should be fun to watch the variant on this and see what they do with it.
Yeah, so the move of Trieste to Budapest combined with the move of Ionian to Aegean is something that we've seen a couple times on the stream this year, and we've talked about it a little bit. I'll be honest, I am a big proponent of this. I have played a couple games with Craig. I know he and I have very similar philosophies around the AI Alliance. And the idea here is, hey, I'm going to if somebody moves to Budapest, like if Warsaw was in Galicia or something like that, then you're covering Budapest. If not, you're getting forward position for the AI. It's just a way to be a little more efficient than just a simple hold in Trieste. But the important move is Ionian moving to Aegean. If I'm Austria and somebody's pitching this to me, I'm fine loaning Trieste or Budapest one of my dots if they're willing to take that forward position into the Aegean to get tempo on Turkey. But if they're planning on picking up Tunis, the only way I say yes to that is if they're planning on going west. So. All right. So in the fall, in the winter, for our adjustments. Michael in England builds a fleet in London. France builds a fleet in Brest. Italy builds the almost mandatory fleet in Naples. Craig builds an army in Vienna. Hal in Turkey builds a fleet in Smyrna. And we've got two Russian builds, one St. Pete North Coast, one in Moscow. And we've got two builds from Germany. Nikola builds a fleet in Kiel and an army in Berlin. There's a couple things that stand out to me. Adam, why don't you lead off? Anything of interest to you?
One thing I think I missed is did the Turkish fleet in Ankara hold in the fall?
It did.
Oh, I see. They
moving over.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It looks like, sorry, not to jump in, Adam, but FT, FG, AI, RT, England's got no friends.
Yeah, I sort of, knowing that the move to Greece was going to fail one way or the other, I probably would have preferred the move to the black. Even in the case of an RT, it does offer more flexibility in the early attack on on Austria, because it allows that unit in Bulgaria to be moved forward and get beleaguered through Constantinople. And also, again, if this is an RT, why put the Russian fleet into Romania? They had a choice in terms of how to do it, and they did it this way instead. So I'm actually not quite sure what this is yet. If it is an RT, it's not being played in a very effective way.
Doug, anything stand out to you?
No, that's it. I mean, I think that's good. Builds that I expected in the West.
Okay. All right. Well, moving on to spring of 1902. Doug, why don't you lead us off?
Okay. Hey, look, somebody's taking Belgium. That's good. You like seeing that. It's a little hard to see what happens in the North Sea if you can put the orders on, so I can really kind of analyze through there. It looks like lots of bounces, obviously. Okay, so Colin, yeah. It looks like, okay, so supported the North Sea, taking a swing at it. Norway dropped down. Looks like they're going to make a play for Denmark. Okay, that's fair. Nikola goes to Silesia. Just love that. Lots of mayhem and chaos. And Adam's right here. It does not really look like there's an RT. Pace dropped down to Sev. If it's an RT, it's not a very effective one. So yeah, there's some problems in the south. I like what Bill's doing. Bill's got a good spot. Nikola's got a good spot. I like what's happening here with the FG. They're going to make some progress. Bill's in the best spot though.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe there will be an RT once, from this turn going forward, because clearly the AI is a strong in a strong position and really has all the momentum against them. But they really just set themselves up in not a great position with that fleet in Romania. And then, again, like I mentioned last turn, had that fleet been in Ankara, Bulgaria could have been held this turn, and now they've got some serious problems.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the RT was created by the obvious strength of the AI? Or do you feel like it's... Yeah.
They didn't bounce in the Black Sea, and they couldn't have known that they were going to Budapest. I mean, Italy was in position to take two potentially off Austria. So I think that they were trying to RT, and I just don't think that they're executing it as efficiently as the AI responding potentially to that look. Or maybe they were from the beginning. Hard to know without knowing the diplomacy. But, I think either way, AI has been more efficient and effective in deploying their forces.
Doug, why don't you lead us off in fall of 02?
Yeah. Okay. I think that we've got a nice play here. IRC coming up. They tried a convoy over. Did Germany stab France for one? Or do you think that was planned?
You got to wonder. He was convoying out of Belgium, right? So could that have been an agreed upon? He's taken Portugal. Maybe you're giving Germany Belgium. I mean, why you would do it that way rather than taking it from Holland and just walking in behind, I don't know.
Russia holds elsewhere, and we've got a big mess in the southeast over there that, actually leads to Russia getting into
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria, and Romania stays open. So that was a well executed play.
And they got Galicia back, so not bad.
Yeah, but Vienna went to Tyrolia. I'm not sure what that was. Why are you not supporting Galicia? You don't need to be in Tyrolia.
If I'm Germany, I'm loving this position in Silesia, because normally if I'm Russia, I'm very upset about German in Silesia this early in the game. But in this instance, I'm here to help, and you're able to maintain some balance in the east, which is only good for you as Germany. And then you're in position when you're ready to move against Russia. So I love this move.
Can you reveal the orders really fast? Because it's a little hard to tell if, okay. Yeah, okay. So he did move north to Belgium. Nicola must have something interesting in his mind, because that's a really, really interesting move to walk out of the North Sea into Belgium, supported by Holland. That's a clear move against Bill, but it's not something that hurts Bill tremendously. I would love to know what they're talking about there, because something interesting is happening, and I just don't know what.
Yeah. It's really strange. You'd expect, if it was an agreed upon give Germany Belgium, it should have just been a follow-up from Holland. You don't want to actually walk out of the North Sea. There's no reason why you would do that.
Right.
The other thing I think we need to note is that there was really some errors in the Italian orders this turn. The Ionian tried to convoy Apulia to Tunis, but Tunis moved to Caen with a convoy from Aegean. So, it wasn't clear what he was actually trying to do, but clearly it was one or the other and not both.
Yeah, I think he was. I think this is a misorder down here in the Ionian Sea. So potentially a costly one, because it cost them Bulgaria.
Right, because Aegean should have, and it cost them Tunis as well, right? Aegean should have cut Constantinople, which would have kept them Bulgaria, and he would have gotten the build from Tunis had he counted correctly. Yeah.
Well, thanks to Bill for pointing that out in the chat about the convoy. And then Karthik mentioned some exhaustion. I definitely think we've already seen 2 days of diplomacy. I think Karthik played in both rounds, if I recall correctly. So this is where diplomacy tournaments in particular turn into somewhat of an endurance sport. We may see if there's any other players affected by that. In Winter of 02, we see England disbanding the fleet in Skag. France builds an army in Marseille. Germany builds an army in Berlin. And Russia builds an army in Moscow and another fleet in St. Pete, North Coast. Anything of note here?
It's a lot of fleet power for Russia at this stage of the game.
That is a lot of fleet power. And it's a really a strong signal to Nicola that, like, hey, man, I'm not your enemy, because it's on the North Coast, which I think is a very significant message.
And I think I've mentioned this before on the stream, but I remember reading through some of like the 1970s postal hobby, like Richard Sharp and all of that. And it was not unusual in that era to see a strong German-Russian alliance. And I think a lot of that had to do with early action between England and France in the Channel, which seemed to happen more often. Here again, we see some action in the Channel from France and England, and that's creating an environment where Germany and Russia are working together. I'm really curious to see if that trend holds true in this era as it did back then.
I guess I would also just add that, early on, I think I made the critique that there was a very strong AI and RT was doing a pretty lousy job defending it. Right now, I feel I don't know what the heck AI is doing, and RT really have now gotten the upper hand here. Even though Turkey's at 3 centers, I don't think that they're in a really problematic position at all. So that changed really quickly by some bizarre moves by AI last turn. As we go into spring '03, I guess I can take this. It looks like the AI is busted. I mean, that's I think the only interpretation of this, right? Italy is making a stab on Austria for Greece, pulling back up to Venice, trying to take a pot shot at Vienna. This is going to be to the huge advantage of the RT, I think, in the long run. Certainly, Russia's position is looking very strong, both in the south and with those fleets in the north. Nicola defends himself in Munich. Makes another shot at North Sea, suggesting that he is continuing to work with Bill here. Everything continues to look like the FG rolling. So whatever our interpretation of that Holland move was, clearly it was not indicative of strife in that alliance.
Looks like they needed the extra German army because they had pressure on Munich, and so it may very well have been a very clever move to sacrifice the position for a short time. I don't need this extra unit because I'm getting Portugal. So here, you come down here and take this. In fact, in retrospect, it's an incredibly clever move because they're pulling England out of position, even though England's in the North Sea. So yeah, nicely done in retrospect. So.
Nicola and Bill showing once again why they're some of the best players in the world right now. So, fall of 1903. Why don't you lead us off, Adam?
Sure. And again, we're seeing here the whole issue with that AI not figuring their stuff out together, and now we've got Russia taking Budapest with Austria's help, of all things. Okay, I mean, this is that is a sign that these guys are just not able to find.
No, at this point, this is Carthage took Greece last turn, and Craig is dead, and he's saying, to hell with you. I'm just going to make your life as miserable as I can. That's clearly what's going on.
Absolutely. I am fairly certain that the attack on Bulgaria was an agreed upon way to pop the Russian fleet and get Turkey a build so that Turkey can now get out a little bit. Russia is just plowing those fleets in the north, clearly on the same page with Nicola, leaving Sweden empty in order to advance the fleet. So really nice work by Russia so far, really looking like a solid position. And Nicola continues to do his thing with Bill up in the north. Liverpool is gone, and Nicola's back in the North Sea with that German fleet in Holland getting supported up there. So England is probably going to be in a world of hurt next year, and we'll have to see what that does for the alliance structure, because I would imagine FGR is not something that will be stable for a long time in this game.
One tactical thing I would have really liked to have seen is Black Sea went to Bulgaria, which is totally worthless.
Mm-hmm.
Khan needs to be in Bulgaria, and I know that it's going to make people nervous, but you're sitting on 3, you're not doing any damage with a fleet in Constantinople. A fleet in Bulgaria. You need that army in Bulgaria there.
Yep.
All right, so for our winter adjustments, we see that, waiting for him to come up. Here we go. We've got England disbanding the fleet in London. France builds a fleet in Brest. Italy builds an army in Rome. We've got an army for Turkey in Smyrna, a fleet in St. Pete's South Coast for Russia, and a disband of an army in Serbia for Austria. Doug, what stands out for you here?
South Coast, St. Pete, South Coast. This is going to cement Bill and Nicola for sure. If they weren't already, now they're going to actively use everything they can against Russia. The fact that Bill had to retreat to the Mid-Atlantic last turn is not a bad thing, as you can see, because he built in Brest and he's going to be able to take the English Channel, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this also allows Bill to, instead, he may have gone to West Med. He's going to North Atlantic now, almost certainly. And so you're going to have FG fighting Russia, because if they don't, Russia is a solo threat at this moment in time with 4 fleets on the board. And look at Turkey's position. Like, this is a really dangerous position for Russia, because they could grow just fantastically in the south. They could grow so quickly. And with those units in the north, there's a lot of danger. So, FG have to contain that.
Yeah, let's just add to that the fact that Craig pulled Serbia, which again is really the unit to pull if you're saying screw you, Italy. You can keep attacking me. You ruined my game. Now I'm going to make sure that Russia gets every single last one of those dots, and you're getting nothing. And
right.
that is really what the effect of that's going to be. And I think we're going to see that play out in the moves now, where he defends Trieste, lets Russia just walk right into Serbia. And it will just play out from there. So I agreed entirely, Doug. Russia's really making sure that Russia's a real threat here, and I think Bill and Nikolai are going to stick together.
Yeah, and Doug, this is where I would agree. We're seeing the cost for Turkey not having that army in Bulgaria too. There's not even a chance for him to negotiate. Hey, move me into Serbia. So.
Right.
All right. Spring of 1904, Doug, why don't you lead us off?
Well, this is not exactly what I would have expected. This is a good play by Hal down here in Turkey, go into Armenia, go into the Black Sea, support yourself to Bulgaria. I do not like this hold in Rum. This is a lot of not a lot happening with Russia. Go into Finland. It looks like, Pace got right up to the brink here and blinked, to me. And, the West is a lot of tactical maneuvering, except for Norwegian Sea to North Atlantic, as far as I'm concerned. Bill got knocked out of there, but really, let's look at the tactical maneuvering that's happening here. That's really what I see. And it's just like the North Atlantic that is very significant.
I just, I want to point out a particular province to Pace, and that's the Gulf of Bothnia, because this is the second time we've seen him move fleets from St. Petersburg south coast to Finland. And Finland is not a place where you really want to fleet most of the time, certainly not when you're attacking Germany or trying to make a play on Scandinavia. There's nothing that Finland can do that Bothnia can't do better. And putting that threat on the Baltic Sea is just so much more powerful than sitting there in Finland and maybe supporting yourself out to Sweden or something like that. So that's sort of I think a mistake here.
The Budapest supports Albania to Trieste is great. You should absolutely do that. There's no reason to take Serbia right now because Austria is proxying for you, but Romania to Bulgaria is not necessarily a bad move here. But supporting Galicia gets you nothing. So Warsaw and Galicia should be working together to lock Germany down, to try and go to Bohemia or to support yourself to Silesia, not to be holding. That's 3 units. The 3 most important units that he has didn't move this turn. So as a lesson for Pace going forward, you've got a really strong position. We're not trying to beat you up here. We want to help you for the next time when you're in this kind of spot.
I'd also point out that Michael has decided, screw you guys in the West, I'm helping Russia. And so I thought that was fun. I don't know if it'll be meaningful, but it was definitely a fun decision there. Moving on into the fall. Wait for my screen to catch up here. Sorry about that. Here we go. And Adam, why don't you take us through the fall turn?
Yeah, so Turkey indeed does take Sev, and Russia indeed does take Budapest, though it looks like the support was just cut there. So we have that going on. We have Austria continuing to hammer at Italy as we'd expect. France, interestingly, makes that move to Piedmont now, getting in, and so that's definitely going to give them a play on that side of the board for the first time. Tunis finally goes in 1904. Great
Crazy.
job. Well
Crazy.
done. Well done, guys.
It's a revolution.
Elsewise, the North looks like a lot of maneuvering. They do manage to take Edinburgh, and they put Germany and Edinburgh in exchange for France taking Belgium. I think Germany also took London, so they're both going up one, except France is also losing Liverpool. So France is probably staying even here.
Yeah, France is even.
Yeah, and Germany's going to go up one, which is probably where they need the build right now more anyway. So I think that's probably the right play for them.
Yeah, Germany needs an interior fleet at this point, so I would be looking for Fleet Kiel.
Yep.
All right. Well, we will pause here, and let's before we reveal the orders, we'll come back to this game. Let's play a little game of who do you like. We'll start with Adam. Adam, if you had to come fill a position, and I asked you who would you want to be if you wanted to have the best chance at winning, who would you pick?
This is tough. I mean, I think there's four powers that really have a shot in this game, and I think France, Germany, Turkey, and Russia all have a shot. I think Russia is going to have a much harder time than the others, just because they don't really have many friends right now. If they can correct that in a diplomatic way, I think that they could be in this game because they have position in multiple parts of the board, and they could have a big result. But it's going to take some crazy diplomacy to get out of this situation right now. I think probably I would give a slight edge to Germany, and then maybe Turkey and France close behind.
I like France's position. You know, France is going to retake Liverpool. He's got 3 units on it right now. He's got a strong ally in Nicolas. You know, Nicolas is a great player, and I love Germany, and but Bill's also a strong player, in the most defensible player in power in the game, with no enemies, growing and being in really good opportunistic positions. I think Bill's got the long-term the driver's seat here. He just needs to be patient.
Let's remember that. We liked France, and we liked Adam. Who was your pick?
I give a slight edge to Germany, but I like France, and I also think Turkey actually has some potential to get out of the box in this game, especially as Russia gets trouble in the north. They're likely to disband in the south, and I think that could play to Turkey's advantage here.
All right. Moving on to our next game, we have round 1, board 3. Adam, we're going to bid you farewell, get a well-deserved break, and we will welcome in Adam's place, I believe, Siobhan. Let me make sure that is correct. Yes, it is. Siobhan, welcome. How are you doing?
Doing good. Glad to be back.
Great. Well, for round 3, board 3, we've got another fun group of players. In Austria, we've got Stephen Hogue from Lexington, Kentucky. In England, we have Christian Brown from Peoria, Illinois, one of my fellow weasels. France, we have Dave Roberts from Snohomish, Washington. Germany, we have Richard Lowenberg from New York City. Italy, we have Matthew Krill from Everett, Washington. Russia, we have Evan Swihart from Cincinnati, Ohio. And Turkey, we have Carl Ronberg from Seattle or New York. I'm assuming Carl must travel. So, Siobhan, anything you'd like to say about either of these players, or any of these players?
So a lot of these names are familiar to me by now, having done a lot of these streams. I'm most familiar with Matt Krill, who I've played with in person. But there's a lot of strong players here. Stephen Hogue, Dave Roberts, I've seen perform very well. Matthew Krill, obviously. It should be interesting. I don't know how well the players know each other, so I don't know if there's any personal conflict there.
Yeah, I think some players to watch out for. Obviously, Steve Hogue in 23rd is looking to fight his place, to keep his place in the DBNI top 28. And Matt Krill is in position in 35 with a good score here. He could definitely move into position. Doug, any players stand out or anything you'd like to say about this board?
I want to just give a shout out here to Matthew Krill, who, is a really strong alliance player. And, sitting in Italy here, I'd be on the early lookout with Steve in Austria to see, if they're going to form a quick AI.
All right. We will bring up the players here. Apologize, I've got a little lag on my screen, it looks like.
I still love every time I see Carl Ronberg's name, Seattle or New York. Like,
All right. We'll go ahead and begin. Siobhan, you are joining us most recently, so why don't you lead us off?
fantastic. Okay, right off the bat, I see the attempt at the Sunstrom opening, which either was sniffed out by the Russian or they said, you know what, we don't particularly want to move either of those. We don't want to go to the Black Sea. Why not just bounce? Not sure I love it, but it works. Bouncing Galicia, England went to the Channel. Other than that, fairly boring.
This is the third Channel opening in a row of games. Round 3, 1, 2, and 3 all had people open to the Channel. So that's exciting because it does drive the pace of play. Not always good for the person that goes to the Channel, but we'll see how it plays out. For me, the key thing here is like there is an AI, it looks like, right? I predicted that. But also there's at least the beginnings of an RT because like they did not bounce in the Black Sea. That was planned. That was planned.
Absolutely.
Absolutely planned. So, and look, he moved, Turkey moved to Constantinople from Ankara. So that's going to the Aegean Sea.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at a possible / likely juggernaut in the east, and Christian's opening aggressively in the west. This will be fun to watch. One thing I will say about Christian, we've seen him in a couple games, I believe at I think it may have been Tempest. One of the events he won Player's Choice, and I think a lot of that was from his he's got a lot of creativity in what he does. He tends to play very aggressively, likes to be driven by getting centers, and I've seen him have like 3 and 4 center positions with no home centers. So it'll be fun how he plays this aggressive opening.
Yeah, I will say I don't think Dave is going to be nominating him for Player's Choice after that opening.
Yes. Fall of 01, Doug, why don't you lead us off with these results?
Puts the this is good. This is going to work for Christian. He convoys to Belgium, but it didn't work. Nice try. Instead, you've got the FG, supports France in there. So France is building 3, which is as France, I don't actually like to build 3. I don't want to build 3 here. Actually, I'm going to waive 1 if I'm building in this situation because I want to basically have the flexibility to give Germany Belgium if I need to. So just putting a marker on that. But otherwise, everything is kind of what you would expect. The Venice to Trieste is almost certainly planned. Matthew Krill is not going to wander in for no good reason there. So I think that's part of their plan. And, the East tactically still seems to be that same alliance structure. No bounce in Sweden as well.
Yeah. I mean, how do we feel about Italy taking Trieste? We still think the AI is on?
I think so. Italy is convoying to Tunis. My guess here is that, this was planned so that, Italy can put an extra fleet down, or something,
Oh, 100%. I played an AI like this where I was in Austria who gave Trieste to Italy in 01. And so by no means is it off.
My question, sorry, Brian. My question, Siobhan, is from this position, if you're getting Trieste, would you have gone to the Aegean Sea as Italy, or would you have done Tunis?
Ooh. So taking the 1 build from Trieste, if I know it's guaranteed, I like the move to the Aegean. When I played this last, and it's been years, I believe I took Tunis and put down 2.
Which is totally understandable. I'm curious if that might not be more effective.
Yeah, well, we often talk about, and I'm sorry, this is a little bit of a side note here, but all these builds that are in pocket for certain powers. Tunis is going to be there in a few years. We saw that in the last game where they didn't take it until what, 1904?
Mhm.
Same with Iberia for France. You don't need to put all the effort into getting them both in '01, especially if you know you're going to get Belgium. Leave one for yourself later, or as Doug says, and I agree, wave a build here.
Yeah, I was just pointing out that Evan and Steven have played enough games with us. I know they are able to read a board well. I'm sure that they read Russia and Turkey's
Hmm.
relationship. So, or I'm sorry, Matt and Steve. They saw a potential juggernaut, and I definitely think they're on board together and just trying to get Italy some dots to help keep Turkey in the box. But Doug, if it were me, I would have gone to Aegean in this situation because I don't like having that Russian fleet. That's going to really slow down the AI here.
Hmm.
For our adjustments, winter of 1901, we see England building a fleet in London. Uh, Dave takes all three builds. He's got a fleet in Brest, army in Paris, fleet in Marseille. We've got two builds for Italy, a fleet in Rome, fleet in Naples. Turkey builds a fleet in Smyrna, further indication of an RT. We've got an army build from Stephen in Austria. We've got a double army build from Russia, Army St. Pete, Army in Moscow. Richard builds an army in Munich and a fleet in Kiel in Germany. Siobhan, anything stand out with these builds?
Nothing huge is standing out to me. There's a lot of fleets on the board, though. Um, it's just, we've got a lot of guessing down in the southeast about, do you cover Eastern Med? Do you support Aegean? And how do you do that? Do you guess right? So I'll be interested to see how that goes. I don't agree with France putting down all three units here, and I don't agree with the double fleet either. That makes it even worse.
It almost certainly means that Italy is going to leave a fleet, and then all of a sudden you're in an unstable position where you can't really extend. The fleet in Marseille is not going to get into this combat against England for a long time.
Mhm.
And of some concern is like Germany hasn't really committed anywhere. So you still have a little bit of a wild card as France. So, I want to play a little cautious here, and I don't need that fleet. It's not necessary yet.
Agreed. I mean, and exactly that is that Germany hasn't committed and can take Belgium in the spring if England doesn't interfere, and Munich can do its best it can force itself into Burgundy if it wants to. It can, Fleet Kiel looks anti-English, but could just as easily be a problem for France very soon.
Yeah. And, also I think that there is some tactical flexibility and opportunity here as well. If you don't have that fleet on the board, you can make a case to England like, look, I've got a fleet here to defend myself. Look at Norway, dude. Russia's right up there. Like, you've got some other things to do. I just think it locks you in.
Speaking of Norway.
Yeah, speaking of Norway, Doug, why don't you lead us off?
Hey, look, somebody took Norway. Without getting like into the tactics of the orders here, we've got, I'm interested to understand the tactics down here with Carl. I guess you want to defend the East Med, but you lost the Aegean Sea. That's rough right there. You really don't want to lose the Aegean that fast. You want to draw out the retreat. France is putting himself in position to keep going after England. England didn't really, England's not really making the move on France here. And they lost Norway. This is not good for a Christian. This is not a good situation for Christian here.
Yeah, 100% agreed. And it's, what did English Channel order? I can't quite tell. I think it meant to convoy Wales to Belgium.
It still wouldn't work. He was assuming that Germany was going to help, and
it convoyed Belgium to Belgium.
Right. And Germany didn't help. Instead, Germany went to Helgoland and is in position to take the North Sea. Although with the retreat to Norway, you might end up defending Norway. Whatever you do, that is not pro-England.
No, 100%. And, everything else, you called it spot on, Doug. Aegean is very, very painful for Turkey. I get that it's a coin flip, and I get that you don't want the Italian and Eastern Med either, but I think losing the Aegean is worse.
I would agree. Siobhan, why don't you talk to us about 1902?
Yeah, starting in the west, I'm seeing a lot of red arrows around the North Sea. I'm not entirely sure who supported who where, but we know the result is nothing. Winds up with France taking the English Channel. Italy's going to have a few problems from France soon. Western Med and Marseille. Interesting choice. I guess it was time for that. Meanwhile, AI, Austria gets Bulgaria, and again, a whole bunch of red arrows around Galicia.
Italy's lucky here. He gets the fleet popped in the Aegean Sea at the same time that France just went to the West Med. This is a fortuitous turn of events. It's not great necessarily for the long run, but not only does Italy get a rebuild, they also get a build for Greece. So, this is like, I'm not sure what Dave is thinking in this moment in time. Like, I'm going to catch Italy off guard, but not only is Italy not off guard because of the build, they're doubly not off guard because they got, an extra one. So it looks like Germany went to Tyrolia to start messing, in an FG on the other side of the line, which I think is canny and smart, and I like it. But it's just going to end up being at the wrong time because Italy is, has two builds, so they can put an army in Venice. Now, I do question whether this is a wise move if Germany is going to mess with Italy, Austria, because that's not to Germany's long-term benefit in any way, shape, or form. The people that will stand to gain from this are Russia and France for the long term, and it will mean Germany's demise. So I like the idea, but if you're going down to help someone else and not to mess with Austria, okay.
Yeah.
But you could do that better from Silesia, I would just point out.
You could absolutely do it better from Silesia, and so many players so often see Tyrolia as a place to be that makes you of interest to everyone on the board. And while for sure both Italy and Austria will have words for you very shortly, I don't think this is good for anyone.
They will be interesting words.
Oh, interesting words will be had.
There Will Be Words, the next movie from the Coen brothers. All right, so in winter of 1902, we see England disbanding in Irish. We've got a double build from Italy with an army in Venice and fleet in Naples, thanks to the disband in Aegean. And we've got another Russian army in St. Petersburg. That looks like all of the adjustments. Anything stand out to either of you here? Seems pretty obvious to me.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. Siobhan, why don't you lead us off in spring of 1903?
Yeah. I'm a little confused by what's happening with the English fleets. I assumed he kept Skag in London so that he could try and make a play for North, which either way wouldn't have worked because it looks like Norway supported Germany into the North Sea.
It looks like he was supporting maybe Norway into the North Sea.
Yeah, or
English
the Channel.
Oh,
interesting. He was trying to say, "Hey, France, let me give you the North Sea," but it looks like France took advantage of the fact that he can just march up the northwest corner of the board. France, meanwhile, also in the south, continues to march towards Italy, who's going to have problems very, very shortly. Germany, I think, realized the mistake that we pointed out and basically said, "Oh, nope, don't want to be there. Not my fight. I'm getting out." Russia finally takes Galicia and Ionian to Aegean, which, as expected.
It's not the end of the world for Italy. It's annoying.
It's annoying.
I mean,
yeah.
If I'm Matthew, I'm annoyed at Dave, and I understand why Dave is doing what he's doing. I mean, as France, this is good.
No, absolutely.
But it is annoying. It's not going to lead to anything, and it's slowing things down. But for France, hey, the RT moving is not a bad thing for me, and chaos on the other side of the board and slowing down the other side of the board is good for me. So I like the idea of what Dave is trying to do here, and it's similar to what I think Richard was trying to do in that area. But where Richard wants to play that game is actually against Russia, because ultimately Richard is going to be competing for the same dots. as Evan is holding, Germany is going to want Norway and Sweden and St. Petersburg. So, kind of making sure that Russia is slowed down is to your benefit. So basically, you have this interesting thing with FG where they're basically trying to slow both the RT and the AI down at the same time, and it works out for both of them. So we'll see if they kind of strain that out, maybe.
All right, fall of 1903. Doug, why don't you lead us off?
We've got a convoy that takes London, supported by Germany. So we've got the strong FG. Somehow, crazily, this is a very good tactical play. I want to give, a very silent clap here to Dave because he supports Venice to Rome and walks into Venice behind it. This is like, when that happens, that's brilliant. That was nice. But interestingly speaking, you go over to the east and he stabbed Austria for 2. So but he's not going to be able to build because his home centers are all covered.
They're all taken.
This is a brilliant disaster for Matthew. Oh,
I want a screenshot or just a moment in time of Matthew's face when these orders got adjudicated, because this is one of those moments where you see it and you're like, oh
wow.
Like, because the stab without being able to put at least even 1 unit down.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to start rocking over here. Oh,
Russia may have supported Matt into Serbia, but Russia's not your friend. Russia doesn't have any encouragement to stay loyal. The Turk is still irritated with you. This could,
Right,
this is fun.
Yeah.
Lots of fun on this one. Winter of 1903.
France gets to put down a fleet.
England is disbanding again at the fleet. We've got a French fleet, a French army. We've got Austria disbanding the army in Albania. Those are all of the adjustments. Siobhan, you are having a great time. Why don't you go ahead and talk to us about what's going on here?
Okay, so Italy says, kind of rightfully said, okay, my bad. Let me get out of there. This is a terrible position for me. I've got bigger problems to deal with. Naples to Apulia. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. And Austria doesn't even bother trying for Trieste, still just bashing against that Galicia, which she's never, well, I guess with the German and Silesia, it might finally happen next season.
Silesia!
Finally! Just the roundabout way. Munich to Tyrolia to Bohemia to Silesia. And France marches up the English homeland. England gets Sweden. So that's fun. All right.
Yeah, that's England's not going to keep Sweden for very long, but that is fun. It's a piff for Russia
it's
too.
It's a piff because Russia went to Finland. And I almost missed it. Holland took Belgium.
Yeah, I'm curious about the support there and why you felt the need to support that. But hey, whatever. I guess that's okay. If I was feeling really confident in my alliance as Germany here, I would actually be moving from Ruhr instead of Holland, just because hey, France, look, I can't do anything to you. But instead, he's putting himself in a position where he can drop to Burgundy, which, I'm not sure is France how I feel about that.
Yeah, and you have to imagine it was agreed upon with how much cooperation has gone on between those two. But even if we've had a great alliance, me saying, hey, of course, Doug, you can have Belgium, take it, and then you move this direction. I don't know. I'm not feeling so great about it then.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could make an argument if you're Germany. It's like, well, I didn't know that you weren't going to go to Tyrolia and Burgundy and try and take Munich and stab me. So I did it this way. But it's like, okay, no.
Yeah, I mean, you still have that unit over in Silesia, which can cover Munich if you need it.
Yeah.
If you need to cover your home center, it's there. This just feels like a little bit too much wobbling.
A little too cute, potentially.
Yeah. I was wondering when we saw the chaos in Italy here, whether or not Karl in Turkey would be able to take advantage. And sure enough, we see him moving a little bit closer to getting out of the box. I think that's something to keep an eye on.
Go,
I think
go,
that
go.
was guaranteed and a smart thing to have happen.
So, Doug, why don't you talk to us about Fall of '04?
Yeah, I'm going to stay in the Southeast since we finished up there. And, interesting here is, Matt's inability to build while under pressure from France and having to pull back is now really costing him the advanced position and is making the stab of Italy like basically just the destruction of both of them most likely. Because and it's unfortunate, and we laughed, and I feel bad for Matthew here because he did execute a good stab and he just got hosed by like one really clever move by Dave, and that's diplomacy. Sometimes that happens. So
We're not laughing at you, Matt. We get joy out of seeing these really interesting moments.
It's just really hard when that happens. And so it's like, I think it was a good stab. It just like got completely bollocksed up by one move by somebody else, totally unrelated. But, that's diplomacy, and that's going to happen. And, so what's eventually going to happen here is he lost Bulgaria. He just lost Serbia. He's forced to retreat to Trieste. He's going to lose Greece next year. Still hasn't taken Venice back. And now he's in position potentially to lose Tunis. I mean, this is a very quickly degrading position for Italy. This is a really good position for Russia, who just took Serbia, which gives nice advanced opportunity to wrap around and start taking Budapest and Vienna. So I like that. In the West, remember when I talked about the, why Ruhr? Here he is trying to make an effort for Ruhr. Maybe they set this up as a bounce for a DMZ. If they did, I hate that because it's 4 units not doing anything. Doing nothing. So I'm not sure what that was about, but at this point, I'm pretty sure Dave is not going to be working with Richard anymore.
Well, that will be something to look at as we move into 1904. We are going to go ahead and continue and finish this game out, but let's take a quick pause and let's play Who Do You Like? Siobhan, who do you want to be in this game?
I think I got to pick Russia. With the failed stab by Italy on the Austrian / Turk / all of that. France has a lot of good units and some good position, but there's too much wasting of time in the bounce, and taking out Italy is going to be difficult because Matt's going to make it hard. So yeah, I go Russia.
Doug.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, I think that I'm gonna just to give a different perspective. I'm gonna go here with France, and the reason I'm gonna go with France is I don't need Venice. Venice is fun, but I don't really need it for anything. But what I do have is a really strong position in England to give me position to wrap up and continue to go north. And for me to really do well in this game, if I can lock Tunis down and just sit down in Italy while the rest is going on, I don't have to worry about the South. While I go get builds in the North, I'm going to get a really good result. So I think that, France has really good opportunity here.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this game plays out because, if Turkey continues growing, that's going to hit Italy. And that may create some opportunities for Dave. But if Turkey plays it right, France really shouldn't get much here. So I agree, Doug. I think the right play for France is to go play in the north, which is going to directly compete with his biggest competition in Russia. I would want to be Russia in this situation, though, just because you've got all these juicy Balkan centers sitting here, right here. And in order for Karl to grow, he's going to have to push, probably be a little overextended. And so he could have some opportunities to play here. So hopefully.
I mean, if I'm Evan, you do have a lot of opportunity here. There's so much potential, for really quick growth. You might do something like, go take Romania, go take Bulgaria now, put Turkey back in, drop to the Black Sea. I mean, boy, dropping to the Black Sea right now. Oof, I got to do it. I got to do it.
Yeah. All right, let's see if we get it.
All right. Siobhan, why don't you lead us off? Spring of 1905. Do we see it?
And Fleet Romania holds. So it looks like the RT is on for a little bit longer, but not much movement from the Russian. The only thing that moves is St. Petersburg to Gulf of Bothnia, which, okay, you can take Sweden in the fall. Meanwhile, the Turk marches on. We are not putting him back in his box, and that Italian army in the Balkans just gets chased around and around and around, and is now in Budapest.
And the French are in Trieste.
The French are in Trieste. So yeah, takes Venice, loses Trieste, takes Budapest for now. I don't know. We'll see. Not going to keep Tunis this year. It's Matt. And meanwhile, in the West, not much happening.
Germany, look at Germany.
Yep.
They're they are deployed now.
Yep.
This is great for France.
That's great for France. I'm glad they're not spending those 4 units bouncing in Burgundy for the eternity of the game. Thank you for listening to us from the future. That was the right call.
What do we make of the Irish move to English Channel as opposed to North Atlantic?
I think it's a hedge.
Mm-hmm.
You're not 100% sure that Germany is not going to stab you. So, it's a bit of a hedge.
Got it. All right. Well, Doug, fall of 05.
A lot of bouncing in the West, so there's nothing to talk about there. And England supported. This is a wasted turn. I'm going to rant for a second here. This is a wasted turn by France and Germany. They used multiple units to do self stands and to bounce and do a whole hell of a lot of nothing. And, you didn't execute anything. Okay, you gave Austria Warsaw, that's fine. But what are you guys doing in, not taking Edinburgh right now? Why are you not deploying to take Sweden and Norway? It's like, move fast in this. So, I'm really frustrated in that little part of the board. I will say, from France's perspective, he did just take Tunis, and that's worth its weight in gold right now.
But loses Venice and doesn't keep Trieste.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Again, remember what I said before. That's all fun and games. You don't care about that. You care about Tunis, because if you can lock Tunis down, now you can put another fleet in the south if you want. You could, well, I guess he can't because he's retreating to Tyrolia. But, still, I like
done that. Yeah.
So, Turkey's play here is really strong in the east. I like the, East Med to the Ionian. You keep Greece. You're advancing your position. You're getting out of the box. I think Russia was a little passive overall here. A lot of holds and supports and not a lot of advancing your position. Where are you building? Where are you growing? Why aren't you not tapping Galicia? What's happening here? So I think Russia missed a couple opportunities as well. So a lot of passivity in this game, more so than I would have expected.
Mm-hmm.
In the comments, JJ Raymond says, "Go Turkey, go!" So we'll keep an eye and see the crowd favorite goes.
I 100% agree. I think this was a great turn for Turkey, and I just want to say it was also a great turn for Austria.
Sure.
Getting the Italian back out of your home center and taking Warsaw at the same time.
Build.
Stephen Hogue gets to build, and
I get to build.
Annoying. I don't know who he wants to be annoying to at this point, but someone.
Let him play. All right. Winter of 05, we do see an Austrian build army in Budapest. Matt disbands the fleet in the Adriatic from Italy. Russia disbands the fleet in Romania. And that's an army. We've got the army build.
Turkish army.
Turkey.
This is not good for Russia. This is really not good for Russia. Russia's going to lose Serbia and probably Romania and possibly Sevastopol this year. If what I think is happening is happening.
And as a result, probably also good for France.
Yup.
Spring of 1906. Siobhan, why don't you lead us off?
Speaking of losing Serbia, go Turkey, go. So Turkey walks into Naples, walks into Serbia, marches the army forward. Stephen Hogue in Austria getting back his home centers. Love to see it. A whole lot of bouncing around Moscow and Warsaw. That's a little up in Scandinavia. Let's see. Sweden to Denmark, but Finland to Sweden. Okay. And France sets up to take the last of the English home centers.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Sweden is now in Denmark, but it's pretty clear that Richard knew that was going to happen, so he deployed to make sure that he didn't lose Berlin or Kiel. So this was a reasonably strong play by Germany and what you needed to do in this situation.
All right, and Doug,
A whole lot of units to deal with one rogue English fleet, though. Grr.
Doug, why don't you talk to us about Fall of 06?
So, I thought that Turkey might take a swing at Russia, and I think I'm still debating in my mind whether or not he ought to have, because he's gaining 1, but I think he could have gotten 3.
Well, he's gaining 2 with Naples. Oh, no, Naples moved out.
Naples moved out, and so he's only taking Serbia, and he gives Russia Budapest. So, and Russia took Sweden. So Russia's building 2, you're building 1. I don't know about this. I'm a little leery. And France is gaining Venice. I mean, I feel like I'm getting pinned in really tight as Turkey, and I don't have a lot of room to grow for the long term. So I just didn't really like the move to Constantinople. I would have gone to Armenia. You would have guaranteed Sev and Rome simultaneously. I just think Turkey missed an opportunity. So that's what I saw here. The rest in the West is just executing the plan. That's all that's happening out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100% agree. Unless I'm counting right, I think Russia only builds 1, not 2. Up Budapest and Sweden, down Serbia.
You're right. Lost Serbia.
Okay.
You are correct.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Stephen Hogue continues to get builds. Love to see it. Oh, no, because he lost Budapest. Never mind. Darn. But yeah, I agree. I think this was a little suboptimal for Karl here, and I would have liked to have seen a little bit more aggression, possibly towards Russia.
Yeah, and France has builds here. So you've got a bunch of French fleets that are, coming. So, yeah, you got to the Tyrrhenian Sea. That's great. Again, France doesn't really care about taking all the Italian dots, even though they retook Venice. This is really about, ensuring that I've got Tunis, because Tunis and Munich means I've got 18.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm laser focused on if I'm France here.
I believe that we say farewell to Christian in England this year. Thank you for playing.
Yep.
And for our adjustments, we've got a double fleet build from France. I think someone in the comments earlier was saying France really is liking fleets in this game, and
Yeah.
we've got Matthew disbanding the army in Tuscany and Albania. Turkey, Karl builds a fleet in Smyrna. We've got an army from Evan in Russia. Anything stand out with these adjustments?
So I just want to say that Germany is France's armies at this point in the game, if you think about it like that. So you're not going to see France messing with Germany. I'm going to see, I expect, you've got Southern fleets. He doesn't need 4 Southern fleets. But if he wants to send them all south, he's got 2 Northern fleets to sort of hold the line. He can actually go grab all of Italy at this point. Mm-hmm. The 4th Turkish fleet is not helpful in this instance. Turkey really, what does it do? You're going to end up with 3 in the Ionian anyway. You're not going to be able to hold the Tyrrhenian Sea forever. So I'm not sure what that really gets you. I want another army here so that I can crawl up to Albania and, have 1 just in case Russia gets squirrely. So I don't like that build. I might have even waved to see what I need.
I mean, arguably, you could say that he's pulling the French fleets this way. It keeps them it's good for the alliance. I don't know, but
it's easy as Turkey to feel like you need more fleets when you get into a battle in the Med, but it's so often, just like England, the armies are just as important. I do love in the comments someone saying, "Hey, France, you know you can build armies, right?" And France being like, "Or alternatively, I could do a double fleet build again."
Very nice. All right, Siobhan, why don't you lead us off in 1907?
A whole lot of fleet movement from the Turk. Tuscany, Tyrrhenian Sea, Ionian, Aegean. So at least we're seeing some movement. Expect to get some help from the Italian fleet in Rome. But we're just gonna sit there with those fleets. We're, it seems like such a waste. And yes, I get that we don't have to worry about the Russian here, but where are you building? And if you need that fleet in Rome to help you, you don't get your dots there. So feels like France is going to get the better deal out of this. Meanwhile, France up into Norwegian, Germany doing not much except for taking Prussia. And oof. Okay, just a lot of red arrows.
Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. I want to just talk about Russia for a second here. So you've got guesses, right? Like, where are you defending? What are you doing? The one place that you don't need to guess is Moscow, because nobody can take that. If you think that you're going to get dislodged from Prussia, you tapped Warsaw. Why aren't you supporting Prussia to Warsaw with Ukraine and then covering from Moscow? It just seems like a real missed opportunity there.
Yeah, that's a really good read.
And I don't know if it would have been safe or not, but man, wouldn't it have been beautiful if Venice had moved to Tuscany and just
Oh, boy,
that would have been chef's kiss. And Dave Roberts already made one of those genius plays earlier in the game. It would have been nice to see a second.
I mean, this is good by Turkey and by Italy. They are getting their fleet preponderance forward. Tuscany is a good spot to be, obviously. You can put 2 on Lyon, then you're into, guessing games. And but you still have Venice, which can go tap Tuscany. It could tap Rome. You could do, all kinds of different things. Irrespective of all that, this is why I kind of was a little ranty about this. And sorry, Carl, I appreciate where you're going with this, but what is Aegean doing right now?
Yep.
All right. Well, Fall of 07, Doug, why don't you talk us through it?
Well, what Aegean is doing right now is a whole lot of nothing, but what Tyrrhenian Sea is doing is killing some Italians. That fleet gets destroyed, and Turkey grabs that. In the meantime, France now has 4 fleets in the south and has the stalemate line locked down. So France is in good shape, drops another army into Marseille, because we don't need no stinking armies in France. No, we are going to Africa. Italy is going to be gone soon, and that's going to be Turkish as well. And I think France is okay with that. So the rest of it is Russia helped Germany take Warsaw. Okay, that's interesting. What do you guys think about that?
It's a choice. I
just can't get over. I think this could have been my center.
Right.
It could be my center, and the German is actually going to be more of a problem for you than that lone Austrian army sitting in Warsaw. And now that army is in Ukraine. Well, I mean, I guess it went to Ukraine all by itself.
Well, I mean, it's probably dead because he's got a pull, but what is happening with Russia?
I don't.
Well, we will find out.
Yeah.
Winter of 1907. We've got Yes, another Turkish fleet in Smyrna. Wow. We've got a disband in Trieste, keeping the more fun option in Ukraine. Thank you, Stephen. The rest of the stream appreciates that choice. And we see Richard repaying the favor of Warsaw by building what can only be interpreted as an aggressive army build in Berlin.
And
Hey,
Carl,
at least it wasn't a fleet.
Carl in the comments does say, I really wanted Germany to build Army Munich and turn on France. And I'm just like,
Totally fair. I mean, if you're Germany right here, why are you not?
mm.
Yeah.
I mean, this game ends in 09, 10?
I don't know if there's a time limit for these or not.
Oh, okay.
I did hear someone say 1910 earlier, so it's possible there is a 1910. We'll find out.
I mean, really, if you're Germany, like, why did you not build in Munich? You could drop to Picardy, and yeah, even if you get bounced in Burgundy, who cares? You know,
Who cares?
who cares? You can, Paris is yours. So, you know, I might go to France and I might say, oh, hey, I could take one of your dots and there's nothing you can do about it. Why am I not doing that? What are you giving me to stay on board here?
Yeah.
Because France has, count them, 7 units in the south and 3 in the north.
Yeah.
And nothing at home, really.
I mean, but this might just be one of those alliances that has been so strong for the entire game that the idea of breaking it, you're emotionally invested in that alliance at this point.
I'm emotionally invested in soloing if I'm France.
Well, I mean, that's usually what you're emotionally invested in. Though. And someone again in the comments, the great Franco-Turkish naval race. Like, it's just, I don't.
Turkey, build an army for the love of armies.
Well, I for all the questioning of Russia giving Germany that build, if the idea was, hey, go build an army in Munich, and you were convinced that was going to happen, if that had happened, I probably would have been saying, well done. But
Yes.
So that's the risk.
So the hindsight of it being,
They drew.
Oh. Well, Doug, I guess you chose right with France when you picked who you wanted to be earlier.
I'm surprised that this drew here. I mean, if you're France and you don't think that you can solo, you've got a board top. So, okay, I'm okay with this.
Yep.
But 3 powers at 7.
Well,
I mean,
congratulations, Dave, first of all.
Yes, well played.
Yeah.
Dave kept his ally on board. Well done.
Fantastic play by Dave in France. Let's also just give a small clap to Matthew Krill, who did manage to stay alive.
Yes. And, you know, it's like Matthew maybe gets like an Icarus Award here for, you know, executing an excellent stab, but not being able to build a home. So, you know, went splashing into the sea, which is always painful. Carl gets the Fleet Happy Award for this board.
We had stiff competition from Dave.
Well, Dave actually won, but, you know, Dave can use them in 2 fronts. Carl is using them to like pacify Syria right now.
Well, I was impressed with Carl's comeback, but I would have loved to see an army. I think this game is very different with an army builder too.
I think if you could make an argument that if he had an army sitting in Bulgaria that he had built last turn and he built a fleet right now, that, you know, especially if he built it in Constantinople and goes to the Black Sea and, you know, worries less about fighting France and more about grabbing the wealth of dots that you were talking about before, Brian, you know, rum and boot and tree, you know, that's pretty good. And he can make a case to Germany like, dude, you know, France is getting all of Italy. What are you doing? While you go snaffle up all of those dots. I mean, there's some juicy 5-6 dots that Turkey could be grabbing right now to top this board. And, you know, so I just feel like Carl has taking the draw right now for Carl is great and probably right because he's got no ability to take those dots.
Siobhan, any final thoughts on this game?
No final thoughts. Just this was a lot of fun to watch. I feel for Matt Krill on that Icarus that Doug was talking about because it was so beautiful, but for that unwanted support down into Rome.
I loved this game. It was a race. I love it when you've got two competing powers that both have great opportunities. And what was unique about this game, or not unique, but less common, is that they were in direct competition with each other, and that's a beautiful thing. So, Doug, thank you for joining us. We will give you a break, and we will welcome Brandon back onto the stream. Brandon, welcome back.
What's up, guys? Good to see you all again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me? Okay, good. Had to reset the mic.
So, Brandon, we are now on round 3, board 4.
Yep.
And
just had to do a little reset. There was a bug. Thank you to Siobhan's favorite diplomacy player, Jason Massbaum, for locating it for us. And that was that the DBNI rankings were not showing exactly properly. So some people were being shown a little bit higher than they otherwise would, having to do with some extended deadline players not being shown properly. So I fixed it in the background when you didn't need the mouse, and now they should be showing properly. They were showing properly on the top 10 list, just not on each player list.
Jason, thank you as always. And I will say, yes, thank you, Siobhan. And I'd like to just give a shout out to chat for a minute. Good to see the conversation going back and forth. I am trying to keep up with that while I'm broadcasting. Don't always get to comment on everything, but it is very fun and a very meaningful addition to the stream. So thank you all for doing that. We will go ahead and bring up the player list for round 3, board 4. In Austria, we have Robert Roos, who I believe is one of the primary organizers of the Carnage tournament, longtime diplomacy player. He has done, really, Carnage would not be what it is without his support. He, along with Dave Miletsky, have made this event happen. So really appreciate their support. And then Lei for his help for the evening rounds also. So give them both shout outs, or all three of them. In England, we have Ben Kelman from Philadelphia. France, JJ Raymond from Santa Monica. Germany, we have Tim Richardson from Washington, D.C. Italy, Jonathan Frank from Baltimore. Russia, Jackson Roberts from Orange County, California. And Turkey, we have Liam Stokes from Victoria, Canada. Brandon, you're most recent to our stream, so I'll let you go first. What are you watching for this game?
It's an interesting board in the sense that there are some accomplished players on here, but nobody's really high up in the rankings. Jackson, in terms of making the invitational, Jackson is closest. He's right on the bubble there at 33. But then you got a bunch of other players who just haven't made a mark yet with the tournaments that we've been covering this year, but they're all capable of it. And one good finish, I think making the top board might be good enough to get at least onto the bubble. And if you're on the bubble, to get onto the good side of it. Liam Stokes was, I think, the 7th on the Weaselmoot board. So, he definitely can. And I think he's a bit of I think we've seen him be a bit of a chameleon on the top board at Weaselmoot. I think he was a bit erratic, sort of back and forth, a little agent of chaos. And then on another game, we saw him be a relatively stable alliance player. So I don't have a specific matchup to look at here. It's just it's an interesting mix of characters. Robert is a player. I've met him in person, played with him in person. Siobhan has probably a longer history with him than I do. He's kind of capable of anything, isn't he, Siobhan?
He really is. And, over the years playing with him, he can kind of go any direction. And the same with Tim Richardson in Germany. And what first jumped out at me is 2 players in the center of the board, both coming from the face-to-face hobby, but they could be very unpredictable. So this board could be anything.
And they're the kind of players who can get more unpredictable as the game goes on. So that will be one to watch, to keep an eye on. Do they surprise late in the game?
And with especially, I think Jackson and Liam, who have probably one good score under their belt. A good result this weekend could help propel them into those rankings. Everyone else would need a pretty good score for them to make a move, but I think that these two are still within striking distance.
The board count here is going to be higher than we originally anticipated, which means the tournament's going to be valuable, more valuable than some of the other face-to-face tournaments. Dixie is the standard right now with 20 boards. We're sitting at 13 after today, and there's going to be a top board and then another round tonight as well. So, the winner could get close to 100 points. Second place would be around 60. Third place would be around 40. All three of those scores would be good enough to get you into the top 28 right now.
Yep, absolutely. All right, well, let's move on to our game. And for this one, let's go ahead and do a year at a time. Brandon, why don't you take the odd years, and Siobhan, you can take the even. Brandon, start us out in spring of 1901. If I click on the right button. There we go.
There we go. All right, we see yet another successful DMZ of Galicia, which is it's a theme of the hobby right now. We have seen this time and time again now. It is now a clear part of the cultural moment as far as these things go. We see an opening to Armenia as well, so this may be a bit of a counter trend now. Turkeys may be adjusting, let's see. Elsewhere, we get another northern opening, which often is now going with the Galicia. So the northern opening from Russia, I should say, indicated by Moscow to St. Petersburg. Ben Kelman, who I believe is the tournament leader coming into round 3, counters with a northern opening. So all of his units in the north arrayed to possibly go against that northern opening from Russia. The rest of the West is almost standard with one big exception. That Fleet and Brest makes it into the English Channel. And
I believe that's the first board of this round where France gets into the Channel instead of England.
I know we saw that earlier today, but I don't remember if it was this round or not.
It's a real pot stirring move. It really ups the ante in the West because France is a difficult nut to crack, and even given good position is even more difficult. And that can sometimes scare both of their neighbors who might not have been inclined to work together against France to do so.
All right, well, let's find out what impact that has.
All right. Well, Venice tries to get into the Helgoland, doesn't make it. Hard not to look directly at that. Otherwise, Italy spends their units convoying to Tunis. Turkey manages to get into the Black Sea and keep Russia out of Romania. So this is the as anti-Turkish or as anti-Russian as the Turkish can get in 1901, and does it successfully. Austria advances forward. So Turkey could be looking at a real significant problem here, an AIR that is well organized and determined. Elsewhere, Russia gets into Sweden. So Tim Richardson, an accomplished player, sees the danger that Russia is in and recognizes the value of having a viable Russia next to them. France spends the capital earned by getting into the English Channel by taking Belgium with the army, which is significant because it suggests that France may be wanting to signal to England that they're more interested in attacking Germany with England rather than the other way around. And that's kind of that's it. England covers London. So France really has a nice position here and takes Portugal with the army. Which is wise, but that army is going to be doing nothing next year except taking Spain.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the problem with France, is there's always something out there that has to spend some time marching back, and, depending on how you want it. I'm glad he only took 2 centers here. I get wanting Belgium. We'll see if England is willing to work with him.
Wes Kencham in France points out, he said, the DMZ in Galicia, he's theorizing, could be the result of a lot of our early games featuring Western triples. It might be a way to combat that. So that's an interesting. I could see that. That's a beautiful argument.
That's potentially really sharp observation. And Wes has played a lot of these games, so he can speak to that firsthand. Interesting to consider whether it's the right kind of response from the East. It certainly, well, the thing it really does is it gives Austria and Russia more options in the fall of 1901. And so perhaps that strategic flexibility is the thing that helps them sort of pivot easily if they need to, if the Western Triple forms.
It has certainly caused more northern Russian openings than I've seen historically in face-to-face community, at least. Which, as someone who enjoys playing the northern opening as Russia, I'm happy to see that.
We need to get David Hood to tell us to get on this and tell us whether who that ends up benefiting. I would worry that might benefit France in the long run, but maybe not.
Yeah, we'll see. And yes, Waverrod, Jonathan did order Venice to go to hell. Winter of 1901, we see for our adjustments, England builds an army in Liverpool. Yay! We get it.
Thank you, Ariel Mendez Pinate. Oh wait, no, that was.
We can come back to that one. We've got a fleet in Brest, an army in Paris. We've got a fleet in Kiel, army in Munich for Germany, fleet in Naples for Italy. We've got a fleet in Cannes for Turkey, and a fleet St. Pete North Coast for Jackson in Russia. There is a lot going on. Oh, double army build for Austria. Yeah, a lot going on this turn. Siobhan, why don't you talk to us? What are we seeing here?
I was going to spend my time talking to Ben about Army Liverpool, but I think we should just find the link to when I gave Ariel my lecture on stream about building Army Liverpool that one time and move right on to Jackson is fully committing to this northern attack as Russia, which is interesting considering the hostility he's getting in the south. And so I'm wondering what he feels he's going to be able to do diplomatically to solve that problem. We shall see.
I actually kind of get it. It is an offensive mindset here. Jackson is hoping that he can solidify his position in the north, given that England is under threat from France. So, Jackson needs a base, right? So it's clearly not going to be in the south. So he can either try to play defense in the south and sort of either go nowhere or slowly wither away, or formulate a base in the north and try to combat things from there. So it's a higher risk, higher reward strategy. I like it. The aerial. Let's call that what it is. The Army Liverpool build of the aerial. It's we love to find scenarios in which it makes sense. It's hard to see this being one. This is it's one that is either for the future, it's an investment in the future, or it's a defensive solidification, consolidation, I should say. And it might end up paying dividends defensively, but boy, a fleet Liverpool would do that better.
I just don't see it right now. And it became sort of a running gag on these streams for a while that people would build Army Liverpool just to watch me like writhe in pain because it actually physically hurt. And I recall only one time when it was genuinely, before the builds were even put down, we looked at each other and we're like, it's going to be Army Liverpool and it has to be, doesn't it? Like,
yeah. And to the extent that people are doing things to get under Siobhan Nolan's skin, I think that DBN endorses that.
I think most people do, unfortunately.
All right, Siobhan, talk to us about 1902.
All right. Well, Russia marches on in the north, predictably taking Norway. Venice tries to take St. Pete behind him, but I don't know, must have been a misorder or something. Not much moves in the south for Russia or Turkey. Austria actually gets the benefit and takes Romania. And it looks like we've got an AI blooming out of this, which I like to see. So, France repositioned some units. That army in Portugal is going to sit on the peninsula for this year. I suppose he could flip MAO around the south coast and put the army up into Gascony or Marseille. But it doesn't look like the German wants to help France against England. Instead, the German wants to go into Burgundy and take Belgium. So France may have bet on the wrong horse here.
Yeah, I think for me, all eyes were on Germany for the spring moves, and Germany, boy, Tim, this is putting the foot down on the accelerator, full throttle, take whatever engine analogy you can. And the only thing that Tim Richardson could have done more here is taken the support into the North Sea. Mm-hmm. But But Tim actually, to his credit, is only attacking one of his neighbors.
Only one of them, and that it's still early. It's only 1902. Give him some time.
But I also want to give a shout out here to Jackson Roberts, whose bet on consolidating the North appears to have paid off, because Austria's units have all gone to the south now.
Yep.
And Jackson's going to get a build here. Doesn't have to. St. Pete's going to be open, so lots of options for Jackson. But dangers to worry about. Got a red monster in the south.
I mean, a red monster in the south, but maybe a junior partner and an heir. Maybe you can swing it that way.
I know this reminds me a lot of a game I played with Doug Moore. I don't remember. I think I was Russia and Doug was Austria. It may have been the other way around. But I remember Doug pointing out that when he's playing in the north like this, he doesn't always try to get involved with Russia and Turkey. Let them slowly beat away and go get some gains up here, because that will still be there later in the game. So that was a really good lesson for me in playing Russia, being very patient with that power. And I learned a lot from Doug with that conversation. And I think that could be what we're seeing here. We'll have to see how it plays out, but everything's setting up for the northern strategy paying off pretty well for Jackson right now.
Yep. I will point one thing out before we move on, is that if he had wanted it, Turkey could have had Romania, because Sevastopol supported Armenia to Romania. And with the help of Bulgaria and the convoy of the Black Sea, it would have worked.
Yep. One other real quick tip here for JJ: you got to cover Burgundy here. You just have to, even if you've got an alliance with Tim, you're trying to cultivate that. You can always ask for forgiveness later. He's got 3 armies on there. He can't both get Burgundy and take Belgium at the same time. You have to only force him into one or the other.
All right, Siobhan.
France pivots back, decides, oh, wait, Germany is not going to help me against England. Only loses Belgium this year, but Tim just marches his armies forward. Ben Kelman must be having huge sigh of relief despite losing Norway. And the AI marches on down in the southeast. Turkey loses Bulgaria. And Russia just sits there and says, hey, y'all figure this out. I'll be here later. And so I think this is working out well for Jackson. He gets a build at the end of this year. Austria is going to be in just amazing position.
What do you build if you're Jackson, though? What do you build?
That's a good question. Let's find out.
I don't know.
He's going to...
Army Warsaw, personally.
Army Moscow's the hedge, though.
But Army Warsaw, you can sell it with Austria that you're going to help against Germany. Let's just go do a full assault on Germany. Moscow. This is not. Well, I suppose if you're going to try to slip into Armenia or something, or Black Sea, but I feel like that fleet in Sevastopol is stuck until Turkey loses another unit.
Yeah, I think what this is telling me is that there may be a lack of confidence in the alliance with Austria. If I'm confident that I've got an Austrian ally who's with me to the end, I'm absolutely building Army Warsaw. But in this case, maybe a little defense. Some other adjustments. We've got the army in Liverpool disbanding. We've got army build in Brest from France. Italy builds fleet Naples. Austria builds army Vienna. And Germany builds army Munich. Brandon, it is your turn. Spring of 1903.
All right, this is a bit of a decision point for Austria. Austria had a couple options here in terms of alliance structure. I think Austria should be asking themselves whether staying in the AIR is good in the long run. And there's still a stab opportunity in the fall if they want to move against Italy. No stab opportunity against Russia, and certainly not against Germany here. So the thing that stands out most of all here is Jackson getting into Armenia. This is a big deal. This is a really big deal. It's not only great for position, it's great for unit efficiency. He's managed to put that new Army Moscow into play, and it should pay dividends. If not immediately, then down the road. Elsewhere, there's a stymie in the north. He doesn't Jackson needs to rearrange those units or get Sweden. Sweden should have gone to Skagerrak here if he's going to try to advance, or to Barents and move on to Norway, something like that. France, actually, let's see. France is able to move units so that the fleet can help out a little bit, at least cover Marseille, so that there can be a supported attack on Burgundy if they want. Otherwise, France is kind of just waiting. So Tim gets into the English Channel here, which is no small thing for a German to do. But there's a big but here. It's not clear that Tim really has further expansion opportunities. England cannot help. England is stuck in defense. Russia also cannot help at the moment. The units are not in the right place. But one thing that England and Russia can do is attack Germany together if they want to. So that lone fleet in Denmark, I would be worried about it coming up.
Yeah, 100% agreed. And if they're not having that conversation, they should be. I love Jackson's moves in the south, don't love them in the north. What was the point of pushing Finland to Norway instead of Sweden?
Yeah.
Denmark's hasn't moved. But I guess you could see it as the safe play, and I just don't see Norwegian moving at this point. So
yeah, it shows that there's some strategic like lack of strategic lubrication in the north. England, Russia, and Germany are there's not two of them that are working against the third, and that's going to need to change. And they're also not working together against others. So these are 6 units that are not doing anything productive, and that either if one of them is going to do well, that has to change.
All right. Well, in fall of 1903, what do we see?
This is me. Yeah. So what we see is Austria getting Turkey losing Adan, and it goes to Austria, who gets a fleet into Constantinople, which is a happy day for Austria. It's because it's one step away from Black Sea, and that's the real pay dirt. But for their part, Austria also goes to Galicia, which signals a possible move against Russia, which isn't something you want to do in a fall turn, a positional stab, but it may not matter just because Russia is out of position and has no growth opportunities. Elsewhere, there's a bunch of, I'm sorry, I was going to say stagnation, but there is one big there's one big successful move, and that is Picardy is successfully convoyed to London. So Tim has now stabbed his erstwhile ally in England, who helped him get into the English Channel, but now is no longer useful. So Tim recognized the danger of the stagnation and proactively became part of the solution. And that is really good play. And he has managed to get smaller powers to help him grow, even though he is tied for the board top. So well done. Right now, Tim and Robert, old friends, are without having to coordinate, are ruling this board.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Tim got the Russian to try to help support him into north, so the Russian is at least a little bit on side if it damages the English. I think Tim is in a great position to explode very quickly.
Right.
Robert as well, like you said, fleet con, just.
I think Tim's a little bit better. I think he puts down a fleet here, and yeah.
Agreed.
He does indeed put down the fleet. Well done, veteran player making the veteran move. Ben Kelman disbands the fleet from England. From Norwegian, we have Robert putting down the army in Vienna, and Liam disbanding the fleet in Ankara in Turkey. Those are all of our adjustments. Siobhan, why is that fleet a meaningful build?
Oh, the fleet in Kiel? The fleet in Kiel is eminently just versatile. It can go to Baltic, it can go to Helgoland. And here Tim, he's sitting in the middle of the board in a really, really strong position, and he gets to decide how this board is going to shake out. He has the chance to play for Scandinavia. He can take North Sea by himself. Actually, right now, even without Kiel moving to Helgoland, it's controlling the North Sea is everything. And if it's me, that's the direction I'm going.
Brandon, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, the dance here now for Tim is to make sure that Ben and Jackson don't work together against him. If he can do that, I actually think it doesn't. North would be the preferred of the two, but if well, I no, so he's not going to get England to work with him because he just stabbed England. So his task now is to keep Russia on side. And it may work because Russia now has a Robert Roos problem in the south. So this may be perfect timing for Tim. So yeah, 100% now. It should be full speed towards North Sea.
And these two have probably played together in the past. I wonder if that timing was coordinated. Wouldn't shock me. All right, spring of 1904. I believe, Siobhan, it is your turn.
Yep. All right. Well, let's stick with the West for a minute. Just for John Jameson, we have a convoy to North Africa. That's always fun to see as France pivots to focus a little bit on the south. Italy must have seen a little bit of that coming, did move to the Tyrrhenian Sea. As predicted, yeah, Germany takes North Sea, backfills for Denmark. Russia finally gets to put something in Norwegian. I don't know that I love the choice to put the army in Norway. I guess you want to convoy it to Clyde?
That army should be in St. Petersburg to cover Moscow.
Army should be in St. Petersburg, and Sweden should have gone to Norway. But here we are. Elsewhere, Robert Roos in Austria is getting all the spoils of everything that's happening down there. Convoying to Ankara, Italy gets Smyrna, Russia...
Wait, but convoying to Ankara on a Turkish fleet.
The Turk said, hey, I'm done, I'm out. I get to choose who gets my centers. It will not be Jackson. And the choice has been made. And I get it, Liam. I very much get it. And, oh God, Robert in Austria is just going to explode.
This is extraordinary, actually. It's like which bomb is going to light bigger?
Okay, prediction.
Okay.
Jackson is sitting in Warsaw and Sevastopol, has Moscow to cover, is going to attempt to self-bounce using Warsaw and Sev. Ukraine supports one of them and backfills Warsaw.
It's clever, but I don't think he needs to. I think he just taps Sev.
I know, but I want to see it.
It could happen. It could happen.
It would be delightful.
This is one of my favorite parts of the game of diplomacy that I don't see in a lot of other games, especially more modern games where we don't see player elimination. Managing what happens to the player that is being eliminated is such a critical part of being a successful diplomacy player. People overlook that very frequently, especially a newer player. Maintaining those relationships. Something happened to where Liam said, you know what? Jackson is the one that I hate most. I probably hate you all because you all ganged up on me, but I hate him the most. And Robert recognized that. Jonathan recognized that. They were able to take advantage, and well done to both of them.
Yeah, and I think so for Jackson, this may be a little bit of a hard lesson, but I think one of the things about a good diplomacy player is strategic flexibility. When you are stuck, look for the way to turn the game around. Look for the way to shake things up so that a path opens up to you. Tim Richardson did that when he convoyed to London. Robert hasn't had to do that yet, but Jackson, there were opportunities, just stayed on the same path.
I do see a comment that says from JJ, it was because Jackson had good scores in the first 2 rounds.
And I love that. This is why I always say tournament diplomacy and league diplomacy are variants. This is not pure diplomacy. And really, from my perspective, a tournament is one giant long game with multiple rounds. And that well done on the players recognizing that and making a choice that was tournament score motivated. Fantastic, beautiful choice. All right, fall of 1904. Siobhan.
Alrighty, and as expected, Roos takes both Warsaw and Sevastopol, convoyed again by the Turk in the Black Sea before the Turk has to pull those units. you gotta love to see it, you know. And Jackson, this is a rough one for you. But you know, meanwhile, the Italian says, "Cool, I got Smyrna. Let me pull everything back. I will deal with this French problem." And Germany says, "All right, I'm moving east, I guess. Not attacking France, so Kiel, Ruhr, taps Tyrolia, convoys back. Interesting. Does England get his homeland back as a result of this eventually?"
Wait, can we just go back and just talk about this for a second?
Yeah.
Liam Stokes convoys 2 Austrian armies across
Mhm.
the Black Sea in
It's-
1 year.
Love it. Love it. That is full spite happening right there.
Yeah. That is such a well executed FU. Like, you know, it's not the nicest of sentiments, but it's understandable, and like, we all applaud you for it.
I love it, and I feel for Jackson. This is a very painful year for you, but this is so beautiful. And Robert Roos picks up 3 centers.
Picks up 3 centers and is almost certain to have the Black Sea available.
Mm-hmm.
Won't need it because he already has everything around the Black Sea. I am curious to see if Robert drops a fleet here and says,
I fully expect fleet and 2 armies.
Because this game, you know, 10 years is long enough to solo. So, but you know, I think he probably needs to get across the stalemate line before he starts thinking about that. This is a tough decision point for an Austrian who wants to solo. Probably, and Tim may be his bigger threat anyway. But
so we'll pause here. Normally, I would play Who Do You Like, but I mean, I think obviously we all probably like to be in Austria right now. Germany obviously is probably the second choice. I think the more interesting question is there any chance, anything the rest of the board could do to keep Austria from topping this board? Maybe not soloing, but topping.
You want to take it?
I mean, I never like to say there's nothing the rest of the board can't do. But it would take a lot of very concerted effort, and they would need the Italian 100% on board. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, not with 2 French fleets. One of them's in the Tyrrhenian Sea. I mean, Rome isn't even defensible here. It would take Tim Richardson should be recognizing right now, and his move away from England may actually have been an indication that he does recognize that. Tim has to recognize that he needs to rally the board against Austria, certainly at least Russia.
And I think that pulling back off the English mainland might be his attempt to signal, hey guys, I'm moving this way. I do see Jonathan Frank in the comments. This is where Robert Roos started claiming to anybody interested in listening that he didn't want the solo because he didn't want to play on the top board. That's a lie.
Let's see the builds. Oh, okay.
No fleet. We've got the triple army build from Robert in Austria. We say thank you for playing, Liam.
Yeah.
I also say thank you for playing, Liam.
Yeah, really, thank you.
Thank you.
We've got a double disband of the fleets for Jackson. Rough year for Jackson. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to even hold on in this game.
Austria gets to walk into the Black Sea.
Yeah, but like I said, doesn't need it, right? Already has anything.
Won't even bother.
Yeah.
We've got army in Rome for Jonathan in Italy, and I think those are all of our adjustments. Siobhan, what does this tell you? These builds tell you?
I mean, I think that aside from Tim Richardson having pulled his units back last year, we're not going to see much change between Austria and Italy. Robert just is going to just plow through the rest of Russia. He'll be able to hold Tim Richardson off from Germany. It might be over. This is Robert's game to lose.
Yeah, I agree. I personally would have liked to have seen a wave build just to keep it in the back pocket. But it's all the question really now is how much does Tim recognize the problem with Robert, and does Tim shift all of his armies to the east now?
Brandon, why don't you tell us what he does? How does he respond?
So Munich doesn't move. which is a little bit surprising. But the rest of the units do all move toward the east, which certainly suggests that he's prepared to say convoy to Livonia and support something to Prussia, or just take Scandinavia. Like, Robert moves well, although he moves to Black Sea surprisingly. I suppose the argument here is that he still needs to be able to do something in Sevastopol when he takes Moscow, and Turkey moves in, or Italy moves into Ankara. There's a little bit of dipsy doodle going on down here with the Italian. So losing Tunis, that's probably arranged, the giving of Ankara there. But the story here now is, is England comfortable sitting back? Are England and Russia going to be able, are Germany and Russia going to be able to coordinate effectively against Austria? So it's 10-7 right now, and Austria is going to stay even. Germany is not going to be able to grow. Yeah, it's all a tactical question right now. Can Germany get into position to push Austria back? And Munich not moving. I have to assume Munich not moving is a misorder, since Ruhr goes to Munich.
That's what I'm thinking.
Question is whether Munich would have gone to Tyrolia or Bohemia. But the big problem for them right now is that Italy doesn't want to attack Austria because they're being set upon by France. So.
And the AI is still on. Like you said, the move to Ankara had to be arranged.
Yeah.
All right, fall of 05.
All right, so Robert does not take Moscow. Because Robert, right? Oh, we didn't actually talk about his tactics there.
The move from Sev to Ukraine, or what he did it backwards essentially.
Yeah, Sev went to Ukraine rather than Romania to Ukraine.
Yep.
I suppose this was because there were two on Sevastopol, but would have been better to say convoy to Armenia, and so Romania would be available for a retreat or something like that. Anyway, but he does get into Bohemia, so he's in Bohemia and Tyrolia. Germany gets into Livonia and Silesia, both of which are important places to be, but takes Sweden, interestingly. And that is actually Russia had a unit piffed, I believe. Can you go back?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, Ukraine
was piffed. Okay, so this is and
nowhere he could rebuild.
So that was almost certainly agreed upon by the two of them. But it's great for Tim, because he gets to build without having to stab the ally, and that gets him one closer to Austria. And so I believe Warsaw will be under threat here. It will at least slow Austria down. So there's going to be some tactics to figure out. There's a gap in Prussia here that should be filled by an army, but there is no army in sight. But there will be next. There'll be an army build in Berlin. And otherwise, France and Italy sort of play to a stalemate. Nothing moves there at all. So, yeah, this game looks like it's going to wrap up relatively quickly.
I agree. Coming into this season, Robert's tactics where he got the moves backwards around Ukraine really, really hurt him, because he could have had Moscow this turn.
Yeah. The question, but he, the giving of Ankara, he's got the board top almost locked up here, and he can, even if he loses a dot to Germany, he can just take Ankara, and Italy will probably be fine letting him. So
that's fair. And if he really isn't concerned with playing on the top board, which maybe he was being completely honest there,
we'll find out.
Then he would play suboptimal tactics and not have a chance at a solo anyway.
Exactly.
All right, winner of 1905. We've got a French fleet in Marseille, an army building Kiel by Tim Richardson, and disband of an army in Serbia by Austria.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Not Constantinople.
It makes sense.
No, it's
all right.
It's clear he wants to keep up in the option.
Why don't you talk to us about Spring of 06?
Spring of 06, Tim Richardson. See, I love Tim and Robert. They can be such wild cards. And so after all of that effort to go east to slow Robert Roos down, Tim says, "Oh, but look at those French dots. They're so tasty. I wants them. Which is exactly how I got a solo on a board at Tempest years ago by turning Tim Richardson the other direction again. That aside, there's some repositioning by the Italian that I guess makes sense. Robert is back in play, but can't get Moscow now until you get rid of that German problem. Baltic goes to Bothnia. Is Tim going to make a play on St. Pete while Robert Roos takes Moscow in the fall? Have they allied? Is that what's happening now?
It would be a good thing for Tim to agree to and then not follow through with. But look at Tim. We didn't pay attention to the build in Kiel rather than Berlin. We didn't give that the significance it deserved. But Tim should lose Munich now. It should, although France would have to risk Paris in order to do it. It would probably lose Paris, but yeah, the positioning that Roos gets here means that, this is a big risk by Tim.
It's a big risk by Tim, but I mean, he walks into Brest, has play on Paris. I mean, it's hard not to see it as much more than Tim Richardson just being like, nom, 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 nom.
The Cookie Monster.
I mean, basically.
Yeah, I love it. But the problem is long term. He's then now going to have to fight Russia or France while Austria comes on the backsides. Okay, so
okay. So they do take Munich. France does not lose Paris. Does take St. Petersburg while Robert takes Moscow, and Jackson loses Norway. So in one fell swoop, Jackson goes from 3 to 0. Painful game for you, but it does show you the metagame of being a leader coming into a game like this in a late round. You've got to be top of your game to convince people to want to help you. And Jackson, it just looked like the board didn't want to let it happen. Italy takes Con. Hard to believe that's anything but arranged yet again. So, and Italy can build in Naples, the southbounds in Naples, to keep it open for the build.
Honestly, this is a breathtaking turn.
It's beautiful.
This is astounding. So that going for 2 French dots was not worth losing Mid-Atlantic. Keeping Mid-Atlantic clear was worth more than trying to get 2 dots. He must have assumed that Burgundy would cover Paris. What JJ Raymond does here is fantastic. Getting away with even if he had lost Paris, I would have liked this. He says, the important thing now is that I punish Tim Richardson and guarantee that he loses Munich. And so he did the exact move that would guarantee that Tim lost Munich.
Can we point out the most beautiful thing about this turn is that Tim has a build, but nowhere to put it. Because
he retreated to Kiel. And I'll tell you the reason why my breath is taken away. Honestly, it's by Robert Roos.
Stunning.
His game was stymied. This game was headed to a rapid conclusion with him on top. And now it's headed toward a rapid conclusion with him possibly soloing. I mean, the solo opportunity is now wide open.
Yeah.
You could quibble that letting Italy get a build here is possibly counterproductive to that, but it may also widen the door by giving Italy something else to do rather than fight.
Especially as France pulls back to fight the German, Italy's got so many places to be other than one-dotting Austria for Bulgaria.
Yep.
I think, first of all, Waverod, I do agree with your analysis. If he's eating dots, he's Pac-Man, not.
Yep.
well
played.
But Cookie Monster kind of fits Tim more, doesn't it?
True. If you know Tim, Cookie Monster.
I hear you. I hear you, Waverod. I think we should find someone else to be Pac-Man. That's a good nickname that someone in diplomacy deserves.
The other thing I think this is worth pointing out, and I think it's a testament to how strong a season John Anderson's having, that I'm talking about him on a board he's not even on. But what Jackson's experiencing is target the leader syndrome and has been ganged up on by all of his fellow board members. Somehow John has talked his way around that. So that just shows the difference between the people who are winning the league and the people that are kind of knocking on the door. The difference is how they're handling being the leader. So.
And games like these, Jackson, are where I've learned my best lessons over the years. It's taught me, especially if you could sit down with the players on the board after the game and say, okay, then why not me? Where did I go wrong? What could I have done? And you learn to start to adjust. And, you're a very strong player, Jackson, and the board recognized that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, in winter of 06, we bid farewell to Jackson. Looked so beautiful for a while, and sad to see you go. We've got a disband from JJ in Tyrrhenian Sea. We've got another Austrian army in Trieste, and we've got a fleet in Liverpool. Anything stand out to you, Brandon?
Fleet Liverpool. Now he built Fleet Liverpool.
Yeah.
It does. The question is, what's Ben going to do now? My assumption is that Ben just wants to survive. In Carnage, if he can, let's see if he can get above JJ. He can actually get a decent score out of this. I think he's leading the tournament coming into this. So, any kind of score would be useful here for him. So, well done surviving this long, and let's see what else you can get. With Robert, just looking at that line of Italian units on the peninsula, I would be sounding Italy really carefully just to keep a read. Reading Italy. Robert's biggest task right now, apart from the tactical battle against Germany, which he has the upper hand on, is the diplomatic task of reading Jonathan Frank, because Jonathan Frank is the only thing standing between him and a solo at the moment.
All right. Well, spring of 1907. It's an odd year. So, Brandon, I think it's your turn to lead us off.
That's it.
Brandon,
wow.
Is this the right result?
In Carnage terms, it's definitely the right board top result. Robert had... Robert did not have an amazing solo opportunity. He just had one, which was more than it seemed like he had 2 years prior, after Germany had moved east. So Austria topping the board feels right. I think if I'm Italy, I'm not satisfied with this. I think I deserve at least a second place. So I probably would keep this game going if I were Italy in order to snag second place. There's lots of possibilities here, and Italy could even top this board actually if they play it right. So,
well, and I think that would be Robert's concern about letting Italy alive long enough to get second place.
Yeah.
Because you need to take some dots off of Tim while Italy is eating up French dots.
Yeah. Yeah, it's high risk, high reward for Robert to keep the game going. Mm-hmm. It's low risk, high reward for Jonathan Frank to keep the game going, which is why in Italy, which is why I'm surprised. For Tim, I'm thrilled.
If I'm Tim, I'm like, yes, I'm voting for the draw. I'm voting for the draw.
There's three game years left in this game, and I wonder. I know personally, I have had this exact conversation at a Carnage tournament where it's just exhaustion. It's like, the score is not going to change that much. I'd like second place, but I don't feel like I'm going to make it into the top 7. This is a fine result. I'm tired. I'll just get some rest and go into the next round. But who knows?
Well, and depending on how many of these players have played multiple rounds so far this weekend, you're tired by now. I mean, in person it's hard, but I sit in front of a computer all day for work and I'm exhausted. Trying to do it with diplomacy. Oof.
Okay, well, I am going to, I think, drop off here. Brandon, if you want to take over as host, and then we'll welcome Adam back.
I shall indeed. All right, have a good break, Brian. We'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
All right, Adam, welcome. Let's get you unmuted so we can hear you.
Wow, that was quite a game. Wow.
It really was.
It's so nice to see Robert back in the fray and doing what he does on boards. That was very, very cool. And great game by Jonathan Frank and Tim as well, of course.
Yeah, and a good learning experience for both Ben and Jackson, I think, who had 2 good rounds in the first 2 and had to take some lumps there in round 3.
But they're still in the thick of things. I don't know if either of them are playing in round 4, but I think there is a dropped round. And even with the survival for Ben in this game, he's probably still in reasonable shape to have a play at that top board. So we'll see.
I can tell you guys, Ben Kellman actually messaged me. I had given the Dave Moletsky, the tournament director, the standings as far as I had them after round 2, which are unofficial because we're not running the tournament. But Ben wanted to know what his round 3 standings were, and we'll publish them at the end of this. But so now I understand why Ben wants to know if he still has a lot of work to do in round 4 or not.
Yeah.
So, all right, shall we dive into board 5 here and see what happens?
Let's go.
Like you guys have a choice. All right, here we go. Oh, I didn't. You know what? I should remind me to do the graphic in the future.
Do the graphic in the future.
Remind me when it's relevant, please. Okay, here we are. Board number 5 in round 3 of Carnage 2020. In Austria, we find Maxim Popov from Ames, Iowa, currently ranked 13 in the DBNI standings and a best country expert so far this year. In England, we have Matt Lynch coming to us from Dublin, Ireland, playing the morning round. So that would be afternoon for someone in Dublin. In France, we have Farron Jane from Austin. Farron played a fantastic game in, I believe it was round 2. Siobhan, you and I think it was Doug and me were the analysts covering that one. Mm-hmm. Germany, Chris Brand, DBN's own Chris Brand, coming to us from Vancouver, sitting in 42nd place. So on the bubble right now, the cusp of getting into the Invitational. Chris is a former world champion. We have to mention that every time one of these ones comes up. In Italy, we have Brad Blitzstein, who is now sitting at 26 in the rankings. Some of these might be different, by the way, from what were posted earlier, because there was a little bug that someone named Jason Massbaum, who is playing in Turkey, pointed out to me. So I think some of these players were a little bit higher, 4 or 5 places than they actually were. But we've got 2 Vermonters, Brad Blitzstein in 26 and Morgante Pell who is 60th, playing in Russia. And then in Turkey, we have... somehow, accidentally, through nothing other than pure coincidence, for the 3rd time today, Siobhan Nolan, you are calling a game with your favorite diplomacy player, Jason Massbaum. How do you feel about that?
I feel fantastic about it. I mean, Jason and I have a great working relationship in the game of diplomacy. No, I'm kidding. No, I love Jason. I've known him for years. He is a really great player. And it's actually over the last few years, he's shown a lot of really good improvement. On this board with him are Chris Brand and Brad Blitzstein, also longtime face-to-face hobby players. Very, very good players. And as you said, Brandon, there's some strength in Maxim and Farron and Morgante. I don't know Matt Lynch as well, so sorry, Matt, I'm not trying to ignore you, but
we see you in the chat, so we look forward to some non-spoiler comments from you as we go along. Adam, any matchups on here or any specific theater?
Yeah, it's a tough board, I'm interested to see how Brad and Maxim manage to do in the AI position. I think those are both 2 players who, Maxim, who I've seen through these broadcasts many times, and Brad, who I know personally from many games together. And they're 2 players who I would be watching to see how they manage to hit it off or not. They could be a powerful pair if they end up working together in this game.
All right, let us dive in here. I awkwardly have to look all the way behind me to do this. And there we go. Okay. Spring 1901. So Adam, why don't we put you into 1901 since you're just coming into the broadcast. And here we go. I should do this on this one. Oh, sorry, guys. Too many mices.
Technology is hard.
Here we go. Okay. Here are the orders for Spring 1901. Adam, tell us what happens.
Okay. France does the support into Burgundy, thereby negating Germany's attempt to go there. So that's kind of interesting. And, seeing Chris make a immediate move from Munich to Burgundy makes me think there may have been something there, either an agreed upon bounce, or maybe he was thinking somebody else was going to be making a move against France, because it's unlike him to really want to waste a unit like that. So we'll have to keep an eye on what that relationship ends up looking like. Elsewhere, we see a bounce in the Black Sea. We see no bounce in Galicia, which is quite interesting. But Russia doesn't actually make the move north, actually holds in Moscow, which we've seen from time to time. It's a reasonable equivocating move, and I think that there's some diplomacy that goes into that. And we always ask people to be aggressive, but sometimes the strong move is the one you don't make. So we'll see how that works out.
Siobhan.
Yeah, I agree. The only other thing that jumps out to me is that Liverpool went to Edinburgh. So that means that he is very, very trusting of the French player, and rightly so. France did not go to the English Channel. And I wonder if we're going to see at the end of this turn some sort of late blooming Western triple with a reluctant Chris Brand just dragged along the way.
It's a nice place for England to be in if they want a fast attack on Russia, because they can both convoy to Norway and go to the Barents Sea here. Well, I guess they could have anyway if they went to York, so I take that back. So what really are the advantages of going to Edinburgh here rather than York, Siobhan?
It allows you to convoy over either fleet. So if you want to play for Belgium from the North Sea, you can convoy over Norwegian if you want the army there. You can go from Norwegian to Barents while you convoy the army to Norway.
You can bounce. You can bounce Holland. I mean, you can do
bounce Holland. You can do all sorts of stuff. Just real quick, I see Farron in the chat who says that Chris thought we were bouncing Burgundy. You did bounce him out of Burgundy. You did not lie.
He was bouncing there.
Chris thought we were bouncing at Burgundy. Oops.
But I like moving to Eddie. It gives me a lot of strategic flexibility, but you have to be very trusting that you're not going to have to cover London, because if you do, the only way you can do it in this case is from North Sea, which allows a German fleet in Denmark to take it from behind you.
Yeah. This does open the option of going to North Atlantic, though, if you want to, right? You can convoy to Norway and go to North Atlantic.
You could.
Or English Channel. I'm sorry. You can convoy to Norway and go to the English Channel. That's what
There
you
we
couldn't
go.
do.
That would
That's
be
what you
better.
couldn't do if it were in New York. Yeah. Adam, you were going to add?
That works for you.
All right.
If that's what you're into.
Let's move on. If that's what you're into. Fall of 1901. Adam, tell us about it.
Yeah, so we see a convoy to Norway, but actually a bounce in Belgium, which is interesting. I guess they were bouncing in Burgundy again. I don't know. But Germany does successfully take Holland, holds in Denmark, and I guess Russia was expecting to get bounced because they did not take Sweden. Instead, they just dropped down into the Baltic and moved Moscow to Livonia, which is certainly pretty anti-German looking here. I do wonder if there is some element of folks trying to gang up on Chris a little bit earlier, seeing him as perhaps the strongest player on the board. Though, seeing England bounce Belgium rather than going to Holland suggests that, Chris may have some potential to work with the English player here. Elsewhere in the East, we see, interesting, because Turkey held in Smyrna, they're able to now push the fleet out to Khan, leaving Smyrna open for a build. So that is solid RT-ish kind of play, but then Russia goes and puts the fleet into Romania, which is not really RT-ish play. So I don't know whether there's some sort of early rat or Russia's trying to leave their options open, but it certainly is not an aggressive RT type of a play.
Yeah, Siobhan, can you make any sense of the strategic situation in the East?
I mean, it does sort of feel like an RT, but not a very powerful one. It's the move to Baltic is a little bit unfortunate, and it has to be because Morgante believed that they were going to get bounced out of Sweden, which I'm seeing in the comments is the case. It's fine for the East. There's enough chaos in the West that they have a season or two to figure this out, but I think they need to do it now.
Yeah, this is also sort of the kind of game where if Russia really thinks that they're going to be fighting Germany, they could basically say to Austria and Turkey, like, okay, I'm putting my fleet into Rum. You guys do what you want to do. I'm playing a northern game today. And, I'm going to kind of keep 2 units down south. If you guys aren't aggressive against me, like, I'm going to stay out of that theater. You guys want to fight each other. You guys want to get Italy involved. You guys want to play a rat. Any of those are okay with me, but I just don't want to play that game right now. And that may be kind of what's happening in this particular instance.
Yeah. Well, and Jason Massbaum does say that they were discussing a rat at this point.
You have to kind of wonder what sort of voodoo Maxim was picking off of Brad here, right? It's a hilarious little sequence there. Venice to a Trieste, Apulia follows up, so it looks anti-Austrian, and the Austrian army just holds.
Yeah.
If I'm Austria there, and I think, and that wasn't something I agreed to, or that I had maybe discussed moving Trieste to Budapest or something like that, and then Italy does that. I'm thinking about that for the rest of the game as to whether it's somebody who I can trust or not, and is this somebody I can work with? So that could have really significant diplomatic implications in this game. And if Russia is really playing a northern game, this could be a rat. I mean, that could turn this into a situation where Austria says, okay, I'll work with Turkey and push them out.
It's set up well for it. Although, Brad's a good player. He has to know that there's really nothing else for Army Trieste to do. So that could be a bit of theater, possibly arranged between the two of them. All right, let's keep on going here. Let's look at the winter builds. What we find are two fleets from the French, which is deliciously ambiguous, actually. That could be both Western Tripoli or anti-English. The only thing it really can't be is anti-German. So Germany should be liking that. Germany, for their part, builds a fleet in Kiel, which could go either way. Army in Berlin. So France actually has to be feeling pretty good about those German builds as well. Army Kiel would have been potentially more dangerous.
Well, Germany has to build that way in this position, right? I mean, they've got a Russian fleet in Baltic Sea, so there's not even a thought to not putting at least one fleet down, and it's certainly more flexible in Kiel than it would be in Berlin. And having that army in Berlin gives you the potential to cover Silesia or Prussia if Russia builds the army in Warsaw. I think this is actually one of those situations where France can really get away with the two fleet build because of Germany's being occupied by the Russians. That could change very quickly and could be a problem for France, which is why you don't see the double fleet build very often, because it really does leave you vulnerable in the middle if Germany has the flexibility to do something.
So the English put down a fleet in London. It'll be really interesting to see what happens in the English Channel this turn. That will indicate whether there is strife between E and F, or whether there is some sort of Western Tripoli thing happening. Russia, for their part, puts down an army in St. Petersburg, which is at the very least defensive and flexible. So, all right, let's see what happens here. And Siobhan, you are on tap for spring of 1902. Tell us about it.
All right, so Russia finally takes Sweden, but that German fleet is going to cause them all sorts of problems. And the English continue their best attempt to march north. St. Pete to Norway, good move, slows them down for a season. Meanwhile, down in the south, Turkey marches onward, will very quickly be out of some sort of box, and the Austrian is going to eat some Italian dots soon. I mean,
I'll tell you, when there's a Western triple versus a rat, you know who you don't want to be?
Italy. Yeah, no, it's very true. And France just pulls everything down south and towards the Italian. So the Italian needs to make a friend and fast, but I don't know who it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Adam's point is that Italy is the meat in this sandwich.
Absolutely.
So this is a rare game where we see two triples forming simultaneously right from the get-go. And let's see this out to the end of the year, and then we can talk about which one might have the advantage.
I want to point out one thing about Austria's moves that I think is really interesting. That Austria opts to take Tyrolia from Trieste and move Budapest into Tyrolia rather than just supporting Vienna up into Tyrolia. And that's kind of interesting because it sends a strong message to Russia that, hey, I'm not making a play on Romania. You can do something else with Ukraine if you want, or it's basically it's free game there. So it really does send a strong message to do it this way rather than the other way.
All right, let's push forward here. Fall of 1902. Siobhan, tell us about the action. I see a lot of black arrows.
A lot of black arrows. My eyes are drawn to the convoy from Constantinople to Apulia, Well done. Love to see it.
Multinational convoy.
Multinational. You know, whenever we can get international cooperation in this day and age, I feel just a sense of, you know, familiarity with the rest of the world. No, I'm kidding. We also have a convoy from Marseille to Tuscany. Not multinational, but still really, really nice.
Yeah.
You guys particularly love that convoy because rather than cutting Piedmont, right, and allowing the Austrians to take Venice, you've actually allowed Italy to keep Venice, which is actually good because you don't want Austria taking it. You want your side of the board to get the advantage. And now you're in Tuscany. This is, I mean, this is glorious for France.
No, it's a perfect move, and it might even have been coordinated with the Italian. He's saying, like, I'm just going to convoy around you. I'm not going to interfere. I'm not going to let Austria take Venice. And in the meantime, the Austrian gets booted out of Tyrolia, so won't have play on Venice in the fall. Well, Venice supports Munich to Tyrolia.
No, this was the fall, which is significant,
right,
especially for the German, Chris Brand.
For the German, who picks up Belgium, Sweden,
and is in Tyrolia and Silesia.
Yeah, this is
and Silesia as well. Doug Moore, behind the scenes, Doug Moore is feeling very proud of Chris Brand right now for being in Silesia in fall of 1902.
Yeah, no, this is a beautiful turn all around. Morgante has a few more problems than they had last season, but
it was never going to hold St. Petersburg long term. But yeah, so interesting decision to retreat the fleet forward to Skagerrak here rather than say disband it and rebuild it in Moscow for defensive purposes.
And I don't know if I'm going to say
I
this.
think there's a disband coming, isn't there? We're at 4 and 4. Yeah, I think
there's a disband coming.
No,
lost. No, it didn't lose. Yeah, it didn't lose.
I didn't count Romania. Yeah, so interesting choice. I agree.
It's a thing that a lot of players forget to do, especially in fall turns, that they can disband the unit that's retreating and rebuild it in their homeland.
Yep. And now, his problem is that Morgante's problem is that this fleet is just isolated from the rest of their units. So there's just it's not, we often talk about keeping the fleet in the north if you're Russia. I think this is a case where you probably just want to give up on it and see if you can crack EG in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely wanted to build an army in Moscow here because between Finland, Barents, and Norway, St. Pete is at huge. Well, I mean, I guess
St. Pete's gone no matter what.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I'll just to play devil's advocate for a second. If you remove that fleet, you now have no diplomatic leverage to get England to swing on Germany or Germany to swing on England. By keeping that fleet, you can have conversations with both. Now, maybe neither's going to flip, but at least you can try to have those conversations about somebody flipping. With your support from that SCAG unit. So there maybe is some leverage there.
I suppose, but if you build a fleet, if you build Army Moscow, you could slip into the Black Sea, drop the army into Sevastopol, and secure your life savings in the south.
I fundamentally agree, and I think the pull is the right move here. I'm just thinking about what the thought process may have been.
So notable here in the builds, we have Chris Brand is the only one with adjustments, and Chris puts down 2 armies, one of which is not in Berlin, which is potentially a bit of a surprise. He could probably argue that it's needed to cover Denmark because of that Russian fleet.
You could argue that.
You could.
You probably did.
But it's not hard to notice that these armies, there's this army sitting here on the backside. This is an army, not a fleet, right? Which will make England feel good. And that means it's destined one of these directions or the other.
I mean, this is delightful, and Chris is so nice and so polite, and I could just, I just had to cover Denmark, and you see something, and it's not a problem, I promise you. And it's going to become a problem.
This game feels like, I don't know, like a pile of coleslaw at the moment. Just like there's lots of pieces everywhere, and do you guys have a sense of where this is headed? I have no idea.
I think there's definitely a lot of incentive for Chris to pull the trigger on France here, right? I mean, this is what I said early on that maybe Farron can get away with the double fleet build because Germany was otherwise occupied, but right now, Germany is in the catbird seat and can decide which way to drive this game. And though, a potential walk into Paris and Brest in the fall, if negotiate well in the spring, is looking mighty.
Looking really tasty.
Really
All
not,
right.
and
All
you're
right.
not in sacrificing position against Russia to do it. I mean,
I know.
you know,
Farron, I see you in the comments. We're not advocating that he should do it per se, because it means bad things for you. But
no,
we like to see it.
he should only do it if he's confident he's not going to get bounced from Burgundy. If he's confident he's not getting bounced from Burgundy, he should do it, right?
Well, but the thing is, with Picardy going, the only defense that Farron has right now is to pull back Mid-Atlantic, Spain to Mid-Atlantic right now.
Not looking super likely, though.
I think it's time to find out. You guys ready?
Let's do it.
Oh, Adam, tell us what doesn't happen.
Yeah, no. So Chris doesn't go for it, and I suspect that there are strong diplomatic reasons on this board why Chris made this decision, and I'm sure if we were privy to a little bit more of what was going on, then it would be very apparent. What they do opt to do is destroy that fleet in Skag, so they don't have to deal with it in the fall. Forced St. Petersburg with the English army, and continue to try to make some progress. They lose Tyrolia, they get Bohemia, but France, good turn for France. France is in Rome.
Great turn for France.
Fantastic.
Well done, Farron.
Back to Gascony as a defensive move, which was probably a good play. The chances of Piedmont walking to Marseille were very slim, so that was probably a solid play right there. And we've got the position to take Tunis as well. This is a great play. Great move by France.
Yeah.
This is Farron. This is such a fantastic turn. I mean, this is the second game in a row we've seen Farron navigate some really tricky sort of diplomatic and tactical moments. And this is one that just worked out extremely well.
There's a few strange things in the East. I would say notably the Bulgaria-Romania thing, which certainly looks arranged, but it's not really clear what the purpose of that is. Maybe they're going to pip the fleet in the fall from Serbia and Khan or something like that.
Oh, I
would
thinking that maybe Jason was worried that Romania would go to Black Sea and wanted to be able to cover Ankara and just got outgassed. I guess. Yeah, possible. Indeed. Okay, let's keep pushing ahead
here.
The
only other thing I'll say is that this is why we shouldn't have kept Fleet Skag for Morgante. Chaos. Someone said it in the comments. Chaos fleets are always a good idea in the abstract, but in reality, they often wind up being, well, this.
One other point that I want to make that's a really nice move on the part of Austria and Turkey is this dislodgement of the Ionian and allowing the forward retreat into the Adriatic. We don't necessarily see it as a forward retreat, but it's it's an optionality retreat for the Austrian to go to the most convenient and highest rewards place possible. So I like that move as well.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going here. And fall of 1903, we are still with Adam. Tell us about it.
Yeah, indeed, the idea was to blow up the Russian fleet as we suspected, and then elsewhere. Really interesting that now we have Italy supporting France forward. So again, got to make a decision on who you're mostly angry at, and in this case, the AT. I can't tell what Rome is doing. I suspect it's supporting Venice here. Is that right?
Yeah, here, let's find out.
That must be it, but there were two
supporting Venice. They just had overwhelming force. I think it was like a 4-on-3 or something like that.
And Adriatic supported Apulia to Ven.
And they cut Tyrolia. So
they had to sacrifice Tyrolia to do it, and now Austria is going to have one in the bank because they picked up a dot. Didn't they pick up a dot? No, they didn't. I'm sorry.
They'll rebuild in
yeah, which is fine, but.
Yeah.
Siobhan, so talk to me about Farron's play here. So Farron is from what looked like a precarious position is now in the Ionian Sea with another fleet in the Tyrrhenian Sea and is getting a build. Still nothing in the back, but also nothing to worry about anymore. Is that correct?
I mean, this is absolutely stellar play on Farron's part, and it does indeed look like a Western triple of sorts that she is benefiting from the most. You're in the Ionian Sea, you've already got Rome, your armies are coming, you're going to be able to plot more down very shortly. Chris Brand has moved everything so far away from your homeland. The English player is even further away. I couldn't be happier as France.
Are you worried at all by Norway to Norwegian here?
Not
I mean,
really.
what else is they going to do up there? I mean,
That's a repositioning so that Chris Brand feels more secure in Sweden.
Yeah, but if you're okay with the Western Triple, is it now at the decision point where it should not continue, where it's more advantageous to two of them to take out the third rather than keep going?
But none of them are really in position to do that to each other.
Yeah. But should they be thinking about it? I guess is my
well, I think
question.
they should be thinking about it from spring of 01 if you're playing triple, but
Okay.
Well, I mean, you have to ask yourself where each of these powers have to say to themselves, where are the gains? And if I'm France, I say, okay, I've advanced in my fleet position in the south. I probably have the ability to, at the right point, take Tunis, take Naples. Not sure too much more than that. So those are my next two centers. If I'm playing Germany, what are my next centers? It's not entirely clear. Maybe I can get Warsaw and maybe England can get Moscow, but there's really not a lot of advancement here unless they're going to be really patient and try to drive into Austrian centers and things like that. And that creates a huge amount of instability and leaves Germany pretty open if that's the way they're driving.
Yeah, I'd want to be France here personally, but I would be working on England right now. I would have already been talking about when is the right and time and what's the right way to move on Germany together. That's the diplomatic task.
Yep. 100%.
All right. Let's see how it works out. We got a fleet in Brest, okay, which it's got different possibilities, but going against Germany isn't really one of them. So
that's where the rest of the units are.
That's at least a signal that that Farron does not want to move on Germany now. Certainly doesn't want Germany to think that that's what's happening. But if nothing else, it has to worry Matt Lynch in England, who puts down a fleet Edinburgh, which is very French friendly, in fact. So
very French friendly. But what are you going to do with it?
What are you going to do with Fleet Edinburgh? I mean, this looks like maybe setting up to do something against either France. It must be setting to do up something against France or Germany. I mean, what do you do with that? I mean, the logical build there is army, right? To convoy.
It was a misorder.
To convoy something else into Scandinavia.
Oh, Matthew
it was a
says
misorder.
It was a misorder.
Okay,
it's supposed to be an army.
That happens. I mean, as far as France goes, I don't terribly like the fleet build, more actually from even a defensive standpoint. I actually think that you need another army because you're going to be putting Marseille into Piedmont. So even to just be able to build an army in Paris and plop it down in Gascony so you have something in the homeland would be
or put it in Brest.
Army Brest, and it can still go to Gascony and makes Chris feel a little bit better.
Sure.
Yeah. Or it can go to Picardy too.
Or it could go to Picardy.
All right. Well, so can Fleet Brest, as it turns out. Okay, let's see what happens here. Siobhan, you are on tap. Tell us what you see.
Fleet Brest does nothing. Matt Lynch does what he can with his fleet, which I guess is move toward NAO, which I don't love if I'm Farron. But I guess what else are you going to do with the misorder? You put yourself in North Sea. Chris Brand is anxious about both Belgium and Holland, especially since he does the delicious convoy from Kiel to Livonia. Chris is, oh wow, the three of them are just moving so far away from each other. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, down in Italy, Farron takes Tunis. The Italian takes Venice back. Brad, you did it. Which allows, where does Venice retreat to? Oh, back to Apulia. Okay, thank you. Some shifting of units. Turkey takes Romania. I guess this is the time to start trying to eat some Russian dots if you can. The Germans are coming. The Germans are coming.
All right, Adam, tell us, is Germany guaranteed Warsaw here?
Are they guaranteed Warsaw here? No, you're not guaranteed Warsaw but you're guaranteed Warsaw or Moscow, right? So if Livonia goes to Moscow with support of St. Petersburg, Bohemia taps Galicia, and you go Silesia to Warsaw with support of Prussia, you've cut Galicia, you've cut Moscow. Ukraine can only support one or the other. So you can get one or the other, assuming you have the English helping you, supporting you to
You
Moscow.
can do it with the English help. It just depends on what you want and how you want to take it.
You have to do it that way in order to guarantee it, right? Because Livonia can be cut, and Silesia can be cut. So you have to do it the way I just described if you want to guarantee one of those. Now, you don't have to do it that way, because that isn't necessarily going to put you in the best subsequent position. So you can still make the play for position, even though it's not the guarantee move. So they may well do that.
So, and the question from the alliance structure is whether Chris should be getting the next dot. If you're England, you can make an argument that you should be getting it. You're behind by 2.
Yeah, the problem is, and this is the problem with this kind of position is, what does England even have to do? I mean, England's going to just be building more units way back in England, and what can those units most effectively do is attack Germany or France and may further destabilize the alliance. This is a big problem, and they're going to have to either figure it out or we're going to collapse at some point.
All right, let's push ahead here. Fall of 1904, and I should probably let you see the orders long enough to tell us about them.
Did Brest hold? Did Brest hold in the spring?
It did.
Brest held in the spring. That's correct.
Yep. Not a big fan of that.
So yeah, not a big fan of that. Now it's going to MAO, which is fine. Clyde just holds. I think I've found an English thing that I hate more than Army Liverpool. And that's building Fleet Eddie, moving it to Clyde, and then not moving it. And I get it, Matt. I get that it was a misorder. You didn't really want that fleet. It should have been an army. But Sweden did. Oh, and England is going to get the build out of this because Germany is giving him Sweden.
Yep, and goes to north.
Yeah.
France picks up 2 in the south.
Picks up Naples and Tunis. Which is huge. Put down some armies for the love of goodness. I know that both Brest and Marseille are open, but
well, I mean, if we're building 2, I could see Fleet Brest, Army Paris, and a move to the Channel and Irish from here. So I could see, but
I don't mind one fleet, but there better be at least one army. I do see from Farron that the Brest hold in the spring was a misorder.
Okay. The shoe's got to drop at some point, right? Because France doesn't really have anything else to do at this point. Italy is going to be down to Venice, and it's not clear that France can take it. Even if they do, are you going to still be able to make much progress beyond this point? And I think it's probably not so likely without making hitting one of your allies here.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Siobhan.
Oh, I was going to say Fleet Brest, Army Paris. It has to happen.
Yeah, or 2 armies. I mean, 2 armies is okay.
Oh, that is well.
It really depends on your read on England. But the problem here is that you're now, as France, you're topping the board. Yeah. And that matters in Carnage scoring. And you may wonder if you're going to be a target here. And if you're going to be a target, then you really can't be vulnerable to, you have to pick who you're going to be vulnerable to. And England I think can be more fatal more quickly, even though both of them are bad. So I have to say though that misorder holding in Brest, actually, as misorders go, I kind of like that one. I think if that hadn't happened, you might see that Fleet and Clyde in North Atlantic at this point, or in Liverpool, something like that. So. All right, that was just my little tidbit. Winter 1904. This is a consequential set of builds.
Or alternatively, I can build 2 fleets.
2 fleets. Wow, that is a bet on further German cooperation. The question I think that I have for Farron at this moment is, would have been, if I were talking in the game, would have been what the intended target here is. Is it England? Is England a conscious target, or is there a different reason for the builds? Because there should be a target if you're of either Germany or England, or some defense strategy against the 2 of them. What are your guys' thoughts?
Well, I think that if you have Germany on side, right, Germany can force Sweden right now, and you can go up to the Irish Sea, the English Channel. This is not super effective because you don't have an army to convoy into England, so this is going to be really hard to do. But it's possible. I'm not sure what else you're going to be doing with those fleets, though. I mean, you don't need another fleet. I mean, you can swing the other fleet around and eventually get Liverpool. I'm just not sure you need another fleet in the south. I don't know that it does anything for you. So even if you're not going to attack one of the other Western powers, I think you want the army in Marseille so you can go down to Tuscany and do that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And by the way, Paris is guaranteed for Chris if he wants it.
Sure. I mean, I don't see him doing that for one dot, though, because he's got Russia and Bohemia. There's Russia and Austria are still working together. They could plow up to Tyrolia if he pulls back and, have to deal with covering his own centers. So I don't think he'll one dot France, but possible.
We'll see.
All right. Spring 1905. Adam, tell us about these moves. Wipe the confusion off of Siobhan and my faces and tell us.
I mean, I can tell you what I'm seeing on this board. I mean, are we going to end this game in 1905? I mean, the only thing that I think is super consequential here is we see Bulgaria going to Romania, but that again may just as well be to put that Turkish unit into Galicia, which is, I think, probably what the plan is. As they try to just break this line, hold this line. But I just don't know. I mean, France, Germany, and England are doing a whole lot of nothing. Chris must have suspected something was about to happen, or that England was going to do something unfavorable, because the pulling from Baltic to Kiel is not really a characteristic kind of move for him. So I would imagine he must have thought that he might see something in Helgoland or a convoy into Holland or something along those lines, which actually, I mean, would not have been a terrible play on the part of England, right, to force Holland and Belgium this turn. Would have been a reasonable play.
Absolutely. The first thing my eyes went to was Clyde hold, Edinburgh hold.
Yeah.
Like it just...
And going up to Norwegian, what does going to Norwegian even do to you? I mean, not that you do anything
happy,
but not that you're doing anything in the North Sea anyway. But I mean, if your game is to just, you've got your, I don't know how many centers this is, but whatever it is, and you're going to just sit there. I mean, why not convoy Eddie to Norway at a minimum, right? So you can get that second army into Russia, into Russia.
Yeah.
I mean,
we all really want to see Farron's fleets move as well, right? London, Belgium, something.
I mean, I get the Brest Mao thing. I get it. You don't want to jump the gun here, and maybe Chris is setting up to do something with you, or you're hoping Chris will set up to do something, but you want to just bide your time and not be the first one to act.
I suppose, but I mean, imagine here for a minute if we rewind and Farron had built Fleet Brest, Army Paris, walked into the Channel, walked into Irish Sea, had an army in Picardy that could then be convoyed into London free of charge because the North Sea just walked away.
Yeah, no, totally agree, Siobhan. I know that if I'm playing France in this position, that's not a scenario I'm expecting to see, but you're right. I mean,
and you can sell the Army Paris build by saying, well, Chris had to retreat his army into Munich. It made me a little anxious. He's, I know he's way over there, but he's got a lot. He could turn easily. You can sell Paris as the build to England very easily. And
all right, let's let our current board topper off the hook here and move forward. Fall of 1905. Adam, these moves are for you to tell us about.
All right, so now we convoy to Norway a turn later than we needed to because we have to make Chris Brand happy, and because we have to make Chris Brand happy, we have to throw Chris Brand a dot, and because Chris threw us a dot, I guess. So now
that's all that makes Chris happy.
So as long as we're making Chris happy, I guess it's good, and I know that Chris would feel that way. So let's see what else is going on in the East. We see a whole bunch of various supports written, but what we actually get is, England takes Moscow, but Germany gets the dot. So that is sort of the outcome there. So now we have Germany going up to 8 while England stays at 6. Probably not what I would have wanted if I was England, but, yes.
And also, how about Jason Massbaum?
Picking up the dot.
Okay, so this is good. Thank you, Siobhan. Yeah, no, I think I was overlooking the East as my bewilderment in the West. But yeah, I mean, this is called the other shoe dropping, right? And yeah, and I mean, I think you've got to appreciate what Jason is doing here, right? And I think if he's going to try to dot someone or something, it makes more sense for him to be doing this to Austria than to Russia. Leave those last Russian dots sitting there. You can take them later, probably, if you get into a good enough position. The thing I don't love about this is a single army Turkey right here, and you don't have any armies to follow up, and so. While this is going to cause pain to Austria, they are going to come at you with a vengeance, and you still have a Western triple pushing through the other side of the board. And this may be discouraging any abandonment of that, because now they're saying, oh, good, Austria is going to turn the other way. We can really push on this.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see what Jason does with it. We also have a build decision from Chris Brand, who's putting down 2 units because one was piffed. So this is actually a big moment for Chris. If Chris is going to make a play for the board top, this is his chance to do it, especially with Austria now unable to follow up into the neutral zone. Mm-hmm. And the answer is 2 armies, no surprise. But that is what you would do, I think, if you wanted to invade France. Jason, for his part, puts down 2 armies, which makes a lot of sense, but he's going to have a little bit of difficulty putting them all into play. France also now should get the Ionian. Whether that's where they should be or not is a separate question. All right, let's find out. Siobhan, you are first up, and tell us a bunch of surprising moves here. Tell us about it.
Okay, France does not take the Ionian, chooses instead to reposition the fleets so that she can take Venice, I suppose. Continues to work with Chris Brand in Germany, supporting him down to Tyrolia. The Mao now bounce. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's a thing. We do see some movement from Matt Lynch, repositioning to get Norway into St. Pete. Thank you. Much prefer an English army there rather than the English fleet. And Jason goes everywhere.
Jason can steal this board top, can't he?
So help me, if you guys let Jason board top this game. There are words. No, but it's seriously well played by Jason by two-dotting Austria and having Austria do nothing about it.
Nothing about it.
When they could.
Adam, is Chris passing up the opportunity for a lone board top here, or savvily putting himself in position to snag it by 1 without even having to stab his ally?
I think Chris probably has a plan here to get it. I mean, he it's 1906. He's got time, right? And Farron hasn't really shown a propensity to build armies. She's probably not getting a build this. Well, maybe she'll get Venice this year. I don't know, but
she'll probably get Venice with Chris's help.
But I'm not convinced that Chris. I think Chris has a plan here, and whether a stab will come, it'll come at the right time, I think. And the stab may be on England, not on France. I'm not completely convinced that it's going to be attack France, but I have to say that Maxim has a lot more restraint than I would have had in his position had I been playing that that role.
You would have gone full FU in that case.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't, again, I don't know the full diplomatic situation, but if I could use that to push Germany into Turkish dots or something, I would be
feed Germany through Galicia into Turkish dots.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about fall of 1906.
All right. Well, Jason gets a little bit of heat back from Russia, which I don't know how he didn't see coming, because Armenia supported Sevastopol, when it should have been tapping Sevastopol.
Yeah, that's very
Um,
surprising. Yeah.
It's very surprising.
Jason.
This is
This
Jason.
is a complete breakdown. I loses the Ionian, which was inevitable with how Farron has set up all of her fleets. We give Venice to Chris.
and Sweden
And Chris
to
gives back Sweden. Okay. This is getting a little nauseating, people.
Well, they're trying to set us up for a 3-way board top, I think.
I wonder though. I mean, it could be, and they may just be playing an alliance game. But if this game really can go on for another, I mean, through 19010, so that's 4 more years. I mean, if they can push across the line, I think. I think there may be opportunities for Chris to do something here. I mean, I would say there would be opportunities for Farron as well, except that there's so little in the home base and there's so few armies. I think it's going to be a lot harder for her to make a play in the end game.
Yeah.
All right, let's push forward here. We find an army Liverpool, which isn't terrible here. It's passive, right? We're seeing passive play, very strong, simple alliance play from the West.
Oh,
The question
I'm getting
is
a note that the games are time unlimited.
Are we sure about that? I was under the impression that they ended in
they are
according
time
to Farron and Zach Moore.
they are time unlimited, but year limited. So
year 1910.
yeah, they cannot go past 1910.
Yeah.
Okay. Spring of 1907 is when the game ends by universal acclaim, I suppose. Okay, so the game ends with France and Germany. That's Farron Jane and Chris Brand sharing the board top, which is not insignificant, certainly for Farron, who topped a board in round 2, so now has 1.5 board tops, which will definitely put them in contention for the top board. In third place then is Matt Lynch in England, and the rest of this is rounded out. Let's see, fourth place is Jason Massbaum, a somewhat surprising fourth place actually, given where Jason stood a couple years ago. And then Maxim Popov, Morgante Pell, and Brad Blitzstein in that order do pick up some points thanks to the Carnage system. All right, is any surprise about the game ending here? Siobhan, I'll start with you.
I want to say yes, but it becomes very clear, especially with this result, that Chris Brand said to Farron, "Hey, I'm willing to end the game, but I want to split the board top," which is why all these shenanigans around Chris getting Venice but giving Sweden to England, which is fine. And for Farron, who had a good result earlier, you said this is a great result. Matt Lynch, that Fleet Eddie build was unfortunate, but I am glad to know that it was a misorder. And I do want to say that we're seeing a lot of confusion in the comments from the players of this round. The morning rounds are not time limited, nor are they year limited. Only the evening rounds are. So maybe let's confirm with Maletsky on that.
Yeah, I'll confirm that right now.
But well played all around. You didn't let Jason Massbaum top this board, so I'm happy.
Adam, how are you disappointed in this result? If you were one of these players, would you have vetoed the draw?
Well, I mean, certainly if Farron already has a board top and you've got the opportunity to have a tied board top, if you're playing the tournament, that's called a bird in hand, and I don't think you pass that up in this situation, right? Because a board top and a tied board top and maybe some other even fairly nominal result, it has a good shot probably to get you on the top board. So I think from a tournament perspective, unless you're really confident that you can get a solo board top, which I would not be if I was France in this position, I'm taking that draw from a tournament perspective. If I don't have that solo board top early on and I feel like I need a stronger result, maybe I play it out a little bit further, but I'm happy with it. From Chris's perspective, from Germany's perspective, yeah, I mean, you could play on. I think that you have room to push against Austria, and there's probably an opportunity to work against England. I think you could probably have not given him Sweden that turn, especially if you had some level of coordination with France to make a stab, and you can both get big. But then you're working with France and in a race there in this game. So I think it's a satisfying end for them, and certainly for the Eastern powers. I don't think any of them were going to vote against this.
All right, so I've gotten confirmation from Dave Maletsky that that rounds 1 and 3 scored with Carnage are actually time and year unlimited. So the intel that I was giving out was completely wrong. I was totally 100% wrong. I apologize to both our viewers and my fellow analysts about that. So given that, I have to be honest. I as both Germany and France here, Chris and Farron. You're Farron, you have a fleet in the Ionian. You're Chris, you have an army in Galicia. And armies, you are set up on both of those places, either on or across the stalemate line. And you've got a viable England that you could that you could potentially try to convince to work with you. Turkey's more of a problem for France than for Germany here. I don't think I take this. I think I let this go a bit further and see if a solo opportunity can open up, given that solos are so valuable in Carnage.
I think it's true, but, I think on the other hand, again, from the perspective of France, certainly playing the tournament, I think this is a really good result. And remember that the solo opportunities might open up, but they might open up better for the other person, depending on how the chips fall. And so, one thing about the Carnage system is it does not, even though centers are sort of a tiebreaker, it doesn't strongly incentivize you to keep playing games just to get larger in terms of center count, unless you're confident that your overall ranking on the board is going to improve. And if you're tied for first and your expectation is that your ultimate result is going to be either first, tied for first, or second, dragging out the game maybe isn't that attractive.
Yeah, and this is round 3 of a long weekend of tournaments, and I think exhaustion is at play here. And Farron says in the comments that her entire goal from the start was a quick draw with a good result.
That's certainly what happened here. Yeah, and so that's an extra. It's an extra board consideration that's important. So yeah, 1.5 board tops out of 3 rounds, and only 3 rounds are going to score. Farron is well set up to make the top board.
Yep.
All right, that is going to do it for board number 5. That means it's time to bring back Brian Pravel to the stream. Brian, welcome back.
Thank you. Another good game. We've had some really good games today. These have been really fun to watch.
Yeah, well played. It kind of feels like the quality of play has been steadily increasing as this year has gone on.
Absolutely. I think part of it's people getting used to each other, and part of it's just, I think, generally an improvement in play.
All right, so it's time for me to, I think, get off the stream, right?
Yep. So we'll say goodbye to Brandon and
we've got games 1 and 2 to finish, correct?
We finished game 1, right? No. We've got game 1. Yep. Okay.
Game 1 and 2. Yeah.
Yep.
And those are both with Doug and Adam.
Yes.
But we're missing Doug right now. Oh, there he is. Great. Okay. So do you want to just host the last 2?
Sure. I can host the last 2. Yep. Absolutely. Okay. Give you a break.
All right.
I will be honest though. I will need a recap myself on where we're at for that game.
We should start in Winter 04 for both of those games.
Sigh. Okay. I will bring up Winter 04 and we'll get right to it. Thank you, Brandon.
All right, I'll see you. I'll come out at the end for a sign off.
Awesome. All right, thank you, Siobhan.
Thank you. I'll see you guys for sign off.
Sounds good. And welcome back, Doug Moore.
And all right, it's time for the Kraken.
Yes, we will release the Kraken or see what happens after it was released. And here we go with round 3, board 1. We have Winter of 04. Just a quick recap. In spring, it looks like we had a move from Austria and Turkey. And yep, the Kraken is in full force here. We see it. And let me move myself up here. And Adam, why don't you take the lead on this? Why don't you take a year at a time? And we'll just move quickly through these final games.
Let's do it.
Spring of 05.
Okay, this is a continuous roll, and you have to love the string of arrows for Turkey.
It's a long conga line.
That's a conga line right there, and well, it all works. So more power to it. And when you have Germany plowing armies towards Silesia and Bohemia, that is a golden position for where you want to be in this game as Turkey. So that's just great for Kirk. We do notice that we do have the Turkish fleet going into the Eastern Med and the Italian fleet going into the Ionian, and it's getting to that point in the game where while they're still obviously collaborating and trying to trust each other, the stakes are getting a little bit higher should somebody move in a way that is not desirable to the other one. If we look in the north, I see a lot of red arrows, but we do have Germany kicking Russia out of the Baltic Sea. We also have France taking Liverpool. So those are also meaningful. And I guess also very meaningful is Italy breaking into the mid-Atlantic Ocean. All really actually fairly dramatic changes in this game that are going to make it a reasonable chance that this game goes to either some huge result for IT or a solo, I would say.
I think that if the West can't get their act together, which I don't see any evidence thereof, it's not impossible that Adam and Randy are working together. Like they're like, hey, let's trade Paris and Liverpool, but that's far-fetched. I think that Italy's gotten daylight ahead here, and we'll see. It's exciting.
Well, I will say Adam, Randy, John, and Lay are all very, very solid, experienced players. If anybody could pull the tactics together, I think we'd be fine. I'm curious to see if there's emotions involved with this. I know a couple of the players on the sport, at least. Emotions can be involved. So let's find out. Adam.
Yeah. Okay, and the conga line just continues right here. Actually, that's pretty entertaining. It's just pushing up into Silesia with everything following along. We do note that Italy's keeping a couple units back now. Turkey's doing some self-bouncing with fleets right now, so definitely not making use of 100% of our units. But I think everybody feels good about that, knowing that that they're not having a huge risk behind. It's super interesting that Italy forgoes taking Portugal in favor of the position and going into the Irish Sea with support of France, no less. So
no, that's great. I love that.
And that's absolutely the right move here. You can take Portugal at any time, but when you can advance your fleets in that way, I think that's pretty solid. Though I do wonder, is Irish Sea better than North Atlantic in this particular instance? And I guess it probably is, because then you can support the English Channel and things like that. So I think it probably is the right move.
It's pretty apparent that, France is your friend. He's supporting into the Irish Sea. He's giving Germany some problems. The two of you together, you're in good shape up there. So you've got Irish and Mid-Atlantic, you can force the channel potentially. Ooh. And Adam, poor Adam. I feel bad for Adam right now. Like this is hard. He's not played a bad game. He's played well, but he like walks out of Paris to Brest. It's like a lot of things, like everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. So that's
look at the chaos that Randy is causing here. I mean, Italy supports him into Belgium. So now you've got Germany getting knocked down by two centers, by England taking Denmark and the French taking Belgium with help of Italy. This is not a situation where the West is pulling anything together. This is chaos.
Am I reading this right? France is building.
Yeah.
France is building. I mean,
Pete McNamara points out not only is he building, he can even build all of his units.
Plus two. That's right, because he had 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
Oh my goodness.
All right. That's very fun. And with the build, we get the French army. We have John Anderson not having his typical game, disbanding in Sweden and Baltic. Those are the only adjustments, it looks like. Moving on, Doug, I believe it's your turn to lead us off.
All right. Not terribly shocking here, but you've got the channel moving with that support. Ooh, not a lot of good happening for Germany. I will say the one good thing is he's got the Austrian armies there forming a little bit of a shield. But we see the long-awaited, ever-dreaded, the descent into large calamari. I don't know what it is when the Kraken goes bad. But Turkey made a move here, and I think it's a good one. This is going to be painful for Italy. They don't have a ton there to hold it back. But like I talked about before, it's not the end of the world. You can always drop back and take Portugal to protect yourself. Make sure you don't lose Tunis and Naples. You drop Greece and Trieste. You take Portugal. It's not the end of the world. It's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world.
I think that Turkey needed to wait until they were in Berlin or Munich before making this stab on Italy if they really want to have a shot at a solo. This is the problem with Turkey, and Turkey is probably going to be able to get to 15 or 16 here, but I don't think that there's going to be a lot of hope of getting to 18 now that they've kind of shown their hand here. I suspect there's going to be more of a concerted effort to keep them out of those German centers. I like the move against Russia here, but I do think the Italian stab is maybe a few turns too early. Get those armies, keep them moving north, get them up into Berlin and or Munich, then make the stab on Italy.
I mean, the thing that it does for me that I think is intriguing and interesting is, Italy, now their influence in the West is going to wane because they need to send some units home to protect. So how's that going to play out between France and England and, maybe a little bit of Germany? And are they able to, cobble something together, or are they going to just have like tiny power fights, or can two of them decide like, yeah, let's get rid of Germany and let's replace it and then see if they can do something. There's a lot of play there still if they can manage to get into on the same page.
Yeah, I will also point out that an attack on Munich would have worked this turn. Silesia and Bohemia attacking Munich would have been successful this turn. And, that Munich center is absolutely key for Turkey getting to 18.
It's key for anybody at this point. I mean, but yeah, Turkey, mammoth spot for them. But I don't know that they could hold it, Adam. I mean,
that may be true. That may be right.
Well, on the NADF Discord server, there was conversation recently about how Turkey can solo. One of the questions was that was brought up, and the importance of taking Munich, Moscow, and Tunis for Turkey was mentioned. So I definitely agree with maybe a turn too early if you're going for the solo, but I think Turkey's securing a board top here.
You're going to get a massive board top here. You're getting a massive board top, and
can do both, though. I mean, go for a solo and secure the board top. They're almost inherently the same thing as Turkey.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's really no downside to going for the solo.
Yep.
All right, Fall of 06, Doug.
This is pretty predicted down here. We talked a little bit about that, which is, take Greece, take Trieste. I like the move to Piedmont. It, starts putting a pinch on Italy. And Italy, did the best that they could to defend. But take a look at that squeak to the Tyrrhenian Sea combined with Piedmont. That causes some real problems. I do note, as we talked about here, look at the West and what happened with those powers, right? France walked out of Brest, didn't take it. Germany, took Belgium. England took Kiel. You got a lot of interesting movement going on here. And, Adam is going to come out of this in pretty good position, it looks like. So Adam's not out of this game. He's still got some play.
Well, not only is he not out, but he's holding the line now.
Yeah.
Adam, anything else?
I guess Turkey can't build 4, but that's okay.
The one thing I will note is I think Ed made a mistake in not taking Portugal here. He should have taken Portugal.
Yep.
All right, winter of '06 adjustments. We have disband from Ed in Italy from Mid-Atlantic and Marseille. We've got Adam building an army in London. Leigh disbands an army in Sweden, and Kirk just puts down the hammer with Fleet Con, Fleet Smyrna, Army Inc. What do we think about these builds, Adam?
They all seem logical to me. I think that's right. I think everybody got it right with builds and disbands here.
All right, talk us through 1907.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. Okay, so it looks like that Italy opted to go all out to take the Ionian Sea. And so the consequence of that is that Turkey is able to take Venice from Tyrolia. And I think it does have a retreat to Apulia. So that's pretty meaningful because I believe that they can hold that. I'm not quite clear on why Serbia held instead of trying to advance position either through doing this attack via Trieste or by just moving it up to Budapest or something like that. I'm not sure what the idea. Maybe
that must be a misorder because my guess is that Serbia was supporting Trieste because in theory that was vulnerable.
Serbia supporting Trieste would have made sense. Okay,
right.
Yeah.
So let's assume that's a misorder.
Okay. That makes sense. Turkey's making the move up to Livonia, which is fine, though it can't really do much from there. But other than blocking other units, he's not going to take St. Petersburg. So I think the issue that Turkey really has right now is a few armies short to block Bohemia and Silesia and make your play into the middle of the board. It's going to take you quite a bit of time to get the units up there while you're focusing on taking out Italy. And I think that that's really what's going to prevent Turkey from soloing in this game. I think you're going to get a big result, but I don't think 18 is going to be there because I think England and the rest of the power, England and France are going to manage to secure the line with those two Austrian dots holding out there.
Yeah, well, and let's be clear. Adam Siegel and Randy Lawrence Hurt and Leigh Sarlainen are all very strong players. They're not going to just like make a mistake. And we talked about this. Randy and Adam have been fighting as France and England respectively all game, and here at the end they cleared out Germany right here, and they actually have the opportunity to take Munich and Berlin and Spain and Marseille. Not bad. They can get their scores up potentially here at the expense of Italy.
Yep.
All right, fall of '07.
Interesting. I think it's interesting that they had to bounce in Paris. Maybe that's agreed upon. Seems like it's agreed upon, you think?
Yeah. Look, they're avoiding taking Marseille and Spain. France supported Tunis to west.
Yeah, so they're making sure Ionian has a place to go back to. So they're basically pulling Ionian back into
right.
Yeah, and setting up so that they can hold Tunis here.
They're conceding the Italian boot to set up the line. That's what they're doing here, and basically telling Kirk in Turkey it's time to call the draw. That's what I think they're saying here.
Yeah, so I think they probably have the units they need to hold Munich, Berlin, and Marseille, Spain. So I think that they probably can lose Tunis, but it's going to stop at 16 or so. 16.
Yeah, they can hold Tunis.
They probably can hold Tunis. Yeah.
Adam just got into Holland, so England just got into Holland, which is going to pull Romania, but then Holland's just going to drop to Ruhr. Then he's going to build another army. He is going to move Kiel to Baltic, and then he's going to just shuffle his armies in. So you're going to see English armies in Ruhr and Kiel with a fleet in the Baltic to lock the line down there. And then you have France can drop wherever France needs to go. They don't need to take Marseille. This is a draw. The solo opportunity is long gone.
Yep.
All right, in winter of '07 for our adjustments, we say, I think this might be the first time that I've said this on any broadcast, we say farewell to John Anderson. Congratulations to the rest of the board for doing your work and taking out the leader. We've got a fleet build rather than the army in London.
That's okay. He can go Burgundy directly to Ruhr. It's 6-1 hand, half dozen on the other.
Yeah,
It's okay.
yeah. We've got an army in Paris, and Ed disbands the boot. As you said, they're conceding. This game looks to be heading for a draw quickly. Got more fleets and army. Let's continue pressing forward. Spring of 08, Doug, why don't you lead us off?
All right. They support Belgium to Ruhr. Okay, that's fine. Everything else up in the north is proceeding, relatively speaking, along those lines. They go to the Baltic Sea. So they've got the line locked down, as long as Austria doesn't decide to, walk out, which is, its own danger. But we'll assume for the sake of argument that Chris is content since he keeps supporting himself there. And the rest of it, all of the Turkish moves are just like exploding in every direction. We don't need to get into the details of what those are, other than to say they're all going to lead to a stalemate line. The English fleet that just is going to the Channel is there as potential help to lock the line if they need it. But the French army went to from Mid-Atlantic to the West Med. They've got the support that they're going to need with fleets and armies to hold the line and keep Turkey at 16 instead of 17. So that's important.
Can they actually hold Tunis though? Because
sure, for a while.
For a while, but I don't think that they can hold it for the long term. If Turkey
English goes to Mid-Atlantic and Mid-Atlantic goes to North Africa, and they've got that line. So or West goes to NAF. Now, I mean they have a long time before Turkey's really going to be there.
Moving right ahead, we see for our winter. Sorry about that. Fall of 08. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is what I was expecting, is that Turkey is kind of coast crawling the fleets up on Italy so that they can position around there. Locking up the rest of the army position, it doesn't really matter because there's no chance of St. Pete, Berlin, or Munich falling. So the question is, can they position around Tunis to take a 17th center? And it's interesting that they opt to not take Venice in favor of position, which is perfectly reasonable, right? It doesn't matter right now. It's behind your line. You take it whenever you want. But otherwise, this is exactly what Doug said. This is the West trying to set up a line, and I think they probably will do it correctly. I'm just not entirely clear right now on whether Tunis can be held. Or
Tunis is locked. MAO goes to North Africa. They are sitting. They can only do one unit on Tunis right now. They have Turkey has not taken the Tyrrhenian Sea, so the Tyrrhenian Sea is irrelevant in this exchange.
But once Turkey forces Lyon. If Turkey's able to force Lyon,
still can't force Lyon though.
Not yet.
That's okay. So Italy has 3 dots, and if Lyon, you want to preserve the Tyrrhenian Sea, so watch Lyon go to Spain and the Tyrrhenian Sea go to Lyon.
We will find out. We've got a army build from Ed in Venice.
That's nasty.
Yeah. Spring of 1909. Adam, lead us off.
Yeah, so now they destroy the Tyrrhenian Sea. I mean, Venice walks into Trieste, which again is not really that big a deal for Turkey. I mean, it's going to be this is annoying for sure, and I'm not sure why you let him do that and didn't follow Apulia into Venice. That's kind of a strange thing to do. You certainly can just follow that army around, but I don't know why you don't do that to start with. But they do destroy Tyrrhenian Sea, and England now takes Spain. So we'll see how everyone reacts to that. And it looks like they're trying to take Italy out because they support Burgundy there. So we'll see if Italy tries to do something to help Turkey now, though I don't imagine there's really anything it can do.
I think that you're going to see. I think you're going to see France retake Brest here. Is my prediction, as they just sort of like swap a couple dots and kind of get themselves back in position. They may wait a turn to do it, but there's no way that Randy is letting Adam get 2 here. And let's see, what would that do? That would put Adam at 8. I mean, Adam's in second. Well, I mean, one thing that's probably likely, Adam, is that, I think that Turkey is going to take Tunis. I think they've conceded Tunis to take out Italy, which is dangerous. I have to say. I mean, you're playing with fire.
Yeah, so now they're working with the Italians, and they're giving them the dot so that they can advance here. And probably Italy is now pretty annoyed, and so this could be interesting.
Yeah, I still think that they sit on 17, but what if you have to know that Austria is good with this. I don't think you get that much in terms of your extra score here by taking Italy out. So, okay, if you want to play the high wire, that's okay. It'll probably work out for you. But I don't like to gamble so much when a solo's on the line. It's just the cost of failure is so high.
So you're talking about it for taking out Italy here.
Yeah, for taking out Italy. But look, I mean, it's easy for me to poo-poo that. It's not like Adam and Randy are not excellent players. They know what they're doing. So, I'm not terribly worried that they're going to make a mistake. I'm just, if you don't know exactly what you're doing and know your tactics like they do, I would not recommend this. These are good players. Adam is a world-class player. He's been at a top board at Worlds more than once. He knows what he's about.
Yeah, I guess this is really Randy would be the only one that I think is going to benefit from this shifting position to 3rd place. I don't know. That's a lot of risk for me personally in this scoring system. So, all right, winter of 1909. We've got Adam building 2 fleets. We've got fleet in Eddie, fleet in London. We've got a disband in fleet of Greece for Kirk from Turkey, and that's it. Spring of 1910. Peter says there's no risk here, and that's because he's a better player than I am. There's risk if I make that move.
No, to be fair, like Peter's right, but what if Chris, does something? What if somebody makes a disorder? Putting yourself on where there's at 17 is like, that is risky.
That's confidence in their ability to make the right choices. We'll put it that way. Doug, why don't you lead us off? Spring of 1910.
There's not much to say here other than like, hey, Russia just wandered into Denmark. I will have this.
Love it.
Maybe that was an invitation. Maybe not. Maybe he wanders out. Maybe he's having fun. But otherwise, there's not much. The West is just supporting themselves. Turkey's going to crawl up and put himself in position here to take Italy out. Nothing unexpected with that.
All right, moving on to the fall.
Indeed, as done, but Russia is going to get that build. I don't know if it does anything for Russia, but okay.
It makes them tied in 3rd place rather than in 4th place. So in Carnage, it does a little bit.
Yeah, probably behind the scenes negotiations. It's like, I don't need that dot. That's fine. You go take that. That's fine. I'll pull the fleet that's hanging out in Edinburgh, and we'll be happy. The other thing it does that I want to highlight, which is actually very savvy tactically, is it's going to give them the opportunity to convoy Baltic across the Baltic Sea to Livonia, and actually sort of put Turkey a little bit on the defensive just for amusement value.
All right. In winter.
Well, that shouldn't happen, though, Doug, right? Because Turkey should actually be supporting Livonia here, not making a ping at St. Petersburg.
Going forward, for sure.
Or even previously, not risking. You don't want to risk. You get even a fleet popping Livonia is pretty annoying. Having to get another army up there. So.
Yeah, I mean, if they had wanted to do this, this was a vulnerability. This is a good tactical lesson. Thanks for pointing this out, Adam.
Yeah.
If St. Petersburg supports Baltic Sea to Livonia and Bothnia just supports St. Petersburg, that's not cut by that situation. That army is destroyed, and look at how far down it has to go in order to rebuild. And then all of a sudden, you might lose Prussia. You start getting into a situation where, and Jim O'Kelly, for all of you guys and women who've played with him before, Jim loves to blow up armies far away from home. It's one of his favorite tactical things because it just causes such an annoyance to get back there. So this is a risk you didn't need to take.
All right, winter 1910, we see Adam disbanding the fleet. We've got Ed. We say farewell to Ed. This is a little sad to see. Ed had such a great game, such a good alliance, moved out, very, very strong position. But man, Kirk, well done in taking advantage of that position, taking advantage of that alliance. And man, look at this, 3 more fleets. I would have built armies, but I mean, really, at this point, I don't know that it takes.
This is it.
Yeah.
Game's over.
That's it. Game over. So, Adam, why don't you start? What are your thoughts on this game?
I mean, you can't do anything but just be really impressed by what Kirk did here, right? I mean, you don't see a lot of shots, and Kirk took it, and fell a unit short, but hey. This was just awesomely played game. Way to take advantage of an alliance. I think it shows that you can do really well playing an alliance style game if you're able and willing to make the move at the right time. I would still contend that there was maybe some opportunity to try to get into Berlin or Munich. Maybe it doesn't hold, but that's really what you've got to be thinking about if you really want to get to 18 here. But there is nothing to knock here about what Kirk did. I mean, he did a great job.
Yeah, full applause. I love when players take a shot. Kirk took a shot. We could quibble sitting here without the pressure and time and tiredness of playing a game of you take this, this. That's easy for us in the cheap seats. It's a lot harder in the game for those who have been there. When you are making that decision, there's a lot of pressure and anxiety, and it's really hard, and you're struggling to get your orders in and talk to people. So, but hey, you took the shot, you didn't get there, but 17 is nothing to sniff at. It's a great result. I want to just switch sides for a second to the West. John, Adam, and Randy never really got things going. There was a lot of challenge between EFG. I did like at the end the way that, this is sort of pro player, right? England and France are just okay, we've been fighting all game. We're going to set this aside. That's the mark of a really good player, not being grumpy about everything that's happened and saying oh crap, we've got to deal with this solo. Stop this fight. And look at how their units are intermixed. Nicely done by Adam and Randy at the end.
Yeah, and especially Adam to steal second place out of this position when they were just at loggerheads all game. So yeah, it was good. And overall, man, this was a great group of players. Really entertaining game. Really fun to watch. So glad we got the opportunity to do the commentary here. Thank you. All right, well, let's move on. We will bring up our next round. Let's see if I can transition us over here. Next round. Okay, here we go. Fall of 1904. In this game, let's take a step back real quick, go a couple years. We had an early sea lion in the West, I believe, and we had, we weren't sure if it was an RT at the outset or maybe an inefficient RT that was responding to an AI. But we had an early strong AI that made a couple of big tempo plays, but then kind of ran out of gas. And where we left off in 1904 was we liked France's position. We felt Germany had a slight edge. And Doug, you said that Turkey has potential if they're able to get out of the box and Russia has to disband up in the north. So with that, we'll go ahead and lead off. I'm going to go ahead and alternate. Doug, I'll make you the lead analyst for this game. Why don't you start us off in winter of 05 after we see the builds, or spring. So we've got a fleet in Kiel. We've got a fleet in Naples, army in Cannes, army in Moscow. Doug, anything stand out to you with these adjustments?
No, I think they make some sense. I suspect that you're going to see Kiel making the move to the Baltic Sea, not shockingly there, which indicates to me a pretty strong FG. And, as we talked about, and I know it seems like forever ago, the strong northern units and the builds that Pace made in the north forced Bill and Nicola really to lock in together, even if they weren't going to be naturally. They really don't have a lot of choice at this point, particularly with those two fleets in NAO and Liverpool. So, what I'm also interested in as we get ready to go to the winter, Craig just pulled that fleet in Trieste, which really indicates that he's, not thrilled with Italy. So we'll see how that plays out here.
All right. Spring of 05. Go ahead, Doug.
All right. Well, they made nice and, supported down to Trieste, and now he's got a better unit and more flexibility, supported by Italy. So it looks like, they're going to make nice. I like France sneaking up to Tyrolia and Burgundy. That sets Bill up to potentially take Munich if he's being really squirrely, or just to be very defensible. That's very exciting to see. Meanwhile, the fleets are progressing in the north, sort of as we anticipated. Russia's turned on Turkey, it seems like, and Turkey held, which is a good play for Turkey. There's really no advantage in going forward at this point. So this looks like a pretty strong reversal for our good friend Pace Racer.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of non-movement in the East, and I think that it's going to come down to how things go diplomatically, and can Russia and Turkey patch things up? What is Austria going to ultimately do here? So I think there's probably just a lot of negotiations that are happening, and clearly nobody got through to the point where there was any trust, so everybody really just played pretty defensively there.
What I see happening here is, as we get ready to go into this, they've got a little bit of protecting to do. There's a guess: do you cover London or do you ignore London? But Germany can take Norway and Sweden here potentially. That's what I'm saying. You've got some guesses and what's going to happen, but Sweden's going to fall, so Germany's definitely going to build at least one. Let's assume that Nicola covers. Bill's going to build one. And then the north is kind of resolved. France doesn't really need to hang out there. Germany's got enough force to kind of take care of business. So, I would expect that Bill is going to come south now pretty quickly. So look for a fleet build in the south.
Yeah, and I will say, on my favorite move is Bill's decision to move to Tyrolia. When I've played with him before, he tends to be very aggressive and like to get in position where he can interact with a lot of stuff. Tyrolia does that very well. Very much in character for him. Fall of 05.
Okay. Holds in place. They get the build in Liverpool. Got Sweden, covered London. All that stuff is good. Not sure if they did miscommunicate it around Munich, but that's okay. That's not the end of the world. Maybe they wanted that support cut. Maybe they didn't really want that to succeed. Hard to say exactly. But it didn't matter because, Venice got into Trieste. Trieste takes Budapest. Lots of Russian retreating and going forward. This is another nomination for Icarus here. A really strong position that is like just evaporated over the course of one game here. I mean, we're talking losing 1, 2, 3 dots, it looks like right now for Russia.
Yeah, rough turn.
Rough turn, yeah.
Well, the result of that rough turn is we see 2 disbands from Russia. We've got fleet in Norwegian, army in Serbia. 3 disbands, and the fleet in Wales. We've got France building an army in Brest, Italy building an army in Rome, Germany building an army in Berlin. Adam, we'll start with you. Anything stand out with these builds?
Army Brest is really interesting, right? Because it makes you think about convoys and such things. But where is he going to convoy to that other than I can't imagine it's going to convoy into England.
No. He's going mid-Atlantic to west, North Atlantic to mid-Atlantic, and then in the fall he's convoying to North Africa.
That's my feeling as well. Yeah.
Well, let's find out. Adam, why don't you lead us off in 1906?
Yeah, and Doug's exactly right. And in fact, the Germans are trying to convoy out of England as well into Norway, which is, makes perfect sense there. I'm not sure why it didn't work, if there was like a misorder or something there, because that looked like it should have worked. It looks like north convoyed north. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's a backstabber misorder, which is really unfortunate, especially since it should have worked. We do see Bothnia go down into Baltic, which is annoying, but not really going to be very effective. Germany certainly can cover their home centers without an issue here. In the east, we still see Russia and Turkey going at it, and Turkey not really doing anything. The move Aegean to Ionian is kind of interesting. But
looks to me that Austria is going to get a build out of this, which is fascinating.
Is that true, though?
They swap
Trieste for Budapest.
But I see a retreat to Serbia.
That's true, but it is a spring turn, so we have to see if somebody gets into Vienna or something like that. But yeah, it's possible.
If so, well done, Craig. In the fall, Adam?
Nope, didn't get in.
No. But they do put Austria into Venice, so Craig does get his final vengeance on Italy here, an Italian dot. So, but also, we do see that Russia gets, decides to go to Vienna, and as a consequence loses Romania to the Turks. So the Turks do finally make a little bit of progress here. In fact, France does not convoy, but actually moves the fleet to North Africa. Takes I think this is solid. They do take London, which I can only assume was agreed upon, giving France the dot instead of
Germany. Germany was building too. Yeah, Germany is building too. This is just keeping them even.
What's the second? Norway is one.
It's Norway for now, but it's St. Petersburg is up there, so which is pretty easy to get. So this is going to be arranged.
Yep, build another fleet in Marseille. Get the momentum down there, and that makes perfect sense.
Yep, and I like the decision to rotate the fleet and keep the army at home just to keep Nicola honest. Good choice. All right, winter of 1906, we have disband of the fleet in St. Pete by Russia. France builds an army in Marseille, and Turkey builds an army in Cannes. Doug, anything stand out?
It's a fleet in Marseille, and this is a monster FG in the making. There's really nothing to stop them in the south. Look at the intermixed units. You've got Austrian, Italian, Russian, French, Turkish units all near each other down there, and actually, frankly, German units as well. Germany is wide open in the north. St. Petersburg is going to fall. Warsaw is going to fall. If the east doesn't rally very, very quickly, which I don't think they will, this is going to be just a mammoth result for FG.
Moving on to spring 07.
Oh,
cool. Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh, interesting. So, Doug, is this the right result?
If you're Craig, sure. So I gotta think that this is Nicola and okay. So let's talk about the scoring system for a second, because all of the scores are normalized to 100, and the difference between 23 and 25, it's a lot less than it really is in the normal Carnage scoring system. And this is a good result for both of them. They both played a really good game. They have a lot to be proud of walking away from this. Good tactics, good diplomacy. Is there a lot for them to gain by pushing forward for the next 4 years for no real gain? Maybe not. if they're committed to stay even, it could only just get unstable for them. So maybe they are like, well, let's take this now.
Yeah,
I
it's
can see
also you've got
There's an element of this again. I think that we heard about this in the previous round, where there's the previous game where this is a slog, and there's another round tonight, and being able to call this game early and get a few hours of rest and have a nice meal and whatever in between the rounds. This is a good result, and so and you just ended it at 1906. Is this a great result for the game of diplomacy? I mean, no, you'd like to see this played out. I mean, this is terrible to see a game end like this from the perspective of the amount of play left on this board, but from the tournament's perspective and from the way this scoring system is set up, this is a good result. And to be tied at 8 or tied at 10, especially under this percentage thing, the tiebreaker is hundredths of a point. So to get 2 or 3 more dots to play for another 2 hours, probably not worth it. This is a good result, and it makes sense that they would agree to end it.
Okay, well, that is the final game for our round 3 coverage. Thank you all for participating. Let's go ahead and add Siobhan and Brandon back onto the stream. Guys, we did it. That is the most boards that we have ever covered in a single stream before, and looks like we did it in just over 6 hours.
Yeah, I don't actually know how we did that. We covered 13 boards in 6 hours. We have covered, I think, we have taken 7.5 hours to cover 5 boards before. So whatever we did, well done us.
Well, we will go ahead. Adam and Doug, you've been talking for a while, so we'll let Siobhan and Brandon tell us their thoughts. Siobhan, why don't you start? I'll tell you what, before we do that, Brandon, do we have results? Or are we waiting on those?
No, I've queued them up. So
awesome. Let's go ahead and see those now. We'll see what the result of all of this hard work happen. So our current Carnage 2010 top 10, we have Ben Kellman in first place, Farron Jane in second, Ed Sullivan in third, Richard Lowenberg in fourth, Maxim Popoff in fifth, Jackson Roberts in sixth, Bill Hackenbrack just eking into the top 7 by, looks like about 2.5 points. Adam Siegel at 8, Jason Mastbaum at 9, and Nicolas Ahuguet in 10th. All really, really close scores towards the bottom. Lots of opportunities for the next round for these standings. Siobhan, anything stand out to you from these results, and any thoughts on the games that we saw today?
I mean, for my part, every game that I talked about today was super, super interesting, very dynamic, full of excellent play. The scores are all really close, and anyone on this list has a chance to make it to the top 7. I expect to see Adam Siegel, Jason Mastbaum, and Nicola fighting really, really hard. And Farron, for what it's worth, is only, 1.8 points from first at this moment? Mm-hmm. Like, that's a fantastic showing, and I'm very impressed by everyone on this list.
Yeah, and Farron's fairly new to our streams. I think we've covered her games once before. So another solid showing. Really, really fun to see. Brandon, how about you?
This is exciting. There are a lot of familiar names on this list that we know are good players, and there are several players that we're less familiar with, but who we have seen today play fantastic. Farron Jane comes to mind, someone who has made some sort of surprisingly sophisticated strategic decisions at various times in those games, and has the standing in the tournament to show for it. Richard Lowenberg hasn't topped a board and yet is in 4th place. That's a function of the scoring systems, which they don't have a huge penalty for falling short of first. So if you rack up enough sort of second place finishes, then that can work well if other people are not collecting tops. So far you don't see a lot of people who have topped more than one board. So it'd be interesting to see Richard sneak into the top board without topping any board.
Mm-hmm.
So there's lots of room for movement here, and I'll be interested to see how round 4 goes.
Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I think what strikes me is the separation. 1 and 2 are pretty tight, but there's a pretty big gap between 2 and 3 here. I suspect Ben and Farron have probably earned themselves a seat on the top board. I think nothing's guaranteed at this point, of course, but with 5 games probably this evening, it's going to be hard for them to get knocked off. And we also have to remember that there's a dropped round as well. So for the people playing 4, so I think that they're going to be. Very likely we'll be seeing them tomorrow, but if there's a whole string of large results, maybe not. But as for the rest, I think the positions could change a lot based on what happens tonight. I don't know how close it is once it even goes below number 10, but I'd imagine there might be some other folks that are in the sort of 10 to 20 range that also have a shot if they can get a solid board top tonight. I'm surprised not to see Kirk here. I don't remember how he did in the previous rounds, but it's certainly seeing him with that great result, solo push today. He's maybe somebody to watch this evening if he's able to make another strong result.
Yeah, I would say, look at everybody here who's played 3 games. That's notable. Anybody who's played 3 games and who's playing a 4th game, go for it. Go for it. You got nothing to lose. And so I would anticipate that you're going to see some real freewheeling games potentially, because why not? If you are Adam Siegel and you're in 8th place, you have nothing to lose by, trying to top that board no matter what you have to do. If you're Jason Maspon, Nicolas Sahoguet, you get a 0, I still got a good score. I played pretty well. For all of these folks, there's nothing to lose. So leave it all out there, try. And if you're not in the top, you might as well go for it. So especially with the Bangkok scoring system, which is going to be in place in the next round, I would expect some really, really exciting games.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I can give you some answers here. I just pulled up the full standing. So Kirk, for his 17 center board top, is sitting in 20th place with a total of 31.2. So needs a good score and needs to pass a bunch of people in order to get up there. It looks like that he's the last one in the 30s, but there's a whole bunch of people. Another 11 have at least 20 points going into round 4.
And I would say at least those folks with the 30s probably have a reasonable shot if they can get a solid score in Bangkok. I think we were seeing board top scores in the upper 20s to low 30s, I think, in the Bangkok system. Is that right?
Some of them went all the way up in the 40s.
Yeah, Ben Kelman had a 41.6, and then there were 3 other scores in the 30s.
You're going to need to be above 50. I think people are going to need to be above 50 to lock their spot in.
You think 50 will be good enough, I guess, is the...
Yeah, I mean, if there's 5 boards, only 5 people can top it. So, just by sort of process of elimination, there can only be so many on there. Now, if, Farron or Ben are able to top a board, then you start dropping the score.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is definitely going to be fun to watch the games tomorrow. I'm excited, getting a little hyped. We are going to have a fun round. We'll do some on the clock tomorrow, and then we're going to do the full top board treatment tomorrow. We're going to try and get in some sideline reporting, may try and do some interviews. It's going to be a fun time.
And our coverage starts at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and we'll start off with the coverage of round 4, and then we'll do some pregame, and then we'll dive in.
All right. Well, I would like to give a shout out one more time to Dave Maletsky for hosting, being the tournament director, for Lay for hosting the evening games, assistant TD or co-TD. Also to Robert Roos for the Carnage event and all of the support that Carnage has provided to the diplomacy community over all these years, and to each and every one of you for spending 6 hours and 15 minutes on a stream on, I don't know what the weather's like for you, but a beautiful day outside for me here today. Thank you all, and I would say have a great night. Siobhan, you want to sign us out?
I would love to. So as always, this is Siobhan here to say stay safe and stab well, and so help me if you let Jason Mastbaum onto that top board.
Good night, everyone.